excited note. And for that, I like to request everyone to stand at your respected seats.
All right. Everyone, could you just stand at your respected seats? Wonderful. Okay. Just want to quickly check in your energy levels. Are you all excited? Happy? Yes? Can I get a big yes from everyone? All right. People at the back, are you all excited? Yes? I am truly very excited with the broken finger. All right. With that, I just want to tell you that today is going to be exciting. We're going to explore exciting conversation, think what the leaders are thinking ahead of AI. And of course, since AI is changing the market, I think we got to change ourselves too. So, with a lot of energy and with the spark in your heart, we're going to start with a very interesting activity. And for that, you need to appreciate the person standing next to you. You can pat their backs, say a compliment, or just say hi, hello, and introduce yourself. I think that'll be great to start such a special morning. So, everyone, what you got to do is, like, for example, I'll give you an example. Hi, my name is Priti Kamra, and looking stunning today. Thank you, thank you. Let's start by doing such a generous activity. Just compliment each other, say hi, hello. Yes, everyone. I want to see everyone doing that. Yes, people at the back. Come on, let's do this. Also, yeah, we can also do a Jadoo Wali Jhappi. I don't mind that if you want to hug each other and say a big hello. So, did you do that? Yes? All right. Okay, the energy in the room has completely shifted. Thank you so much, everyone. You may take your seats now. And on that note, once you take the seats, once again, welcome to AI Innovation Summit 2026. Let's begin with a huge round of applause. Come on, everyone. Let's begin by bringing some energy to the room.
All right, as I officially begin, I'd like to tell you that this event is proudly presented by a presenting partner, Adobe, enterprise AI partner, Microsoft, and agentic enterprise partner, Salesforce. Can we please put our hands together for all the wonderful partners? Also, just quick announcements. Today is going to be a lucky day for all of us as we have some exciting lucky draw and special bumper prizes. So I'm sure that you must have received your scratch cards. Yes, you have it with you? Okay, so by the end, I think we'll be announcing the lucky draw winners, and there are exciting gifts. We have Instamax mini camera, Amazon Echo Dot, and a smart watch for all of you. So I'm sure the three of you are going to be super lucky this morning. So we'll be announcing the result by the end. And also there is a bumper prize, and that's an AI Robo Cleaner. I'm sure you're going to participate well. So also don't forget, there is a scanner at the back of your seats. You can scan and keep us posted with your feedbacks. Also, today's hashtag is Yes AI Can and AIIS. You can post all your stories, your feedback on LinkedIn, Twitter, and Facebook. And after the lunch at the Vatika Ballroom, we'll reveal that the winner for the Buzz Creator of the Day. So post more, create more, and stand a chance to win a air tag. So I think this is going to be a truly lucky and exciting day for all of us. You get to participate, you get to share your feedbacks, and there are going to be live pools where you will be giving your feedbacks during the session. So as we go further, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you two facts about AI. By 2026, more than 80% of the enterprise are expected to use generative or agentic AI in core business processes, not just as pilots, but at a scale. And that's the future prediction, and that's now. And as Satya Nadella once said, AI is defining the technology of our times and will transform every industry with the use of AI. And today is exactly about innovation, changing the time, and transforming our industry. Today is about transformation, bringing all of us together, new thought process, new challenges, and how we can innovate with the time. So our first edition was held in Bangalore, and we are back in Delhi with yet another powerful session and gathering of leaders who are not just experimenting with AI, but operating it, governing it, and thriving it. So let's begin today's session on the most excited note. But to set the tone of this wonderful day, I'm going to invite somebody really special on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, to officially open the summit, I would like to invite Ms. Anushruti Singh, Associate Editor, SME Futures at the Guild, to deliver the opening remarks. Please put your hands together for Ms. Anushruti Singh.
Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to AI Innovation Summit 2026. On behalf of the Guild and SME Futures, it's a privilege to host such a distinguished audience, founders, CXOs, CIOs, CTOs, digital leaders, policymakers, and technology founders. For a day focused on one of the most powerful forces shaping enterprise decision-making today, artificial intelligence. Before we begin, I'd like to thank our partners for their support in making this summit possible. Adobe, our presenting partner, Salesforce, our agentic enterprise partner, Microsoft, our enterprise AI partner. We have chosen a very deliberate theme for this summit, from prompt to impact. Because 2026 is no longer about discovering AI or experimenting anymore. It's about execution, making AI work at scale with trust, accountability, and measurable business outcomes. But first, let me share a few realities that frame today's conversation. Today, India has one of the world's largest AI talent pools, with over 2 million AI professionals. More than 70% of Indian enterprises are already experimenting or they are deploying AI in some form. And yet, despite AI transformation and investment growing at the speed of 30 to 35% annually, only a small percentage of organizations have successfully linked AI to clear ROI, productivity gains, or revenue impact. This gap between ambition and execution is where most enterprises find themselves today. And this summit is designed to help close that gap. At the Guild, we work closely with enterprises across sectors, and what we consistently hear is not a lack of ideas, but a lack of clarity. Clarity on where to deploy AI first, how to build strong data foundations, how to prepare leadership and teams, and how to govern AI responsibly without slowing innovation or compromising security. That's why today's agenda is intentionally practical. We begin by setting the context with the AI tipping point, exploring how AI is reshaping productivity, creativity, and digital experiences. We then move into an India-first conversations of AI made in India, highlighting how solutions built for scale here are increasingly influencing global markets. Following it, our panel from prompt to impact, scaling AI across the enterprise, addressing enterprise scale challenges, from moving beyond pilots to agentic AI and autonomous workflows. A very interesting format where we emulate corner conversation between CIO and CEO will align on long-term value creation. Post-lunch, our parallel tracks allow you to deep dive into BFSI, manufacturing, and customer experience, followed by an essential conversation on AI risk and trust, now firmly boardroom priority. We close the day with the India AI playbook, grounded in real lessons from leaders already deep diving into their AI journeys. The next phase of AI adoption in India will not be defined by who has the access to best models. It will be defined by who can operationalize AI responsibly, repeatedly, and at scale. With that, I'm delighted to welcome all of you at AI Innovation Summit 2026. Let's move from prompt to impact. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anushruti, for setting the tone of the day. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we are all set to take our AI Innovation Summit 2026 ahead. All right, as we dive in, the first agenda is all about how AI is tipping the point and navigating the shifts in digital experience. This address explores how AI is no longer a future promise. It's a present reality reshaping how business creates, deliver, and optimize experiences. And we also explore the magnitude of why this shift is happening, why data quality matters, and how organizations can harness AI. And to unlock creativity, accelerate productivity, and deliver personalized experience at scale. These are the most important points and factors we will discuss in this session. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we go further and we go about this session where we navigate the shifts in digital experience, I want to invite somebody really special on stage. But before I invite Mr. Vaishek Venugopalam, I want to show you a video on the screen. Let's have a look. Wow, that was incredible. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before I invite this gentleman on stage, let me tell you something really special about him. Mr. Venugopalam heads the client and partner technology consulting team at Adobe India. He has over 2 decades of in depth experience on digital experience platforms and solutions, AI assisted and ROI driven solution for JPAC enterprises. Now, I'm going to invite him on stage, so please put your hands together as I invite Mr. Vaishek Venugopalam, Senior Director, Solution Consulting, India and JPAC Partner Solution Leader, Adobe. A very warm welcome, sir.
Thank you, Smriti. Hello, everyone. Good morning. How's everybody doing? Okay, just getting into excellent. Okay, so my name is Vaishak, and I was actually, while I was preparing for this particular session, the thought that struck me was, okay, let's talk about trends, data, research, finding. AI is the next thing. AI gives us this. AI gives us that, so on and so forth. But then I realized, as leaders in this particular room, what is more important and more practical is to actually understand how is AI creating many tipping points, because AI is a tectonic shift which is changing the industries as we know it, the practices as we know it, and the playbooks as we know it. So let's talk about 3 important tipping points and how, as leaders, we can navigate this seismic shift that we are seeing in the industry of enterprises. First and foremost is about exponential speed. Took us 2 decades, close to 2 decades, to move from, on-premise to cloud to SaaS and so on and so forth. And just 2 years to move to agentic AI. What does this mean? Yes, we have the stats of only 95% of the pilots actually fail, only 5% actually proceed. But the top of the funnel, the number which is getting poured at the top of the funnel is so far high that 5% success itself is creating tremendous shifts in the industry. And being a technology innovation-focused company in this area, that is Adobe, this is clearly giving us the headline that this is transforming customer experiences and enterprise productivity for sure. So 3 tipping points that we are actually seeing which will change our lives forever. Number 1 is the customer experience orchestration. We already had the problem of customer expectations being high even before AI, and with AI, it's only that is also increasing exponentially. Let me try and reason to that with facts. Number 2 is content supply chain, something that we never knew we needed in enterprises per se. And third is obviously productivity. How can we amplify the meaningful and automate the mundane behind the scene? Let's dig deeper into customer experience orchestration. So this is actually from our Customer Digital Experience Index survey, wherein which 200 leaders from India also have actually participated, along with consumers. We asked consumers that, we asked the leaders that, do you think your brands are delivering superior customer experiences? 80% of them said, yes, we are. We have systems, we have process, we have technology. We are delivering superior customer experiences. The same survey, when we asked the consumers, they said, only 10% of them said the brands that they interact with actually provides them a superior experience per se. This chasm, there is this big gap that we think that we are doing a great job versus our consumers saying, hey, no, not really. No, only very, very few brands actually do that really, really well. That gap is exponentially increasing after AI. That's what I'm actually trying to say here, right? This chasm needs to be crossed, and it is a real opponent. It's a real opponent for the AI promise, because AI can actually, is a boon to actually cater to this particular chasm that actually exists. One of the tipping point in customer experience orchestration is the web is changing. www is no longer the www that we learned, we interacted with, and so on and so forth. It is drastically shifting. We run analytics for thousands of organizations across the globe, and we were the first ones to notice this, saying that, all right, now users prefer to start, close to 1/3 of them start their conversation not directly with a brand, but with an agent, but with an LLM per se. Close to half of them say that AI summaries actually influence their understanding and purchase decisions. So think about this, right? We have all our shops ready. We have our brand set up. Our websites are ready. All of a sudden, overnight, the tipping point is that my front door just got changed without my knowledge. There are an intermediary who is talking about my brand, what do I do, what is my USPs, without they ever coming into my site per se. That is definitely alarming. The good news is, those who are coming after their decisions have been formed by AI and LLMs, they are better converting prospectus. They really know, okay, this is what I want, and this is why I should engage with this particular brand per se. And this expectation and how people are forming their opinion is changing. It's a tectonic shift, and it creates a tipping point. You need to be at the right end when this tipping point really actually happens. And what does that change? The change is we built for humans all this while, our digital experiences, websites, apps, and all of that stuff. Now we need to build for the second audience. Remember, the front door just changed. There's another door, which is actually for the agents. So I need to now build for both humans as well as agent. The future of web is agentic in nature. Websites will always be there for sure, but the agentic web is going to transform how our brand is perceived by consumers. Now, the problem that we need to actually be aware of is three things. One is, there are chances that, if your content is not structured and AI readable, your brands can get misrepresented, right? When I was an engineer, I can't imagine living my day without Stack Overflow. And I hope you know what happened to Stack Overflow in the recent months. Similarly, we have other experiences like Tailwind CSS and so on and so forth. The drift and the shift and the tipping point is visible, and it is scary if you're not ready for it, right? So, and you are losing revenue moments because the opinions are being formed by the consumers on different LLMs, and what they need is guided and trusted conversations when they land up in your app and websites and so on and so forth. They are ready to actually be guided and the experiences to be intent-driven per se. So, what does this agentic web tipping point gives us as a checklist as leaders? Number one, are we building for both humans and agents? We need to actually build both for them. It's not the end of SEO, no. It is about SEO and GEO, which is generative engine optimization. If you don't do this, chances are that your brand is not going to get well represented in the agentic web era. Second one in the checklist is guidance to decisions. Rather than publishing thousands of pages and brochures and whatnot and informations and guides and buying flows and whatnot, unless you actually act as a guided interface of experiences, your websites will need to transform so that people can make the decisions. Already a lot of decisions have been already made, so give them basis their intent. Somebody is frantically coming to the website after knowing that here is the form I need to fill to cancel my credit card or create a dispute or whatever that is. Understand that intent in the last millisecond and guide that interaction for that particular customer. Now, second is content supply chain. Content is undoubtedly still is the queen. And content is much more than marketing materials and images and video. No, it's much more than that. Your email subject line is also a content, right? So content clearly is actually queen, and personalized experiences is what AI enables. Everybody gets what exactly they want, not just hi Vaishak, which is just putting your name there. The first tank that will run dry of enterprises would be of your content. We all, our enterprises, are fighting against scientifically proven dopamine giving experiences, and we are nowhere near the capacity of producing that particular content, and that will leave you out. And there's a big difference in content. It's a completely different thing to actually create cute cat videos using AI, which is 30 seconds and all of that stuff, versus trusted, authentic, rooted in my brand guidelines and brand values. That enterprise content creation is absolutely different than cute cat videos and monkeys and whatever, right? All the generative AI good content as well as slop that's actually out there, right? So it's really, really important, right? So what brands typically miss is the need for content has grown exponentially, and they are getting stale sooner than they were just 6 months back. The prediction is we need 100 times more content, more refreshes, and if you're a company which just have 8 products, it multiplies into over 500,000 assets when you actually compare and contrast against the channels, the languages, the varieties, the refreshes that we need to do, and so on and so forth. The reality is a lot of enterprises haven't thought about this. It's still, here is the brief, make the content, I will approve, and let's go. That supply chain wouldn't suffice for the AI world for sure. So what's the leader's checklist under content supply chain. No doubt that AI will help you here. It'll dramatically scale your content production initiatives, but it has to be human-led, and human needs to be in the loop so that the content authenticity is actually maintained. So what are the leader checklists? Number one, do I have a content supply chain? First question. If yes, are they both AI accelerated, but at the same time human-led? Because how much ever AI produces, it is important that you actually add the human touch, the human in the loop, to make sure that they represent your brand really, really well for sure, right? The second checklist is, what is my roadmap to 100x content? The demand is 100x. I'm not going to get there in 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, probably a year, but it's a journey from 0 to 100. So I need to start somewhere. So what is my roadmap to create 100x content which is efficient, which is cost effective, and which is compelling, and it's also converting so that my business metrics are actually moving with the content. It's not just about producing tons of content which it's actually not converting, but it needs to actually convert so that I can deliver, manage, and amplify the content that's actually out there. So that's the second tipping point, content supply chain. The third one is interesting, productivity. Of course, again, there are enough and more stats which talks about, yes, AI will multiply productivity, 90% of the code will be written by AI. Yes, all of that is true, of course, yes. The roles are evolving, and it's actually changing how productivity is actually being seen. But our take on this is, obviously, AMAM, as I said before, which is automate the mundane and amplify the meaningful. The problem with productivity is that we are not still ready to actually embrace what AI will actually produce as insights and actions per se, right? Your models, your workflows, your organizational and enterprise workflows will always beat any model any day. The model saturations, we are actually reaching that particular model saturations, but it is your IP, your intellectual property as organization and enterprises, is your workflows that you have built over the years, and it is important to actually have agents working to solve meaningful problem, then only the productivity will really increase. And it also not just improving productivity of one function. There is no point in improving productivity of sales or marketing or development, no. It is about improving collaboration productivity as well if you want to see real impact out there for sure, right? And this is something that we are seeing within Adobe itself. We are a technology innovation focused companies, and the moment we shifted to how do we improve productivity with collaboration, that actually changed the game. Now, another important thing about productivity is what you feed the AI with, which is actually data. I mean, I've spoken this decades ago that data silos exist. That is what the biggest problem enterprises have. Your data does not talk to each other. They don't connect. They are not connected. Your decisions are actually in silos, and so on and so forth. Decades have passed. I mean, the bus hasn't moved. The bus is still the same problem, data silos. And that is what you're feeding the AI with per se, right? So leaders' checklist for sure is that in order to improve your productivity, insights is what AI will give. There will be a fire hose of insights that is going to pump at you. Are we ready? First one is, will my data silos ever be solved? The mistake that enterprises make is we tend to solve the structured data problem and structured data silos. Why? Because it's easy. That's a database. Here is the Snowflake. Here is the S3 bucket. It is all structured data, very, very easy. But the real data, probably a lot of them is actually in unstructured format. It's probably in a PDF, it's in a report, it's in somewhere else, and so on and so forth. So it's important to look at that. Am I solving the data silos between structured as well as unstructured, right? And what is my insights to action pipeline for sure, right? Now, we have been at work for over a decade with AI, and of course, there are enough and more proof points, such as we are the founding members of content authenticity initiatives decades ago, even before LLM was a thing, because we knew the risk of misinformation and deepfakes and whatnot and whatnot. And we innovate across these three categories: customer experience orchestration, content supply chain, and productivity. And the fun fact is, most of our AI algorithms and workflows and agents are actually built across in our Noida as well as Bangalore campuses, which is definitely a proud thing for us to say in Adobe India for sure, right? Very quick examples, the world's largest brand, Coca-Cola. We actually worked with them, we collaborated with them. This is the real example of scale. You can see that 200, 200, and 200 million profiles. We help them create not just content, but workflows and offers, which is actually targeted to the audience per se, right? And they saw 25% improvement right at the conversion stage that's actually in there, and we help improve their brand visibility across LLMs, ChatGPT, Google, Gemini, you name it, by 40%. Their brand is more visible to agents now. Now they are building for both agents as well as humans per se, right? Another example close to home is TCS published case study on productivity. 70 sessions, just like these summits, 70 sessions, hundreds of speakers, 7 hours, the entire 30 seconds videos, the summary, everything is produced by just 2 people, right, in 7 hours, right? So that's the productivity that we actually see. So it is important to assess where we all are, right? So Adobe has a framework for digital AI maturity assessment so that we can help you understand where do you really stand. It's a no obligation workshop to actually understand where are you on this particular tipping point? What's the score? How do you benchmark against your competition? And what are the low-hanging fruits that we can actually take it to action? So that's if you are interested, it's just a simple form of name and email address. And then if you are interested to understand your organizational maturity, we would be more than happy to help you. I would like to close by saying that remember I talked about the exponential shift, right? And this is the old adage which says, great change comes very slowly and then all at once, all of a sudden, right? So as I close, I would say let's all major. AI will continue to actually innovate and impact will improve. Let's all major being humans. Let's not forget that, because that is going to be the tipping point when it comes to competition, when it comes to representing our brands and so on and so forth. So excited about the future. Really, really thank you for having me here, and have a great AI Innovation Summit. Thank you so much. Back to you.
So much, sir. And I would like to request you to please come back to the stage once. And once again, thanking you for an insightful and powerful session. May I now request Ms. Anushruti to please present a token of appreciation to our guest. Please, ma'am. Well, once again, I would like to thank you for grounding us with facts and figures, and I think this is what truly matters after every discussion. Thanking you, sir, for a wonderful and impactful session. Once again, please have a big round of applause as we present a token of appreciation to Mr. Vaishya. Thank you. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on to our next session, the keynote address on AI made in India, innovation for 1.4 billion and beyond. Well, this session will explore how India is pioneering scalable, purpose-driven AI solution for approximately 1.4 billion people. We create models that can influence global industries and societies. And it's my privilege to welcome Mr. Raghav Agrawal, co-founder of Fluent AI, to take over the stage. Well, talking about him, he is the agentic AI platform for enterprise. He built Fluent AI and has spent over 15 years at the forefront of artificial intelligence. Mr. Agrawal is one of the youngest entrepreneurs featured on the covers of Forbes magazine and was named to the Forbes 30 Under 30 Asia and Fortune 40 Under 40 list for his leadership in AI and enterprise transformation. So let's hear it from him. Once again, please put your hands together for Raghav Agrawal.
Hello, everyone. So it's my pleasure to be here in Delhi today. And what I want to talk to you about is this fact, which is up on screen, right? I think everyone has read this MIT McKinsey fact, which says 5% of these actual agentic enterprise AI implementations are working out, right? But there's another fact up on screen, right? 66% of consumers are using GenAI regularly and derive value from it. So where is this missing 61%, right? I'm going to talk to you about this in the Indian context. I'm going to give you some examples. I'm going to give you some stories. And I'm going to try to figure it out with you. How do we take that 5% number and make it 66, not just 66, but make it 99 and 100%? But before all of that, I have a simple puzzle for you. You need to get from this arrow on the right side of me or the left side of you to the arrow on top. I've done this several places, schools, colleges, large corporate boardrooms. And I've got different time periods of answers. So as soon as you're done with this, please let me know, just raise your hand. Arrow on the left to the arrow on top. See one hand. All right. First things first, the maze is unsolvable. So if anyone went through the maze, it's unsolvable. But hear me out on what was the query I put to you. I told you to go from the arrow on the left to the arrow on top. I never used the words maze. I never used the words black lines. I never said you have to go through it. Intuitively, a lot of you may have seen this as the answer, right? Or you could have seen this as the answer. I've seen school kids said, you never said anything about going, through this. The problem that we have when we come to the enterprise, right, and when we come to implementing AI in India is this. We as consumers have first principle thinking. But when we talk about the enterprise, when we talk about businesses, status quo bias comes into place, right? You're trying to innovate. You're trying to see the powerful agentic AI, which all of us are talking about as enterprises, as companies. But the challenge is, as a consumer, you have that. But as an enterprise, you have that. So how do you bridge this gap? And how do you do it in India is something I'm very excited to talk to you about. One of the key things I have a problem with is this word. AI is a great enabler. I don't believe that. I believe AI changes everything for each and every business out there. And I'll give you an example of that. About 6 years ago, Forbes was celebrating its 100-year anniversary. They reached out to us, a company in India, and said they want to do something with AI for that. And my team got very excited. I was like, wow, Forbes, 100 years, they want to work with Fluid AI. This is going to be amazing. And the ideas that we came up with were all in that enabler category, right? We said, hey, AI can make the cover. AI can write all the articles with the journalists, right? Enablement, enablement, enablement. But that doesn't really use AI as the game changer it is. The query, then we put it again, and we asked Forbes, what is the one thing your readers enjoy the most? They said access to the best personalities of the world. They had Warren Buffett for the 100-year anniversary. So we said, okay, so it's access, right? It's an interview that a journalist does with a great personality like Warren Buffett. But what if a journalist can ask how many questions in an interview? 30 questions, 40 questions, 50 questions, 30 of them get printed. But what if each and every reader could be their own interviewer, right? Each and every person, someone wants to ask Warren about his thoughts on marriage, someone on investment. Is that possible? And that's what we did from Made in India. We got it out to the world. It was supposed to be a 1-month implementation, but it went on to run for 3 years. Over 180 million questions asked to Warren. And when we showed it to the great man, he said, wow, you've made me immortal. So have a look at this implementation in action.
Can I say, I looked at this and I said, what does this mean? First ever AI cover. What does that mean?
Well, Warren worked closely with us and a company called Fluid AI. You take a picture of that cover, a three-dimensional image, holograph of Warren pops up.
So can anyone guess the number one question Warren was asked? The AI version of Warren? Anybody in the audience? What would you ask Warren? So the number one question Warren was asked.
Bottom of the screen to ask me questions.
Warren, what should I invest in?
Invest in yourself. You can't beat it. I see people that can increase their potential.
So that was the number one question. Can anyone guess the number two question Warren was asked? It was, what does he think of Donald Trump? And we had to change the answer because the AI's answer was a bit too realistic. Warren actually made us change that. But this is a question that gets asked a lot in the Indian context, right? What can AI not take away from the human experience, especially for a country with such a high demographic dividend, right? But the true question is, AI brings abundance, abundance of information, abundance of intelligence, abundance of processing power. How do you stay valuable? How does India stay valuable and relevant in this age of abundance? And it's a question that frankly scares a lot of people in the room, right? It scares a lot of people because we say such a huge population, and we're coming to a world where a lot of the work is going to be done by AI and not humans. I have a different thought process on this. To study this, I actually went into the past with my team, and we went in the world of economics, and we found this guy called Baumol. He came up with a theory called cost disease. So disease and economics don't really go together, but his theory sort of is very interesting. So in 1960, William Baumol said, productivity gains are different across sectors when there's a technology transition, right? So it's interesting to say that, yes, productivity is going to hit different sectors very differently. So let's go back to the 1800s. You have pin makers. They can do about 100 pins a day. You have teachers who can teach 30 students every day. You know, that's a typical classroom setting. We add the Industrial Revolution, we give them machinery. 10,000 pins a day, teachers still struggling away at 30 students a day. Productivity massively different, right? Obviously, pin maker's salary goes up, he's essentially more productive, but the teacher's left behind. But according to Baumol, that doesn't happen, right? The salary of the teacher will also go up, because if it doesn't, then he will also become a pin maker. He or she will also move to that profession. So when we talk about India and say, hey, a lot of these, you know, what do we do about people who don't have access to technology, etc.? What I believe, and what, according to this theory, and which I'm quite confident about, is that it takes the economy together, right? So there's not anyone who's going to be left behind. All professions sort of rise together. The corollary to this is, with AI, some functions won't exist. So when you look at AI's impact across, right, teachers, doctors get a 1.5x productivity boost. Their output remains the same. They get assistance, obviously, but the quality and quantum remains the same. Lawyers, coders, 10x, right? Their output quantums increase, and massively, right? When you see AI generating 90% of code, when you see AI generating briefs, contracts, drafts, etc., that's the 10x. That's the areas we need to worry about, is the 1000x playlist, right? When AI can create a complete video by itself, when AI can handle a complete call center by itself. So when you look at your enterprises, right, and when you look at your industries, try to see where AI will affect each of your companies in all these three factors. There'll be 50% productivity boosts, there'll be 10x areas as well, and there'll be these 1000x areas. You need to be worried most about those 1000x areas. Another thing that gets people scared is that AI is going to create so much content. We talk about AI slop, we talk about so much AI productivity. What happens on the demand side? And I really wouldn't worry about that. If you look at the house in the typical 1900, it had a chair, a table, etc., right? In 2025, our houses are full of stuff. That was the Industrial Revolution's effect on allowing consumption to increase massively. Now what we believe is that digital consumption is going to increase the same way. So there's really no demand constraint out there. So what we are looking at is higher wages, higher bars for performance, obsolescence in a few select areas, but amazing lives as consumers, essentially. These are the four things that sort of come together. So I've talked a lot about it, but I want to show you something very practically in action. For a long time in my company, and we started this in 2012, we wanted to do a TV ad film. You know, we said, hey, that's the way to create a brand, and we'd seen all these global brands create beautiful TV creations. And we used to go to these ad agencies, and they would say, hey, it could cost $600,000 to $1 million to create a state-of-the-art ad. And we never really had that budget. Last year, using the power of agents and Gen AI, we did that ad at a fraction of a cost. We did it at $1,500. And it got over 50 million views across. So imagine, an ad that was going to cost us $600,000 to $1 million got done in less than $1,500 with a set of AI agents. I want to show you that ad. We put it with the French Revolution. We created call centers which were working then. And it had about 40 different actors, and it created a script of its own.
Your Majesty!
The people are revolting!
The banking system has collapsed and hold times have reached 15 minutes.
Down with wait times! We demand better service!
Let them wait.
The 30-minute SLA has caught fire. What do we do? Escalate it to the monarchy!
If your support centre still looks like this, I dare say it's time for a rethink. Let's show you what the future could look like today.
Your internet banking password has been reset. Can I help you with anything else? Support doesn't have to feel like a 1790s customer revolt, with torches, scrolls, and people screaming about refund. This isn't just AI, it's transformation.
Forget old tech. Your path to a stress-free customer support center.
So the ability to sort of move beyond convention, right? You're going to see, if you're a large enterprise, you now have smaller teams that can enable this. If you're a smaller enterprise, you can play with the big boys as well. So that is something that is going to enable a lot of the small Indian entrepreneurs, the SMEs, right? The folks that we sort of never compete with the large brands. They're going to come out with new innovations. Another area that we feel is going to truly transform is customer support. I think one of the first areas that we tried with AI, and this was just 7-8 years ago, was the chatbot world. And it was such a frustrating world, right? Because a lot of people said, whenever there's a chatbot, I'm going to press 9, I'm going to confuse the bot so I can get escalated to human. But that's not the world of today. Today, when AI voice agents take over the call, they are extremely fluid. They change context. They are able to understand the customer at another level. And they're going to enable thousands and millions of smaller organizations who never looked at customer support as a real-time activity, who never looked at it as a significant cost center or as a significant business center. They can too have the customer support that a billion-dollar organization has.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome to Fluid Bank. How can I assist you today?
I wanted to block my credit card. Can we speak in Hindi instead?
बिल्कुल, हम हिंदी में बात कर सकते हैं. कृपया मुझे आपकी
नहीं, मराठी में बात करते हैं.
नक्कीच, आपण मराठीत बोलूया. कृपया मला आपल्या आईच्या मूळच्या आडनाव
आपको
सांगा.
मारवाड़ी आती है? हम मारवाड़ी में बात कर सकते हैं.
हाँ जी, हम मारवाड़ी में बात कर सकते हैं. कृपया अपनी माताजीरो मूल नाम बताओ, જેની સાબ मैं આપણું क्रेडिट कार्ड ब्लॉक कर सकूं.
तमिल आती है आपको? हम तमिल में बात कर सकते हैं क्या?
நாம் தமிழ்ல பேசலாம். தயவு செய்து உங்களுக்கு அம்மாவின் செல்ல.
कन्नड़ में बात कर सकते हैं क्या आप?
ಹೌದು, ನಾವು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಬಹುದು. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಾಯಿಯವರ ಹೆಸರನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸಿ. ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಅನ್ನು
पंजाबी में बात करते हैं.
जी हाँ, ਅਸੀਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ. ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਮਾਤਾ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਮੂਲ ਨਾਮ ਦੱਸੋ.
Speak in English again. Can you help me block my card, please?
Of course, we can continue in English. Please provide your mother's.
So the transaction will go on, but if you see India, so many languages, seamless transition, right? It's no longer about 1 for English, 2 for Hindi, 3 for Marathi. It's all about let the user speak as they want and keep changing to the user. Seamlessly transition from one language to the other. You no longer need to have folks in each and every part of the country. The AI can do that. You can now serve every pin code of India and have customer support at scale, at quality that's possible for a complex country like India. So that is the opportunity all of us have. Now, these are some of the AI agents my company is seeing all across. These are some of the most popular ones. We're seeing them as CEOs' right hands. We're seeing them to optimize inventory. We're seeing customer support go up very high. I showed you some examples. We're seeing a lot of vendor interactions happen. Content creation obviously is big. AI influencers are coming up. I'll talk about that a little later. The internal stuff is already sorted. I feel a lot of you must be already having your HR, IT help desks. You have research going on, regulatory, patent analysis. But what that is creating for the Indian enterprise is this abundance. There are vendors coming to you, there are internal teams coming to you and saying, we can do this with AI, we can do that with AI. And eventually, as leaders of your IT organization, you're saying, hold on, I'm drowning in this. This is creating indigestion, right? Earlier I was starving, and now there's just too many use cases. And for that, a lot of Indian enterprise leaders come to me and say, how do we solve this? And I go back to World War II, right? And I say it's about asking the right question when it comes to AI. So these are some planes that Britain used to send across to Germany to bomb, Germany during World War II. And those planes, a lot of them wouldn't come back because Germans would hit them in anti-aircraft fire. So there were a bunch of British data scientists, or statisticians as they were called back then, who said, we can solve this problem. The question they asked was, can we study the planes that come back and do something about this? So they created this data map. And wherever the white dots are, that's where the planes get hit. So they said, great, that's where planes get hit. Let's protect these areas that shield them further. They sent these planes with further shielding back to Germany. How much do you think the rate decreased? How many more planes came back because of this innovation? No change. Because they asked the wrong question. They said, what can we learn from the planes that come back? They had to ask the question, what can we learn from the planes that don't come back? And those planes got hit in those black areas. Because if a plane gets hit there, it's very vulnerable. So they had to take the reverse question through. I would say there are just two questions an Indian enterprise needs to ask when it wants to do its AI calculation. One, what is the business value of the use case, which I think everyone asks. But the second question, what is the technical feasibility, right? And the sweet spot is when business value and feasibility meet and you get the likely win. You must start with the likely win. So I think a lot of people, they go for high business value and low feasibility, right? Because their feasibility comes later, and then they end up in that calculated risks area. These will come. I'm not saying they don't come on your AI journey, but they come a little later once you have a little more political capital, once you have a little more of the organization saying, yes, this works, yes, this creates change and impact. So you need to go down this. It's almost a zigzag. You go from likely wins to calculated risks to marginal gains, where the feasibility is high and the business value is low, to the selective exceptions. How do you de-risk this journey, right? I think India, as an enterprise IT market, has a big challenge with risk, right? We are okay being number 2, number 3, number 4, but we don't want to take the risk. Our leaders, our business leaders will come back and say, how much risk are you taking? I know the value is there, but I don't want to take too much risk. And what I would say is, there is a way to marry innovation with risk, which we have seen in India. So this is a journey of a bank that we worked with, which was having a terrible time with customer support. And they came to us and said, we want to launch Voice AI. In 1 month, because the customer support numbers were in the tank, the CEO level was involved in saying we need to change. And you know what we pushed back and told them was, we're not going to launch phone voice straight up. We're going to do it in your time frame. We're going to do it in 2 months' time. But we're going to go down this modular risk journey with you. So first what we started was, we started with a human agent assist. We said, give AI to your human agents to improve productivity. Let's see how they use it. Let them challenge some of the hallucinations. Let them put the right guardrails in. Within 3 weeks, we moved it to email support. Email was just 5% of the number of support tokens they get, but it sort of gave us the asynchronous place for the AI to play. We took it up to AI live chat, and then we took it to phone in 2 months. This journey was very exciting for the bank because at each step, the risk increased just a little, but the value increased tremendously. Rather than a big bang phone AI or a voice AI implementation, wherein there would have been a lot of challenges, a lot of pushback, a lot of doubt, a lot of risk, this almost did away with that risk component while allowing innovation to happen. Now, I have a very interesting one, right? You are IT leaders, a lot of you are pushing AI within your organization, but the weight of expectations from leadership, from teams comes in, right? And I'm going to show you a few graphs and let me know how you think AI implementations in India work out. Do people think this is the typical AI implementation? Initially, results are slow as people are getting used to, and then they go up. How many in the room think this is a typical AI implementation chart in India? I see one hand. Anyone else? Okay. All right. Do you think it's sort of this way? You get initial great results, and then things plateau off as the AI sort of does its magic, and that's about it? Any hands in the room? Okay, I see 2. I don't have many more graphs if any of you are. Or is it more of a straight line? You know, AI innovates, people innovate, so we sort of, go straight up. Any hands in the room? Okay, I see one at the back. All right. I would say before giving the actual implementation experience I have seen in the country, I would say, look at these 2 stars, right? The graph is Y on the performance on the Y-axis, time on the X. How many of you would prefer to be the blue star? or the red star? So how many in it for the blue? Hands in the air. Okay, I see reasonable. And how many, I'm guessing the rest want to be red, which is very rare because mostly I see more hands for the blue. But yeah, so what happens when you look at an AI implementation is you've got to look at it not from a point-in-time analysis. And what we need to sort of tell our leadership is that it's not point-in-time. There's a direction to these things. What if I told you this is the journey of the blue and the red, right? The blue was on top, but the red is sort of going to accelerate. And there are two companies out here which did that, right? Netflix sort of accelerated way ahead of Blockbuster, left Blockbuster to be dead in bankruptcy. And that's the kind of journey you look at when it comes to an AI implementation. This is what I see with most AI implementations in India, right? You start off with good results. That's when AI is handling the happy use cases, the happy parts. That's when leadership is fully invested. That's when the training has just worn off. So everyone's using AI intensively. Your AI agentic use case is looking beautiful. But you are going to hit a death valley, right? That's when leadership is now other priorities. That's when the edge cases pile up. That's when the challenges hit. But if you know this scenario exists, that's when the best IT implementations, that's when you look at redoing your guardrails, that's when you look at new data sources, that's when you look at even tighter integrations with system of records, right? So it's not about being, there are no straight lines, there are no curves. There is going to be this AI death valley, but if you get your leadership, get yourself, get your teams accustomed that there are these death valleys, and at the death valley is when you get the most insight, at the death valley is when you learn the most, and when you innovate the most. That's when you get results in the Indian context. I think one superpower for AI, which I'm really excited about, it was in the news a lot in early 25 and it sort of faded out. But I really encourage a lot of Indian enterprises to look at it again, is MCP, Model Context Protocol. I think a lot of times AI will need to integrate with your system of records, right? ERPs, CRMs, all of that. But if the integration is going to happen on the old layers, it's going to happen on APIs, etc., you're not really using the power of AI, right? Because MCP is that one protocol which sort of gets the entire system of record into the AI, right? It creates a massive change in the way your AI implementation will run and perform. AI means change, right? So when I started this company way back in 2012, I remember meeting the director of a very large Indian enterprise, spent about an hour sort of explaining them AI. And I came out of the room, and this is way back 2012, right? So the secretary came out, and then I just asked her, what did he think? And she was like, he asked me, what does his company have to do with Air India? Air India, artificial intelligence, AI. So that was a scenario way back in 12. To today, where our company works with so many of these brands and so many of these organizations, and when I meet the same individual, he has his entire AI roadmap planned out. So how is AI changing today? So if you look at Gen AI 1.0, which was the scenario maybe a year ago or 2025, this is the journey, right? You had a human prompting, it generated maybe a text or a video, any kind of content, you review it, and the loop continues, right? This was the way we saw AI sort of operate, and this is the framework we sort of saw. And this led us to launch the world's first AI-written book way back in October 22, a month before ChatGPT, right? So we developed a fine-tuned AI engine, we kept pushing it prompts, it kept generating those chapters. But this is not the way AI will work now. You and your organization is now the orchestrator of agents, right? So imagine now this journey to create an AI influencer, right? All we give this AI agent is an idea and a goal. We say, hey, I want to create an AI influencer. Your goal is to get the most number of followers, engagement, reviews, likes, etc. And then we get these 3 AI agents going, right? We get an agentic AI system where it figures out the right prompt and scene. So it's actually creating its own prompts, which creates a script which goes ahead. Then we use a Gen AI system to create videos. So we use, it actually sets the whole video. Then we have another agentic system which reviews these videos, which looks deeper and says, okay, what are the fixes we need to do? What are the innovations we need to do? And you are doing the final review of this entire chart, right? So what happens is you move from being a team member to a coach. You're coaching this agentic system to get you the results you need, rather than being a player on the field itself with it. And that's an important change we need to recognize as a country, as a team, that we'll be more coaches than players in the field now, because that's the way the agents are coming through. So when we did this, one of the key things you need to remember is agents are expensive. Give them budget restrictions, right? So ensure that even though the entire system is agentically flowing and you're sort of just reviewing it, the budget restrictions become very key because the token consumption can be extremely high. So this is This is the example of a AI influencer that we have called Aisha Neo. It's completely run by an agentic system. It's taken up to about 10,000 followers she already has on Instagram. Let me show you one of the videos the entire agent system came up with in the last couple of weeks. Sorry.
You're watching a video of me, and none of it is real. Not the lights, not the camera, not even me. This is what AI-generated video looks like now. It doesn't just copy reality, it creates one. Every shadow, every blink, every breeze in my hair, stitched together by models trained on physics, light, and movement. Earlier, we'd glitch if you looked too close. Now, you can slow it down, zoom in, break it apart. It still holds. Historical, sci-fi, street, surreal. No genre off limits. If you can imagine it, I can be in it. I'm Aisha Neo. I don't just exist in the frame, I am the frame.
So with the power of this, our AI agents are now posting almost once a week, and they're building up their engagement values. So look at it from an Indian perspective, right? We all are into celebrity brand ambassadors, etc. But now each and every Indian brand can have their own personalized agentic AI-powered brand ambassador. So how do we implement this change? Right? We've talked a lot about the tactical pieces of the strategy, but how do we sort of take this through? And for that, I have a quick example of these two great architectural sort of monuments, right? One is Sydney Opera House, one is the Guggenheim Museum. So when it came to both these structures, one of them was about 5x over budget and 8 years late. One of them was right on budget and came about 10% ahead in terms of the timelines. Can anyone guess which one was late, Sydney Opera House or Guggenheim Museum? How many for Sydney Opera House being the late one? I see a few hands. I'm guessing the rest, I think it's Guggenheim Museum. So ironically, it was Sydney Opera House that was extremely late and was way over budget. And the reason is, when they looked at the way they went about it, and when my team sort of studied it, was that Sydney Opera House held a design competition. They got the best architects in the world to submit designs. They selected one design, immediately broke ground on that design, and kept realizing the issues and mistakes along the way to implement that grand design, right? There was a wind factor issue, the land was too soft, etc., kept correcting for that. Guggenheim Museum also had a competition. They selected the architect, but then they said, hey, we're not breaking ground, you go ahead and innovate. So what this designer did was he took a warehouse right opposite where the Guggenheim was going to come up, and he first built a tabletop model in that warehouse. Then he did some innovations. He built about, as big as a room size kind of model. And then he built a model as big as the warehouse itself. That's when they broke ground 6 months later. That's something like how you would look at your GenAI agentic AI strategy today, I would say. Build it not to be the Sydney Opera House where you have a grand design, things fall into place every 3 months. The field is too quick, the changes are too quick, your competition's doing things differently, the models are improving too fast. Rather look at it as the Guggenheim Museum, build blocks, build elements of the strategy, change, adapt, redo them, relearn, unlearn, that's going to be the key. So if you're looking at a strategic framework, I would say adopt the Guggenheim framework rather than the Sydney Opera House. One thing that we have really looked at is the agents must go live in 60 days. I think in India, there's a lot of challenge where we say, okay, we're going to test this out, we're going to use this. Even launch the smallest agent, but take it out in 60 days. Because the field is so fast and the model improvement is so high, and you need to learn a lot from a real-world implementation. We really encourage almost all customers that any element in agentic AI must go live in 60 days. It can improve, it can evolve, but the first go live, the first hit to the user must be in 60 days. So I've talked about AI strategy, but there's one thing about AI philosophy that's been very deep to me. So I started in this field a long time ago, in 2012, and one of the key lessons from AI I learned, and one thing that AI is really good at is, it lacks emotion. That's also the most challenging part of AI, is that it lacks emotion, right? It's completely rational. So when we used to sort of look at developing AI models way back in 2017, etc., one of the key things we understood was that the AI models we selected were the models which made mistakes earlier, right? They made a lot of mistakes. We used to call it error rate. Because if a model is making a lot of mistakes, it gets a lot of supervised training from us, and it would perform. So we would ironically look for models which had high error rates in the beginning. But one of my engineers came up to me and said, you know what? We look for models with high error rates, but you add emotion to the word error rate, and it becomes the word on the left, failure, right? So when you're doing your AI implementations, I would say do not discount the role of failure, right? If your teams are putting in a lot of effort, they're getting things out there, yes, there will be failures, but don't look at it as a failure. Look at it as an error rate which you can build upon, a muscle that you're building, so that when you go ahead, things actually fall into place. So that's it from me. Thank you for your time today. Happy to talk to you.
Well, thank you so very much for sharing all the valuable insights with us. And now, as you wrap up the session, I once again would like to invite you on stage, and I would request Ms. Anushruti to please present a token of appreciation to our guest, Mr. Agrawal. Thank you so much once again. It was such a wonderful, insightful session for all of us. And now, moving on ahead, ladies and gentlemen, next one is a panel discussion. So we have a moderator, we have 4 wonderful speakers joining us on stage for the next one. And before we begin, let me tell you the topic for the next panel discussion is from prompt to impact, scaling AI across enterprise. This session explores how leading enterprises are moving beyond experimentation into a scaled AI adoption. Moderating this session is Mr. Ritesh Jain, partner Agentic Automation PwC India. And Mr. Jain brings his expertise across digital strategy, cloud solution. He has built and led high impact solution teams owning end-to-end transformation. And right now, we are going to discuss intelligent automation and drive measurable business outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 3 panelists in this first panel discussion. We have Ranganatham Vidyanathan Ariyar, who's the Group CIO, DPO, EVP, and ICTS JBM Group. I would like to invite him on stage. Sir, you can please join us on stage. The next panelist is Mr. Kapil Mahajan, Global Chief Information and Technology Officer, All Cargo Logistics. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ranganathan Vidyanathan Ariyar and Kapil Mahajan. The next panelist is Mr. Manish Chantagera, Group CIO, Simplo Ceramics. Can I request you, sir, to please come and take up your seat? And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the next session and hand over the stage to Mr. Jain, the moderator of this session, let's warm up our minds a bit. So, pilot in your enterprise today. And there are 4 options. I'm going to give it to you. lack of clear business ownership and ROI alignment. The second option is fragmented data and legacy technology foundations. Third is the talent readiness and AI skill gaps across teams. The fourth option is governance, risk, and regulatory uncertainties. So there are 4 options on the screen. The Mentimeter is about to measure what you actually believe in. Let's begin. Some music in the background and let's see what the people are agreeing to more. I hope everyone is participating. Yes, yes. Give me a big yes. Yes, okay, perfect. Okay, as I can see it on the screen, people believe more that fragmented data and legacy technology foundations are actually making an impact, right? Yeah, and why do you think so? Any one of you? Anyone? I think it's going to 41% now. And very few people believe that government's risk and regulatory uncertainties are impacting. Okay, I think even a lot of you believe in lack of clear business ownership and ROI alignment is the main factor and the biggest barrier. So should I lock the answer now, if you're ready? Yeah? Okay. So I think a lot of you believe in this. Now I leave it to the moderator and, of course, a panelist if you want to discuss this question further. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's take the discussion further. I'm going to quickly hand it over to our moderator, Mr. Ritesh Jain. Thank you, sir. You may take the session ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So thank you, panelists, for joining me. I'll start with possibly borrowing what Raghav just talked about. Can we get the first implementation or the agentic implementation done within 60 days? An amazing, amazing thought. But from an organization standpoint, to get an agent to production, is technology the only or the most important driver? So from my experience working with various customers, couple of things that at least I'm observing. Of course, the legacy investment, which we all call technical debt from a technology's perspective, is both a hindrance as well as a reason to look at AI and agentic automations or agentic AI as a technology. Because in the world that we are living in, the technology debt or the legacy application is going to be there. And through the wrapper technologies that AI and agentic provides, we can scale pretty quickly. And there is quite a bit of innovation that is happening. With the prompt engineering, it started to give us human-like brain to answer questions, effectively inject content, and create content. It could be a voice, it could be a video, it could be text, and it could summarize, do a deep research, it could help us understand what is going on. But the hands and legs of the technology were missing, which in erstwhile we used to do a lot with robotics process automation. But with agentic automation, effectively, along with the brain, we got the hands and legs to start do activities to make our business more efficient. Possibly in certain cases do things that we were not able to do earlier, going beyond the human intelligence of comprehension, understanding, and responding. And with that, there has been a change in business model to the extent certain businesses are talking about, can I create a new business with the help of technology? Within retail, we have seen that the started with e-commerce, then the quick commerce, and started to look at scaling that. So with that, maybe Mr. Iyer, I'll start with you. Considering that you run the technology function for a business house that runs multiple businesses, what are some of your experiences, experiments, and how you are looking at scaling AI within your enterprise? Because in a diverse business, it is never easy to implement a change or make sure that the adoption happen across the enterprise. So would love to hear your views on that.
Yeah, namaste. How many of you know what JBM does? Just show of hands will help. because I am a manufacturing person, although I take care of technology. I have seen 4 or 5 people have raised the hands. So I would like to highlight what JBM does, because when I talk something, you also should be in a position to connect with what I am trying to. We are basically auto parts manufacturing. We supply to all 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler, 4-wheeler, farm equipments, railways, etc. This is one kind of business. The second kind of business is we manufacture EV bus, and we also manufacture EV batteries, and we are into renewable energy, solar and waste to energy. The purpose of highlighting is, I know only this, last 17 years I am doing only this work, so I am going to illustrate the examples with this business scenario as it should be sitting on your back end. Okay. Before I talk about the examples, I divide the whole business into 3 aspects. Fortunately, I have more businesses within one company. So one is technology native. Without technology, that business cannot run. The second set of businesses, it is technology averse. It doesn't mean that they don't want technology. That environment is not conducive, maybe because of the age of the asset, or maybe the people who are trying to deriving. So this is second set of. The third is technology friendly. If it is technology is there, they want a technology to happen. Why I am taking this as an example is your AI related decision making depends on where you stand. If you are having only one company, some department may have environment conducive for mostly finance or HR. These are all the 2 areas where we do implementation much quicker as compared to manufacturing or plant maintenance or quality, so on to say. What I'm trying to convey is when you are trying to identify a AI use case, where you have technology averse will be the environment which will be conducive for you to go for AI related, because the incremental effect will fetch you a better bottom line. For example, if you see, when you are trying to eliminate a process of quality checking, post-production, what happens? Everyone does the quality checking. The process of AI adoption will enhance the quality of check, because human will have mood swing. AI-based solution will not have mood swing, that's number 1. Number 2, it will never get tired. So this is one area where one can immediately get the advantage of it. Why I'm going only with the example is, immediately we can connect. The second environment, if you see, is the hidden downtime. For example, humanly, if the last machine is giving the output, we feel that, yes, production is up and running without any problems. But there are instances when you try to go beyond, use some basic AI kind of things, you will be in a position to understand the hidden downtime, which is getting highlighted for us to take corrective actions. This is the second set of. The third important factor is, as I said earlier, our assets are very old. So when the machine is not functioning the way it was supposed to function, or if it throws an error message, the resource available to understand the error is a problem. So LLM-based AI deployment will help us identify what kind of remedial actions one can take. This will help the engineer to quickly get the answer, number 1. Number 2, he will get the reference of the right user manual the page where he is trying to refer what it is suggesting, what is available there for us to understand. So the AI adoption with another important fourth factor is the small wins if you want to have, the 60 days we were talking about. Because small activity which is going to happen will have a maximum impact. For example, if you are having a supplier ecosystem, if you are increasing the satisfaction of your supplier, because we have less customers, because all OEMs are our customers, we have more suppliers. The supplier ecosystem very important for us to perform right. So using AI agent, we are in a position to decrease the time to inform the supplier ecosystem that you are getting this order, you get it manufactured. When in the flow of the system, when we approve anything within the system, it will immediately inform the person responsible, saying that for this quantity at this time, on this date, you are supposed to deliver. Otherwise, what happens, it happens in everyday basis. Because today we take decisions, subsequently we inform the supplier next day. So the supplier also gets enough time to act fast. So these are all the some important activities which we take care, but there are much more which is happening. Digital tin, if you look into, is another area which will help us reducing the manufacturing problems, using which we are in a position to simulate and see when we are, before we start the production, we are taking corrective actions or different kinds of scenario mapping which is also happening, which is helping us to take the right decisions or doing the right manufacturing.
Amazing, Mr. Iyer. So you talked about an amazing point about what do you say, emotion, the mood swings. I was reading an article in UK. If there is a convict or if there is a person that is presented in front of the judge post-noon, the chances of him being given harsher punishment is higher because by then the judge is already tired and he or she sees every person that is brought to the court as a culprit. And happens with a lot of us as well, right? When we are tired, the chances of making a sane judgment starts to reduce. But you talked about certain very interesting point. With the legacy infrastructure that exists within the enterprise, leveraging AI, the power of LLM, Gen AI, how can the predictive maintenance or the maintenance at large be done better? You talked about the quality process being improved, reducing the human dependency within the loop as a second very important aspect that we all could possibly take home from. And the third thing is incremental changes that can bring large value from a supply chain standpoint. And since we are talking about supply chain, Kapil, if I may get you in, as all cargo logistic and some of the work that you are doing, and with the supply chain getting radically transformed as well as disrupted at the same amount of time, how do you see the scaling of AI or the technology at large helping you within your enterprise? What are some of the challenges, thoughts? How are you seeing this entire thing transforming for your industry?
Right. Can you guys hear me? So good morning, everyone. Supply chain, I think just like Mr. Iyer, I'll give a little background about Allcargo. So we have 3 listed companies, in India and New York Stock Exchange. One is the Allcargo Global, through which we do, less than container freight movement, which means you see these containers on the shipping lines. So we do movement of goods via these containers. So we buy capacity from the shipping liners and then we move the goods. It's a complex business because you're not doing full container loads, so you have to figure out what capacity to commit, how to fill that capacity, right? So a lot of the predictive algorithms, a lot of that kind of comes into play if you want to manage your bottom line properly. Second business for us is in India purely. There's a company called Gati that we had acquired. and that's part of the All Cargo India business. And there's also a warehousing company that we had. We merged them together. So that's your 3PL, 4PL business. So in India, we do surface and air via these two companies, which are now merged together as a single entity. And the third line of business for us is the all cargo terminals, through which we operate in all the major ports in India. We have the facility through which we get the containers moved from the shipping yards and then to the customer premises. So all your, all your export, import compliances, all of that happens within those yards. And these are big yards, 100 acres, 200-acre yards, right, where we do that. So that's a little background about the group. Coming to technology, I think it's, we are a low margin business, so, and we are the largest LCL player in the world. We operate in 180 countries globally, and we're a big MNC based out of India. Founder is an Indian. And the tech actually plays a lot of role across all the ecosystem. All our platforms are built in-house. A lot of them have been modernized. In Gati, we have modernized the platform, built a microservices-based, ERP. But we built all the AI algorithms natively into the ERPs. So I think coming back to the theme of the conference, which is AI and Gen AI, I feel that the way we operate, maybe some lessons or some takeaways for all of you is, which has really worked well for us and for me as a technologist, is that we operate in, so I would say a two paradigm model. One is we run smaller cohorts, which means that we will run an experimental lab, which runs for 4 to 6 weeks. So once we identify a use case which has a business ROI, which is signed off by the respective department heads, and then goes to the country MD, it comes to the tech team to then build on this. So we have 4 to 8 week window to build it. If we fail, then we pivot, we redesign, we go back. There are times when we identify that after spending 6 weeks, this is a use case that is not really ready from an AI point of view, and the kind of hits we are getting is not really, it's not production ready. The second is pipeline is what we call the the industrial pipeline, which is where once that use case passes the test of 4 to 6 weeks, we productionize it, we tighten it, we put the guardrails around security, because security is really very important for us. So we make sure that it passes all the tests that are there for that particular AI to be then embedded and rolled out on the field. So that model has been working well. We have about 40 AI use cases that are first of the kind in our industry that are running. For example, today, if we get emails from customers for quotation in the LCL business, which is very, very dynamic in terms of the pricing that we get. So a lot of times we operate on spot rates. So then how do you price a container or a shipping movement? So if you say are moving goods from, say, India to, say, Singapore, or you're moving goods from India to Latin America, then how do you price that trade lane? Now the trade lane pricing is dynamic. So how do you give a price to a customer 30 days in advance by making sure that you will still make money on that shipment, right? So there are very advanced algorithms where we kind of do a lot of work. I would still say that it's not really there yet, but with the quantum coming into the picture and a lot of other, how the models are evolving, we are hoping that we can, make it really airtight and a big differentiator for our business. Some of the other use cases that we do is like email to quote. So today we can read email in any language across the world, and from the email we can get the data points that we need for our quote engine to actually automatically send a quote out. And it does the first level of triaging in terms of once a customer reverts back that we are interested in shipping, then it can do the first level of pricing negotiation. And then there's a human in the loop to close the particular deal. This is very important for us because we were losing about 70% of the quotes in a lot of our countries, because we have smaller offices, say, of 40 people, right? So the amount of quantum of quotes that were coming in, or the customer requests coming in, we couldn't really put so many people there to kind of service that. And that's where this brought a big change for us, because even if we were able to handle 10% of the lost opportunity, it translated into multi-million dollars for us and directly added to our bottom line because we already had the capacity. So this was not about buying more containers. It was about filling the empty containers that were there, right? So similarly, for Gati or All Cargo India business, we have done a lot of the first in the market use cases. For example, today, for our booking, processes, the booking app can actually, you can just scan the invoice of the customer and it automatically reads the consignor details, the consignee details, the GSTN. It connects to the e-waybill portal, gets the requisite data. It automatically does the part A, part B of the entire process. So, the whole challenge that we had with training the people on the ground is kind of now mitigated because now there is an intelligent system that can handle that for us. So which means the turnaround time of onboarding new booking agents for us or franchisees has drastically reduced with the quality still being paramount for us, right? So the other advantage that we see is the quality of data that we're getting. So in our express business, the biggest challenge that all the companies face is the data quality because what you're entering, you might be entering a single pin code in Gurgaon, which is 1221101. But Gurgaon has a lot of pin codes. So whenever you want to do AI, ML algorithms on route planning and all of that, they all fail. Why? Because your data, quality is bad. So as a part of that whole architecture, in my view, scaling AI is about building the foundation layer first, which is your data layer. So first build your data layer, right? So for example, we have a unified data layer, which feeds into a lake. And we have a master data management tool, which actually cleanses all the enterprise data that's fed in. So all the masters go through that process, right? And it took us almost 2 years to roll this project out globally. It was really difficult to do because a lot of the MDM projects fail, at least 90% of them fail. Luckily, we had the right support to kind of, roll it out. So once we solved those two problems, then in my view, the AI was not about models. It was about building enterprise mindshare where you are not discussing what model to use. It was about what business process to augment, right? And the success was in the fact that we built, we didn't have just the technology do this job. We made sure that we have evangelists in every country who are the AI, I would say the people who are actually selling AI in the local offices or their countries. Right? So by doing that, it was a cultural change. It was driven top down. We did a lot of trainings for middle management. We built a team on enabling AI for people. For example, today, a lot of our top management, the way they look at their mailbox is very different. So today, if I look at my mailbox, it is already sorted for me. So I know what mails to look at and, and the rest of the stuff is classified already into my mailbox. So those smaller productivity gains. So look at it from a point of view of what is in for the different people in your ecosystem. In any organization, you have your top layer, you have your middle layer, and then you have the bottom layer. So look at it from that point of view and also look at it from an operational efficiency point of view because for us, we are in the business of operations. If we can't do operations properly, then that means we can't make enough money to be around. So that was the important thing for us, and that is how we have leveraged AI to make sure that it's embedded into the ecosystem. These are not use cases that we are just plug and playing into the system. So it has to be deeply grained into what you're doing, right? And with proper ownership from the business side to measure the ROI as well. For example, today every project that we have has a measurable ROI. It has to have a definitive period in which that ROI will be delivered. There is an audit and compliance team that looks at the ROI and validates it, right? So I think it was the combination of all these things that kind of using which we were able to derive the value, out of a lot of these AI projects that we were running.
That is amazing. And Kapil, if I may ask a follow-up on that, since you talked about one of the examples is customer-centric use of AI, in which you talked about the entire pricing, spot pricing being done through AI. So what, I guess to start with cultural questions, governance questions, getting a human in the loop. What if we send something bad or wrong to the customer and we lose the customer, or worse yet, give a price that we can't really honor to make profitable? How did you handle some of that? Because every time we talk about a customer-centric use of AI, there is always a certain bit of question or nervousness within the enterprise that what if something was to go wrong in that?
So, very good question. So the way you got to do it is, again, the way the tech is transforming is remarkable, right? So I'll just give you a little background before I get into your question. So we are doing a massive transformation of our global ERP, which runs in 110 countries. Now that source code is owned by us. Now we need to transform it. We can't write that source code from grounds up because it took us 15 years to build it, right? Every country has got country-specific nuances. Every country has customs and export laws which are very specific to those countries. How a hazmat material is treated, hazardous material is treated. Some countries don't even allow certain grades of hazmat to come into the country. So all of that native knowledge is inside the code. And there is no one who knows that code now, right? So everyone's vanished. Even if you are there, you won't remember what you have done. We do about 400 changes in the ERP every year. So over 15 years, you can just accumulate those, it's a 10 lakh lines of code. So the problem was, how do I transform this? So we are using a mix of 3 Gen AI models. Obviously, we have IBM, TCS, and few other big partners, including Amazon, helping out, to how to do the back-end part of it, how to do the front end, and how to do the middle tier, right? And then how to build the orchestration layer for AI. So a lot of that is now being done by the models, and you will be surprised by the results. So this is what we call a brownfield development. AI is very good at doing greenfield, which means you give it a problem, a new problem, and it'll write the whole code for you. That's become really very, very commoditized, right? We use that very, very aggressively in the company. I, at one point, had 50 developers. Now I'm down to 12. And that 12 are more productive than 100, right? So we use Claude AI, a lot of that stuff, right? So, but the point is brownfield. No one has cracked it. So, but when we started 6 months back to when we are sitting on the 6th or 7th month right now, the whole, the entire tech stack has changed actually. 50% of it has changed because of how the LLMs are coming in, right? So one is the pace of change. So you got to keep track of that because you can be really working on a dated set when you have something else out there. And then coming to your question around customer, something that's AI based but customer facing, you got to be careful. So we always had a human in the loop and we did it at a country level. So for example, all my hazmat, wherever I feel that the confidence scores are low, we put it into a different bucket for a human to vet it before it goes out. But even if it takes care of 90% of your automation, then the job of 10% is very easy to do within the existing manpower that you have on the ground. So I think the question is very, very fundamental. But as I said, a lot of our use cases are operational heavy. So they are not really based on if I give a price. Obviously, we are all B2B business. So for us, it's not a B2C business, which is a very different ballgame, right? So you have to wait very carefully. There are a lot of cases where people have had $1 million of lawsuit because of AI going wrong. But you have to have human in the loop until you gain the confidence and then you roll it out to a larger audience.
Amazing. Thank you for that, Kapil. And with that, Manish, if I may request you to share your experiences, work that you are doing. You are looking at opening 150 showrooms as Simplo Ceramics. And with that kind of expedited growth, the pressure comes on technology, that how do we do more with less? How do we deliver with AI that everyone is talking about? How are you responding, reacting, and getting ahead of the curve to support the business in that journey?
So we as a Simplo Ceramic, known as one of the biggest tiles manufacturing indices, we believe customer is a king. So the customer footfall who come to your showroom must convert as a future customer, rather just come for say design and then going to other way. To attract a customer, we start involve AI and few AI models to helping customer to judge the design, to get the appropriate tiles for them. I'm giving example like we get input from customers, what is their choice, what is their hobbies, what is their like of colors, where they are living. And with help of such questionnaires, our AI model is generating a list of suggested tiles, list of suggested design to the customer. So that make more easy job for customer to choose the design, to choose the right product for them. Along with them, we also trying to help customer with after sale service with creating those set of questionnaires where we could understand that in which area they are living, how to give them best services. We are also using AI model to train our masoners who fitted the tiles. You know, the technicians, the very ground level people. Actually, success of any tiles company is not the good product or not the quality, but it also depends on customer satisfactions. The person who go and reach to customer place who really did the job. So we teach them, we are using simulations models for machines. We have created multi-language models for train the machines in almost more than 12 language to teach them how to fit, how to use the technology, how to use modern tools to fit it and give a better experience and better, feel for customer. So that is the way we are using AI and we are getting benefit of AI. Out of that, we are actually a B2B company, but we also believe that customer is a king, as I told. So we also get a feedback from customer. We have created AR/VR terminology on our website where customer can go and choose a design and he can feel what he can put input of his requirement like size of flat, size of room and all that, and he can get a feel of after fitting of tiles how it's look like. So those are the techniques where we are helping customer to choose the design. And apart from that, if we are talking about manufacturing facility, we are using AI based machines to get the best quality and the QC. So where the in a traditional way, human are the person who take a responsibility for QC, checking the tiles design and whether it is right or wrong. And those are the few set of instruction to check the quality parameters in the tiles. But now we put it machines to check the quality parameters on the tiles. So that is almost 7 to 8 times faster than the human. And the second thing is we can put n number of machines and we can reduce the dependency on the human. So that is the way we are using AI in a manufacturing. And apart from that, we have also created one model for demand and supply mechanism to be established in our production and sales in between, because there is it is very much required to have a very good syncing between supply and the sales teams, manufacturing and the supply teams, because in which zone, which area, which design is running more, that algorithm, that mechanism must developed by the sales team, and that algorithm must be reached to the manufacturing department. So both can sync and accordingly they can plan the manufacturing, and accordingly supply chain can, supply the material to the certain area. So that will minimize my efforts and it will give a best manufacturing experience to my manufacturing team as well. And the sales team can do a well sync with the production team, which is very much required for any manufacturing industries like us.
That's amazing, Manish. And you talked about a couple of different business drivers. You talked about efficiency, you talked about customer satisfaction, AR, VR from an experience standpoint. If you were to pick the top driver for you or your enterprise, what do you see is the top driver of using AI? Is it efficiency? Is it customer satisfaction? Is it business growth? If you have to pick one, I know all of them have a balance, but what are you, in your mind, what are you driving as the predominant one?
I think the customer satisfaction and the customer understanding is one of the key factor to get it success in industries like us, because we purely depend on the customer choice, because in a current scenario, people want everything will be customized as per their need, as per their choice. So if you could not able to build a product which customer like, which customer wanted to have as a feel, so I think it's one of the key factor to get success.
Amazing. So, everyone, we talked about potentially 3 or 4 key themes in the discussion, right? We talked about, Mr. Iyer talked about what can AI and automation do from a quality perspective, better manufacturing, extracting the most from the legacy investments. Kapil talked about how the best kind of pricing, best kind of profitability, what are they doing from a customer touchpoint perspective. And Manish, you beautifully articulated how you're using the technology to ensure that the customers are able to personalize the experience in the ceramic industry. And a couple of very, very interesting examples as well. And what we are all possibly experiencing is, earlier the technology or AI, there used to be quite a bit of buzz only about efficiency, and it was almost human versus machine dialogue that used to happen possibly a year back. But I think as the technology is settling down, scaling, making its relevance across the business functions, enterprise business leaders are starting to realize that it is not just about efficiency. It is about better customer satisfaction. It is about providing the right kind of products to the customer. It is about leveraging the technology to do something for which it was a human intelligence and possibly beyond the ability for a human to comprehend, thing that Kapil talked about in terms of giving the right kind of pricing, leveraging a lot of data. So across the paradigm, there are various drivers that are being looked at. And a funny story comes to my mind. I was explaining, my mom asked me, what do you do for a living? And I was explaining, I do automation and this and that. And after a little bit of dialogue, she kind of figured out that automation is about efficiency improvement or headcount reduction. So she had a very, very, very weird look on her face, almost telling me, you didn't find a better job. You are taking away people's job by automating their work. And then I had to almost come and say, no, mom, I tried doing that, but I'm not very good at it. So no jobs are actually getting lost. We are just trying that. But effectively from that part to what the various leaders on the stage have talked about, interestingly, none of them have said that we are looking at a 30% efficiency and that's the only goal that is there within the enterprise. They're all talking about Indian enterprise at large are in a growth journey. Of course, there is an efficiency improvement to be competitive in the global marketplace with the geopolitical changes that are happening, with the supply chain disruption that we see all around, with the technology coming with a power like never before, possibly creating new business models. And that is something for us to take home. And with that, if I may ask a question for all of you to reflect on, while you talked about various features, functions, right from customer centricity to back office to quality operations, in your mind, if someone is in the POC or the pilot phase, or if we say the prompt phase of prompting to enterprise scaling, what would be your suggestion be to look at the first set of business area? Should it be finance, HR, IT, manufacturing, supply chain? What would you suggest should be the first one, and possibly 1 or 2 key aspects that you think we should all take home from your learning and journey? Please, please.
See, you have to understand, whenever you are trying to identify a project, first try to eliminate any of the process. That is, my focus is always, is it possible for me to eliminate any of the process using AI? That is my...
So remove the non-value add, and traditionally what you used to do from a Six Sigma lean perspective, start with that.
That is number one, that will remain as it is. Because why I insist on this is for 3 reasons. Number one, when you are collecting the data through HMI, the subjectivity is there. That is number one. Number two, when you are eliminating the process, your data quality questions will not arise. This is number. Number three, if you are improving the data collection process, the incremental improvement also will happen automatically. No one will ask questions. Where you fail, when you have the subjectivity of the data which you have. what happens in traditional way? We generate a report and give it to user. User will see the outcome and say, this report is wrong. Report is not wrong. The content which has been entered is wrong. But he will say that report is wrong. So focus on eliminating any of the manual process. This is number one. Number two, this is not possible always. Number two, focus on business pain points. Try to give a solution which is reducing their pain. Don't try to invent anything. It will be useless. A business will come, will say that I'm taking this more time, I'm not able to identify this, I'm trying to do this again and again, it is going wrong. Ask them, go understand, and then identify a solution for them to reduce, do not eliminate, not possible. Elimination of business pain is not possible. You have to understand this, you can reduce. When you do the reduction part, the business will come to you much quicker. See, why anybody should come to me as a technology when he is doing manufacturing everything himself for decades? And all of a sudden, a technology person with AI, he will say that I'm better than you. That is not possible. Because I have seen with my experience, manufacturing has got more technology than the so-called IT people doing technology. I have seen in the manufacturing flow, if you go into, they are much more capable. They need that lever because their mindset and your mindset are different. There you have to do a tweaking. This is the third important point. Do not educate any technology to the manufacturing person or to anybody. You talk their language and try to convert your technology statement as a business solution to them. If you do that, things will happen much quicker. This is my experience.
Amazing, amazing. Manish or Kapil, if you want to share your views.
So, I think any technology project, to get the success, there is a 3 parameter, I believe, is a PPT, is a process you have to establish first, then you have to train the people, and the third is the technology. So the PPT is a main core framework, I would say, to get success of any technology or any IT, projects to get success. So ideally, any manufacturing industries never ever touch production department first. They always try with the supporting services like finance, admin, HR, or the IT. So few of also, as a experimental or as a project, you can go and ask the customer service department or the sales department. Those departments are very open to adapt the technology, and I think this is the way of, start the project or start the things in a company. So we can take as a customer service or customer experience or the sales department, or I would say the marketing department, where the technology can give more enhancement and more betterment for attract the people and increase the business. So I think that we can definitely have a look on it.
Great, thank you.
So in my view, the question is kind of, it will depend on the industry to a large extent, but if I have to give a generic templatized answer based on what I have done personally is that firstly look at your shared function. So your HR, like he said, start with IT. I always start with tech. That I should not be preaching something if I can't do it on myself. So at one point we had 200 people in support across the globe. We had one person in every country. So we automated a lot of the stuff, and we said Europe will have only 4 people, right? So they can follow the sun and they can take care of all the. So we did a lot of intervention there. We used an AI-based tool where you could write agents, we could write chatbots very, very fast. So that was a platform, because at that point I didn't want to build something. We wanted to invest in a platform that's capable to do that. So that's one area to start. Second function could be HR. I think you all would have read, a lot of the companies start there. IBM saved $3 billion by just doing the HR transformation using AI. Another way to look at it is, for me, in the current context, was something that you have outsourced, right? For example, we had 1,000 people in back office across the globe, Turkey, Miami, Mexico. So I knew that this is a good place to intervene and solve, because you would not get the pushback on firing people, number one. Sorry, don't get me in the wrong way. But at the boardroom, they want the saving to be reflected, right? So if I'm saying I'll save 20 people, they want to know who are those 20 people you have eliminated out of the system. So we looked at back office, because a lot of the back office work is very manual, very repetitive in nature. So we started looking at those processes, and we eliminated about 500 people out of 1,000. We also did certain transformations on moving certain data center, certain back offices from Miami, high-cost area, to Mexico. And while we did that, we did the AI so that the, from 400 to 200 was not a big problem for the people. Why? Because they were all new people, that were there. So those are good areas to start. If you start, at the end of the day, the board would expect you to cut people. In my view, the way AI is moving, the middle management is going to get eliminated, because middle management is information layer. So a lot of those jobs will get redundant because AI can solve that for you today. You don't have to design a presentation anymore. You can do a lot of that at in a blink of a second. So I think look at those areas. Start with your internal functions. Start with tech first. If you're a tech person, if you're an HR person, start with your HR. Once you prove it, then the credibility goes up. Then you can get some direction, pick the next department. If you have a lot of outsourced staff, look at that. And then look at your key operations. Like, we are in operation-heavy business, so we look at what operational job can be eliminated. For example, finance function. We had, finance controllers or RFCs, regional finance controllers, about 100 of them across the globe. So we first said, we can't eliminate this, because Kapil is doing 20 minutes of a job, but these 100 couples are doing this 20 minutes of a job every day. So first, how do I build a shared service? So we built a shared services in India. We made sure that a lot of those processes that they're doing are brought into a single body who's just doing it. And then you tackle that problem and say, okay, now I'm going to remove these 10 processes, which can be totally automated. And it's an outsourced staff, so you don't get the pushback as well. And it's easier to push AI down the organization. So I think that would be that's worked for me, but that would be a good starting approach. Yeah.
Amazing, amazing. So a couple of very interesting insights. Mr. Iyer, you talked about that let's focus on make AI automation relevant for the business, talk in the language that they appreciate and understand. Manish, you talked about look at certain functions that are core to the enabling function to start with, because that is where, without a lot of changes from a customer-facing manufacturing perspective, changes can be brought about. And Kapil, you touched upon, look at where do you sit within the enterprise. And another interesting aspect is what I call deep tech versus broad tech. Look at aspects around, because there are two kinds of, I guess, AI initiative within an enterprise. One is democratization of AI, which at least in my words, I call it broad tech or broad AI. Organization enabling the various kind of co-pilots, the likes of GPTs, and the knowledge-based productivity or improvement in the individuals within an enterprise to make it democratized. And the second kind of initiative is what I think possibly a deep tech. Pick a business problem that has far-fetched impact, gets driven top-down, ensure that the business value can actually make it to the financial books of the company. Similar to the pricing model, similar to Mr. Iyer talking about manufacturing efficiency improvement, or Manish talking about how do we enable new business model, better ways of engagement with the customer. So with that, everyone, this was a very insightful discussion for me. Learned quite a bit of things, various ideas of how it can be done across the board. So with that, thank you everyone for your time, and look forward to having further dialogue during our break. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And before you guys leave the stage, I would love to request Ms. Anushruti to please come on stage and present a token of appreciation to all our panelists. And one more time, let's have a big, big round of applause for all the panelists for such a wonderful discussion. Thank you. Requesting everyone to please come together for a group picture now. All of you together, yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next session, I think we need to wake up a little because I think there's too much information overloaded already. And with this comment, I can see a lot of smile on everyone's faces. So I think we need to loosen up a bit. One more time, can we all stand up? Yeah? Okay. I want to see more, energy in the room wherein we all prepared for next session. We feel vibrant, we feel excited. So just shake your hands a bit. Shake your hands. Yes. Can you all jump a bit? Just waking you up. Come on, let's do that. Hey, people at the backbenchers. Okay, now the next task is you have to leave your friends. I know, you know each other. You're sitting with your friends or colleagues. So just shift your energy, shift your chairs, and move to different places. Come on, let's do that. Yeah? Maybe lady, you can come this side, sir, you can go that side. Shift your energy by shifting your chairs. Come on, let's do that. Hey, you're going to feel amazing after this. All right, that's going to be great for all of you to quickly swap your seats with each other. Let's get energized once again. I want to see everyone much more happier, lighter, and of course, most excited for the next session. So let's go ahead. Oh, some of you don't want to change your seats, right? Yeah? You're very sure? Okay. Take your seats. Thank you. All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, the next session is all about agentic AI, beyond Gen AI towards self-learning workflows. Well, we'll dive deep into intelligent automation, and this session will be moderated by Mr. Siddharth Gupta, Partner, Digital Platforms, KPMG, India, with an extensive experience advising enterprises on technology strategy, data analytics, and digital transformation. Mr. Gupta brings expertise in helping organizations harness emerging technologies responsible at a scale. And at KPMG India, he works closely with business and technology leaders to drive practical outcomes from AI and automation investments, blending strategies to make it better. Today, he's going to guide us through a conversation, agentic AI, beyond Gen AI to control self-learning workflows. So please help me welcome Mr. Gupta on stage. Please put your hands together. Along with him, I'm now going to invite the panelists for this discussion. Mr. Mohit Malik, CTO, Chios. Please have a big hand for him. And Mr. Siddharth Sikand, Customer Transformation Advisor, Salesforce. A very warm welcome, sir. All right. A just quick check of what you think about where do you see the highest near-term value of agentic AI in your organization. Again, a Mentimeter pool. There's going to be QR code on the screen, and I would also request a panelist to take it ahead if you want to ask further questions to our lovely audience. Okay, the scanner's on the screen. The question is, where do you see the highest near-term value of agentic AI in your organization? There are 4 options. Number 1, automating complex decision-making workflows, improving operational efficiency and process speed, enhancing customer-facing responsiveness, and still exploring unclear business-ready use cases. Okay. Okay. The pooling is on the screen. 55% of you are going ahead with improving operational efficiency and process speed. And most of you disagree with still exploring unclear business-ready use cases. I think clap for yourself. Good one. And now I request panelists to please take ahead the conversation along with this pooling. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So 55% still believe that improving operational efficiency is the main use of AI. Thank you so much for that. Good afternoon, everyone. For the past couple of years, you would have noticed that most of our boardroom discussions and leadership offsites have been dominated by one topic, that is artificial intelligence. We have spent a lot of time and resources in leveraging AI for our businesses. But as we stand here today, the conversations have been shifting from artificial intelligence to agentic AI and deep agents. We are witnessing a revamp and reshape of operations using agentic systems and deep agents. As we move towards the autonomous agents that process huge amount of data, make independent decisions, and even create deep agents, the stakes of compliance and governance have never been higher. We must ask ourselves, what is the ROI on such investment? What kind of autonomy can be given to these agents? The intersection of these agents, data, governance, and perhaps the most critical challenge that we would face in the coming months. To help us unpack these themes, we are being joined by these leaders who are not just observing these changes, but are also orchestrating them in their respective leading organizations. They are navigating through the fiction of autonomy, legacy systems, regulations, and moving us to an autonomous future. We are joined by Mr. Mohit Malik, CTO of Chaayos, and we are joined by Siddharth Sikand, Customer Transformation Advisor, Salesforce. Hi, Mohit. I'm going to start with you because you have been one of my clients and I've worked with Chaayos. So my first question for you is, around 7-10 years back, there was a buzz around the bots and RPA, and most of the organizations were automating their processes using RPA tools and building bots. Now, again, industry is moving from this rule-based automation to a logical-based automation using agentic AI. How do you see this transformation affecting your organization and industry at the large?
So, 5 to 7 years back when we were doing the RPA part, the workflows were very stringent, right? And if you have to bring in a new change in the system or augment the workflow, it had to go through a process of building out, then testing it out, and then finally rolling it out. And the challenging part was the adoption part of it, right? And all of it needed the entire org energy to go in to augment that workflow. Be it a back office operations work or a frontline job or some process within the departments. Now, if you look at how the processes were structured, is that you define a workflow and then you train people around it to follow that. And then the thing that one organization monitors is that whether the adherence is there to that flow or not. Right now, the rigidness is something that is now going away. Because, as you're evolving, new things are coming up, and you want these workflows to be flexible. You want them to be changed, at an unimaginable speed. And the last part, which is adoption, is something which comes very naturally to people. So that shift is happening in this agentic AI world. And, it is very important for us to understand that we have, for good 30, 40 years, have been living in that world of workflows where a software is built, a workflow is defined, and then you build your life around or your business around that workflow. this shift is happening to, there is an end outcome that you need to achieve. There is certain guardrails that are defined to achieve that end outcome. And now people on the fly are either defining those workflows or changing those workflows to achieve the final outcome. So that shift is bringing in a lot of efficiency, and that's where the whole agentic AI shift is happening. You know, I can start to give examples also, but yeah, this is how I think is the transformation happening, yeah.
Thanks. And Siddharth, what's your view? You bring in an OEM view where you have been working with a lot of customers. What's your view on the same?
Yeah, so at Salesforce, you know, if you look at it, a number of customers globally have trusted us to, you know, to be the front office of the enterprise, right? And that's what made us the leader in the market as well, because we helped customers build their sales, service, marketing, commerce, all of these operations, which is there, right? But the focus, as Mohit also said, was always task-driven and not really outcome-driven, right? So when people thought of a process, they said step 1, 2, 3, 4. And, you know, like I work a lot in retail consumer goods. So when you think about like a return process, so they thought these are the steps for, you know, returning a particular order. But now if you look at it, the market is so dynamic. There are newer channels which are evolving, right? So customers are ordering offline, online, they are moving across channels. Information is also not structured anymore, right? So tasks and workflows worked well when even information was structured. So now even data is coming in a lot of unstructured fashion. So I think intelligence which really lied outside, so somebody thought of a process and then they defined it. Now I think it's changing to intelligence being within the system itself, right? So where a workflow itself is able to be adaptive, right? So if it's a loyal customer, probably to maintain my CSAT, I would run the process differently, right? Probably I will do an instant refund. I won't wait for the product to come back, right? Or I want the system to be adaptive that, okay, hey, if picking up an order back from the customer is actually cost prohibitive because I probably can't sell it, so I'm actually going to lose money, I might not even pick it up, right? So you can't, and you can't define all of these patterns, right? These are patterns which emerge. These are patterns which, you know, traditionally people analyze data. It took them weeks to do that, and then they identified the pattern. Now the system is able to do and implement it on the fly, right? So I think really people now need to focus more on outcomes, that my outcome is, you know, better customer experiences, better customer, you know, CSATs. My outcome needs to be, you know, more cross-sell, upsell, and let the system figure out, you know, what's the right pattern in order to achieve that, right? So you still need the underlying workflow layer, right? Because the system needs to execute something. So none of that is going away. It's just that intelligence and pattern recognition is now forming part of the workflow itself.
Oh, very interesting. So just to further dwell onto this, when you talked about these transformations and, you know, some of the outcome-based initiatives, what are the low-hanging fruits that you see within organizations with respect to processes where these agentic AI systems can be enabled? And what are the processes where the needle should be on the experimentation and where it should be on the necessity?
So see, some of the places where, you know, you need humans, you rely heavily on humans in a business like ours is the whole observant part of it, you know, whether somebody's there who's observing that particular work is happening as per expectation or not, has been very people dependent, right? And you put people in place, just layers and layers on top of it, just to ensure that what you have defined is working or not. This is a very low-hanging fruit which needs to be killed. You know, the observability has to be built as part of the workflow. There need not be any human intervention required, and the system is capable of telling you, you know, these are my top 5 concerns and these are my top 5 things that have worked for me, and these are the action items that need to be taken to get there. So now this cannot happen without you collecting enough information for you to take these calls, right? So, so the low-hanging fruit is make your observability more automated and which is just the data collection part, and then put agents on top of it, which will give you clear-cut actionables to be solved for. So that's a low-hanging fruit, and you can start with any one function. For instance, you can start with your, let's say if you are doing a dispatch also of products from a warehouse, start it from there as to, I need to collect all information that is available to me to ensure that the dispatch has happened. And once that has happened, the system is able to tell me that these are the 5 things that have happened correct today, and these are the 5 things that did not work. Now, all of a sudden, you have removed that whole supervisory layer on top of it. The system has become more efficient. It has become more deterministic. And it brought in another level of, I would say, scrutiny that you can do, or further questioning that you can do as to why a particular thing is not working. So that layer of supervision has to be killed, and I think it can be killed by automating a lot of data collection automation, as well as a lot of agentic AI development happening around that data.
And any process where you see that agentic AI, especially in your organization, is getting experimented, it's not been deployed yet? If you can share that.
Yes, I can give you some ideas. So let's say if you walk into a Chayos cafe, the first thing that you do is because you're part of a loyalty program, you will put in your number. And then we have a standard SOP of order taking, which is, people would say, welcome to Chayos, and then they will ask you, how is your day? And then they'll ask you, would you like to repeat your last order? Now, these are some of the conversations which are more mechanical in nature, right? The empathy part is missing. Now, imagine you being a customer, you have walked into a cafe, which is your regular cafe, but you went to a cafe before where you had a bad experience, and you even reached out to us saying that I had a bad experience. Now, somebody in the system can come back and say, I need to build my this rating part as part of this workflow, and ask question to the customer that you had a bad experience last time. What happened? Or can I fix this for you? But see, these are again workflows where you're augmenting those workflows. But imagine the scenarios for each and every customer would be different. Their journeys would be different. Now, what we are trying to do is we are trying to take up the journey of the customer and waiting for the customer to come into the cafe, and then have clear-cut couple of action items defined for the team saying that, these are the 2 actions that you have to take, and these are very specific customer by customer. So now moving away from, again, a workflow kind of a system to making it more, the experience more connected to the customer, bringing in that empathy part also into place is what, something that we are experimenting with. And that's something that we have
very interesting. Thanks. Siddharth, what's your view on some of these low-hanging fruits with respect to processes where agentic AI can be implemented?
So I think it obviously varies by industry, right? Because I think the operational model and the outcomes which each industry chases is different. What we essentially, what we are essentially seeing is, wherever, customers have their basic processes set up, at least the workflow technology and the data foundations are in place, right? And these are high scale, high volume operations, right? So for example, typically if you pick up customer service, right? And I think that would be true for, any company out there. Why customer service was one of the first ones, which most companies are experimenting with autonomous agents, because your traditional bots were always, menu driven. You always had to design a decision tree for, understanding intent, then you take that intent into what actions, right? And that's not how customer conversations happen, right? Customer conversations can start at point A, go to point B, then, then customer starts talking in different languages also sometimes in the same conversation. And it took a lot of people, and traditional, RPA or bot automation could not do that, right? So, and how models have evolved over the last, at least I would especially say in the last few months, and especially with voice, right? I think customer service is a big play area, because most companies out there, are using a service CRM, they have the customer data, they have all the past interactions, they know what's the typical sentiment of a customer based on past purchase history. And it actually makes the job much more easier for companies like Salesforce, because all what we have to do is just enable that agent in their existing flow of work, right? So whether it is summarizing a case for them, or even, we'll give you our own example, because at Salesforce, we were actually customer zero. So before we actually rolled out anything to the customer, we started using agents internally first. So a number of our L1 support use cases are now autonomously driven. Obviously, we have learned along the way. It's still a fine balance of deterministic and probabilistic, but I think service is one example, and I think the mid-office layer, which Mohit also spoke about, right? So you have big, large teams whose job is, like, we work with a number of financial services companies. I don't need a person going through loan documents, or insurance policies, right? That is something which probably LLMs can do a much fantastic job. So with the same amount of people, I can probably process more loans, process more policies, probably have straight through processing. So I think some mid-office operations like these, where a lot of document processing used to be done by people, and customer service is one big aspect. And I think a lot of that will lead to better output from existing teams, right? So obviously we see that scare that, okay, people, are gonna, I'll need less people, but I think it's also from a perspective that as your product, as your demand is rising, you'll probably be able to do more, much more with existing people as well.
Very interesting. And you talked about two things. One is the customer insights and autonomy that can be given to agent. I have a very different point of view, and me coming from working a lot in banking sector, there's always guardrail. Banking is one of the sector that is related to money, and it's been highly watched by regulator, and there are a lot of compliances that they need to follow. So they have to put those guardrails in place by putting a human in the loop. So what kind of guardrails do you see getting implemented across your customers, Siddharth?
I think that's very important, and I would also kind of treat it from a human lens as well, right? So imagine you got the best employee to do a certain job. You wouldn't just open your entire company to them, right? You would still define, hey, Mr. Agent, this is your boundary, this is your area of influence, what are you allowed to do, right? So if you look at, like even within Salesforce, our agent builder capability, so, and with most tools out there, that you can always define boundaries in terms of what's the area of influence, what's the domain to which a particular agent is restricted. You then double down on what kind of actions is an agent allowed to execute, right? Because I think it's a step-by-step boundary, which you keep on defining. You then also define what kind of data it is, allowed to access, right? So that's where you need a very strong data governance layer to essentially be able to define that, okay, this customer, so imagine if it's a customer service agent, you need to define boundaries that, hey, you don't need to access customers' browsing history or their, I'm just saying, certain PI data, because you don't need that to perform your certain operations. And if you think about it, that's how you design traditional systems as well, right? So you kind of go about in a very similar manner. And I think the other important aspect is a fine balance of what you would still like as a deterministic execution versus what you allow to be operated in a probabilistic manner, right? So I think that's a fine balance, and there needs to be a clear sense of ownership within the company as well, that, okay, this is what I'm, agreeing to let go for an agent to autonomously execute, and I will take ownership as well. That's another aspect, right? That who takes ownership of that fact. And just one last point to close on that. Also making sure that there are people within the organization who are regularly monitoring every agent outcome which is coming. They're able to monitor the entire audit trail, right? So that's where we focus a lot on that governance layer, which as a SaaS provider, you don't have to build, we bring that to the table, but it's important to have that governance layer, that in what context did the agent take an action, what data did they access, what actions did they take, what guardrails were essentially met, what's the quality of the outcome which they are producing, right? So I think it's important to establish all of these aspects as guardrails.
So you rightly touched upon the fact of data governance and data privacy, and with the DPDP Act coming into action from last year onwards, Mohit, how do you see implementing these guardrails, especially with respect to customer data and their privacy?
So see, we are very specific about what my team or my staff sees in terms of, when they are actually interacting with the customer and playing with the customer data. So we have made it a black box for them, and it has become more action oriented. It is not about how did I arrive at that action, but it is more about what action they need to take. So when the focus is on what, and the how is all hidden and in a black box, is where this whole DPDP Act is getting taken care of. So my team members do not know the phone numbers of the customer. They do not know, they just know the name of the customer. Now, from the name and when the customer has actually logged into the system, they would not know about when did the customer last visit, where did they visit, and all those things, but they will know about what is a certain action that I need to take for us to make this visit more meaningful. So all these things, when we make that, as Siddharth rightly mentioned, that we need to make those guardrails in place. So we start with a company level master prompting, and then we say define it at the HR level, the ops level, the supply chain level. All those guardrails are defined, and that's where that goes as an input to these agents, saying that these are the guardrails beyond which you cannot function. And the second part, which is the monitoring part, is it needs to go through a lot of testing. A lot of eval checks have to be put in place. A lot of to and forth has to be done with the system when it comes to fine-tuning these models. And being an engineer, I know changing the system is very difficult. So the product should itself be able to help you in making these changes at a much faster pace. So that layer of evaluation needs to be built, and that I think that evaluation layer takes care of the DPDP also.
So Siddharth, for my next question, I want you to keep aside your OEM hat and then think from a perspective for what do you suggest for the organizations for adopting agentic AI? Do they buy, do they build, or do you want them to wait?
Okay, I can put aside the hat, but the hat still remains. So, see, honestly, it will always be a mix of both, right? Like even if you think about how every company makes application or software decisions, right? I would say try and use the same yardstick, or at least most of that yardstick here as well, because it essentially depends, because in today's world, you would carry a foundation, right? No company is going to just rip off their foundation and say, hey, to build AI-first processes, I'm just going to start from scratch. That's not going to happen, right? Because there is so much legacy and knowledge available in what you have already built out as well. The second differentiation which you need to make is, okay, what is the core differentiator of your business and what is the non-core differentiator of your business which is there, right? Basically, the second one is, one which companies, take the most, because if you think about it, any e-com player out there, they probably would like to build, their own e-com platform, because that's their differentiator. That's what they control, right? That is the primary experience layer of any company which is there, right? But probably like customer service or sales or marketing is where, they have, ready to use platforms where, I don't need engineering spending all their might in building these functions which is there. I'm actually better off adopting the best of the breed out there and running them, while my engineering actually focuses more on my core functions, which is there, right? With the same lens, you would treat agents, as well. So something which can be quickly enabled, right? And I think in one of the earlier sessions, it was mentioned that, okay, your actually time to go live should be anywhere from 30 to 60 days, right? For any agent as you're thinking about it. So something which you can quickly enable in your existing flow of work. That's what we see a lot of our customers doing, is where you essentially go for buy. Something which you need to build as your core differentiator, right? So for example, Mohit was mentioning that when a customer walks in, probably, I don't know, you want to do dynamic pricing or you want to do dynamic offers, probably that's something which you might actually build in-house. So yeah, it will always have to be a mix of both. Yeah.
Got it. So Mohit, I have a question for you. You have deployed a lot of agentic AI systems within your organization, but a recent study conducted by one of the IT companies claims that 7 out of 10 companies are implementing agentic AI, but only one of them succeed in getting the ROI that was promised. Where do you think that the other 9 went wrong? Was it over-promising the ROI, or was it more to do with identifying a process that couldn't scale up to the organization level? And what's your opinion?
See, from my experience of building agents, probably I would have also thrown out 3 out of 10. And one of the reasons, the core reason that came out to be is, see, agentic world is a non-deterministic world, right? This whole agentic AI world is a non-deterministic world. And our battle is to basically make it more deterministic. People have a cold feet when they are at 90% of the work completion and they find out that the non-deterministic side is heavier than the deterministic side. So they take a call that let's not go ahead and build it. So, and most of it fails at the time of not defining what is the outcome you want to get from there. Because while you are building it, people start to add on, acha, ye ho sakta hai, to let's do more. Let's add more things. Can this do this? So we have already, while in the build stage itself, we have deviated from our end outcome that we need to achieve, and we have set a new goalpost. And in the intent of reaching that new goalpost is where we lose that, where that whole cold feet happens, that, after the 90% is built, when the demo is happening or when we are actually putting out there in front of the customers, you say, this is not working because it is giving me random results. So the focus should have been fix the goalpost, define the outcome properly, put your guardrails in place, put your checks in place, and then make sure that you are doing the right implementation. And if the implementation is not happening, it is me and not the agent which is at fault. So it was the first 5 agents that we built, 3 of them were thrown out, but after that, the next 5 agents that we have built, none of them have been thrown out because we changed this way of working. So I think that particular part of being it's non-deterministic nature, and then that cold feet of what if I put it in front of the customer, what is the reputational risk I'm at, or what is the financial risk that I'm at, are some of the challenges that come in later when you are actually seeing the implementation happening, is where people say, let's back it out, back out from it and move forward. So I think that in my experience, those could have been some of the reasons of people pulling out.
Yep. I just want to add to that. See, I would also look at it from a lens that while 7 out of 10 were thrown out, but there were 10 good experiments which probably happened, right? And I think a lot of 2025 was about that, right? Let me enable my people, let me see what the capability is, let me see what is the kind of outcome it can actually give me, right? So I wouldn't really treat that as such a bad thing. I think because a lot of it was experimentation, and I think it's good to experiment, right? We need to be a bit more risk averse and see what is the potential out there. One, I think, challenge which I see is that even experimentation sometimes, when it's done from a POC perspective, right, people are just testing out capability, right? They're not really testing out outcomes which are there. So, and I think that's what Mohit said, that needs to change. You're no longer testing out capability to see how it works. You need to figure out, is it gonna give me the outcome, and how much it's gonna cost me, because your CFO is gonna ask you that question, right? And then also someone needs to take that accountability, because please don't blame the agent that if it gave the wrong answer or it failed. The accountability needs to lie with someone, right? It's very easy to say, hey, the agent failed, so let's blame them. So clear-cut accountability model that, okay, it's department A which owns the responsibility, which means that whoever is defining that process or AI first process needs to be very clear on day one that this is the percentage of acceptable risk I'm allowing to take. Okay, these are the activities which I'm okay with autonomous agent taking because it's a fair, acceptable risk which is there, right? So for example, in our case, over time we learned that there were certain type of cases where an agent was probably not giving the right answer. So we pulled it back. We pulled it back to a deterministic approach which is there and let all the, certain L1 cases, let the agent handle, right? So that's what I would say that don't, at least in 2026, with most customers, the expectation is clear. Let's focus on outcome. The ROI needs to be defined on day one itself. And someone needs to take accountability, and it's a change management process, right? So the accountability needs to be defined, and I think we'll probably have more successes this year.
So I just want to add one line to this, which is, till now, the way software development and the process automation and everything that has been happening is that there is somebody who defines that, and there's somebody who builds that. So there's a clear-cut differentiation between that there's an engineering team that will build it, and there's a business team that will use it. The agentic world needs that partnership, wherein it is no more an engineer who is building an agent for you. That you define something and somebody will build it for you is the approach that has to change. It has to be partnered. You have to go through that grunt of, bringing in your expertise of business and the engineer bringing in their expertise of building systems together to be able to make it success. If you still continue in that world that you have an engineering team that will build agents for me, and when they build it, I will start using it, I think you have set yourself for a failure at the first place itself. So as he mentioned that, there has to be an accountability, and the accountability of agent success has to move to the business and the engineering team together and not just one person. I know it is difficult to make two owners of the same thing, but you'll have to figure out your ways of doing it. If you're building it in silo and giving do the inciting part. We identify what is the maximum impact that it can create when we fix that particular problem, and then we take that approach of either doing it through AI or through automation. So that's how the approach has been. So we have not focusing on cutting down any cost. We are focusing on maintain the same cost, do more with this.
Thank you both for coming here and sharing your views on adoption of AI. And like you mentioned, adoption start with acceptance, right? And transformation has to be outcome-based, and this outcome has to be deterministic outcome. You have to move from probabilistic outcomes to deterministic outcome. Thank you for sharing that. With this, we'll end the session. Thanks.
Well, thank you so much for a wonderful and powerful discussion. I request all the panelists and the moderator, please stay back on the stage, and I would love to invite Anushruti to please step onto the stage to present a token of appreciation. Thanks to Mr. Siddharth Gupta for moderating this session. Thank you so much, sir. We would also like to extend a big thank you to Mr. Mohit Malik, CTO, Chios. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you to Mr. Siddharth Sakam, Customer Transformation Advisor, Salesforce. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next segment, a segment which is called the highlight of the day, a very important and a transforming session for each one of you, called as the Fireside Chat discussion. And the topic, the agenda for this discussion is CEO and CIO Leadership Dialogue, the AI Imperative. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, we are going to discuss in detail a session which drives innovation and scales into their organization, an exclusive fireside conversation on aligning AI investments with expertise, growth, resilience, and long-term transformation. Joining us for this wonderful discussion is Mr. Ved Goel, who is the CEO, International Business and Group CFO at Dr. Lal Path Labs. With a big round of applause, let's welcome him on stage. Mr. Goel's journey spans critical leadership roles where he has spent and shaped strategic outcomes and scaled business impact across markets. Thank you so much, sir. Alongside with him, we are going to have Mr. Narotham Sharma, Chief Information Officer at Jubilant Foodworks Limited. Well, he has also spent 25 years of experience across global expertise with a strong foundation in technology, strategy, and a customer-first approach. Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for joining us on stage. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we begin the discussion, we're going to quickly move on to a quick poll. Just bring out your phones, scan the QR code. The question is going to be on the screen. And the question is, what do you expect most from CEO and CIO alignment on AI? There are 4 options with you. The 4 options are the faster decision-making and execution, better prioritization of AI investments, clear accountability for outcomes and risk, and cultural confidence to scale AI enterprise-wide. Choose and tell me which one do you agree most with. At the lowest, we have better prioritization of AI investments, and most of you agree with cultural confidence to scale AI enterprise-wide. People are still posting their poll. Well done, guys. Thank you. And now I request both of you to please take the discussion ahead along with their comments. Again, I think mostly are agreeing with the option D, cultural confidence to scale AI enterprise-wide.
I think house is clear.
Yeah, so thank you so much for setting the context, and good afternoon to all of you. And thank you, Ved, for making time for this to be here. When I was thinking that I have a fireside chat with the CEO, so I was wondering that how should I structure it. But then I thought, let's go ahead and find out that how do we make it up. But the context is here that the people are talking about how the culture is going to play the role in the coming AI transformation, which is the big leap every organization looking for. There are a lot of psychological safety issues also into the people when people think that if AI will come, what will happen to us? What it's going to do? Is it going to enable? It is going to eliminate? Then we have, we were just listening before us that people are very mindful, and you are a CFO as well, so it will go much more to you that how do we make investment? Should we look for long-term or short-term gain? And how do we balance this piece? But before we go there, I think it will be good that as an international CEO of Dr. Pathlab and as a group CFO, if you can help us to set some context on the trends of AI in the industry, what you are overall, and specifically to Pathlab before we move further into our discussion. That will be a great way to set the context, and then we'll come further.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Narottam, having me here. See, in our organization, especially in healthcare, I've been in healthcare for more than 22 years now. But I have seen AI or any tool is not just a tool. I think, in my view, it's a collaborator or complement to your existing, whether it is system or your manpower. And I have seen that most of the people have said cultural thing, which is also where, it's complementing to the people, then only it is very well accepted in the system. And what it means, adapting or deploying this technology, so-called AI, like in our industry, I can give a lot more example, like faster insights, better quality, or accurate demand forecasting, maybe personalized individual patient engagement. So I can give you a few examples, like we start from the registration where we take blood. Now as a patient, you must always worry when my report is coming, right? And we have like 300 labs, more than 7,000 centers, and 12,000 pickup points. In overall 20,000 touch points, without technology and some model, you are not able to predict when your report is going to come. At this scale, we do 100,000 patients every day. So if you have a tool, then in our system we call ETR, estimated time of report, where once you do the registration, patient or customer will know that this time my report is going to come. So that is where, from the patient side. On the lab side, lab also know that these are many samples, this location is, having these loads, and they can prepare. And they, quality side, like another example, we are world's largest in histopath. By the way, we do 1,500 biopsies. Sorry, I will, give some practical examples so that you can correlate practically in the business. And I heard people are asking what is the return or what is the priority solving problem or investment and so on and so forth. So I have a live example in my company where, in histopath, there are doctors where it is not machine-driven test, but you have, or somebody is making a judgment by looking microscope. And that is not physically possible for a doctor to see so many slides. And slides having normal or let's suppose some negativity, positivity. So we see like 1,500 biopsy. By the way, for your information, more than 15% is malignant. So you can see how much, cancer patients we are detecting every day. So now, with the help of AI, the AI can help you to make you efficient or better in quality, because they can, trigger that this is where you have to focus. Otherwise, same time you will spend on your normal biopsy and biopsy which has some positive, reaction. So that is on the quality side. Similarly, we have seen in COVID, by the way, nobody was knowing here how much is the patient, how much you have to plan. And this is the company where we have fortunate that we planned our investment in advance in this whatever technology or AI-driven technology, where you can plan. And if you have, let's say, 1,000 patients, but you suddenly have 10,000 patients now, how you will plan, and accordingly you have to plan your supply side. So that is where it is possible. I have seen these investments. Similarly, another example in our company where, let's suppose, as a patient, if I come today, this company is 75 years old company, and we have millions data. I have my history with this company. If I comes to you for testing, AI-driven model which we have deployed can predict that based on your history, now you are getting this test, I can tell you what is required for next 5 years, 10 years, which is we call genetic AI, right? How much or in which area you have a problem or probability of having a problem. So those are, I think, investments, or in not only our company, maybe many companies in healthcare have done some investments. So I would say, I can go on, but this is what we have done specially. And this is very important because healthcare is very, very sensitive. It is not a product selling. It is not just a delivery of pizza, right? But it's where life and death of a person is, where if you go wrong, then you had it. Either your report will not be there or you will not be there. So that's the kind of thing I think we have done.
No, so thanks, Ved, for setting the context. And I think you largely touched upon the aspect of scale, what you are handling. I think you have 20,000 pickup points you mentioned, and then you have labs,
total
and then you
20,000 touch points.
Then you have people who are collecting this. So that's a scale which is increasing. Second, you mentioned that now as you have the data, it's become very much sensible for you to use that data to help people to know that what could be the probable issue can occur basis your report, and it is going to help your doctors also to have a faster time to detect and faster time to respond to the issues. And you also mentioned about the supply chain that, if you had 10,000 samples to be picked up and tomorrow there are 50,000 samples to be planned, how you are going to work upon the entire supply chain. So in the entire value chain, you are talking from a customer till the supply, there is a use what you are going to think of AI. But interestingly, you mentioned that, we don't serve food like you, but so I just want to put the context clear that what Jobident food work is, and to deliver a pizza in 20 minutes, what it takes. So if you look at, we are 2,200 stores across the country. We are a multi-brand like Domino's and Popeyes and
It doesn't
Hong's.
mean that delivering of pizza is not important. I was just in that.
So then if you look at, we have 40 to 50,000 people who are serving across the country. Then we are among the top 3 app in the country, Zomato, Swiggy, and Domino's app. And then we have almost 300 logistic fleets, which serves to every store of ours, around 500 cities in the country every second day. So the replenishment is happening centrally. So you will not find even a single material to be sourced at a store level. It is all sourced from the supply chain center. And then we have our own manufacturing in the back end. So if you look at, to serve a pizza, to serve a food in 20 minutes to 30 minutes, there's a strong retail, there's a logistic, there's an IT, and there's a workforce management. And given the commerce is changing, earlier it was a manual commerce, then we moved to set rules to reorder and everything. The world is moving towards completely agentic commerce, where the agents are going to play the role, and that's where whatever the tech you have built so far set you to be bright that yes, we were early investor in this, but that sets the another thing that the way technology is changing, it's a competitive risk as well, that the people can come and, closer to the value chain and the competitive edge what you had. And that's where we are now reimagining that how the agentic commerce is going to work from the customer perspective, how do we work on hyper-personalization, how do we use demand forecasting to the supply chain, to the partners, and how do we use our logistics driven through the AI capability to cut the time. And just to give some examples, what we are doing. So I say AI is largely driven in 8 blocks. First is enterprise search, which you can connect Copilot to your system of source, which you can do. The another is predictable and analytic piece, which largely touched upon, where you have to have your own custom models to work upon. Third, which is an important piece for you, is around developer AI, where you can use Gen AI-based platform, which can help us to develop application at much faster pace what you used to do before. And just giving an example, not on the customer side, but the enterprise side, we are using such platform. Our time to market of developing an application has reduced drastically from, let's say, if it was, 4 months, it is now 8 weeks. So we are able to turn application, a full-fledged application, to the people within the 8 weeks. So which is helping us to fast-track our entire journey. And these are AI-native workflows and applications, so that it helps you to have an enterprise AI nativity. Then the Vision AI, which is another piece. So look at 2,000 stores. It's become very difficult. So people say, these are CCTV cameras. Yes, they were CCTV cameras, but the AI is helping today to you to bring an AI layer and use your existing infrastructure to give you the insights which can help you to turn the value creation at a store. So just to give an example, so far we have done 700 stores with the Vision AI, and our revenue upliftment is happening 2% across these stores in comparison to where we don't have it. So the AI is directly driving a top-line value from that point of view. And I told you time to market. Demand forecasting and the indenting from the stores, we are again working, how do we work upon that? And hyper-personalization, talk about. So it's a complete reimagining of the value chain from A to B. And the challenges largely come from a CIO or CTO perspective, that you have made many investments. New investment needs to come. Few will be leveraged. Few will be completely, have to shut down. And then there will come to the CEO and CFO to ask the investment somebody was asking. So how will you balance this piece? Let's say, for example, as the AI coming to the center stage, globally 637, I'll just give some statistics before I ask you this question. That will help us to set the context much better. That it's a BCG analysis which they say that firms will do 2x AI spend in 2026, which is equivalent to 1.7% of revenue. 94% of the CEOs remain committed to these level of investment, even if 2026 ROI doesn't materialize. Then they say half of the CEO believe their role are at risk if AI fails. Yet 82% are more optimistic about AI return on investment than last year. 72% of CEO now act as a primary AI decision maker and on the agenda and spend 8 hours a week to learn that what AI can do. Western CEOs more often cite investing in AI to avoid falling behind, while the Eastern peers invest because they're confident it will pay off. So with that note, I have a question for you. Many CEOs experience AI regret, which we spoke about, that if I don't invest, I will be lag behind. They feel that if I am not going to invest in the AI today, will the business survive or not? So it is becoming a question of remodeling the business model, remodeling the entire operating model. And in that context, while they have a major anxiety that there are no identified use case, suboptimal returns, and that's converting into an organization anxiety. What's your one, response to the people, being a CEO and as a CFO, you had both the hats, investment versus competitive edge versus creating value and ensuring you are not losing the value in between. So how you respond to that piece, and what's your take to your peers?
No, I think very important question, and somebody was asking as well. I think, in my view, it's not chasing technology, to be honest. And I really believe that what is you are trying to solve, I mean, it's a real problem where whether it is through AI or whether it is through any process, if you know what is going to, your pain point and what is you are trying to solve, and then you devise your strategy or whatever investment, whether it is in AI, whether it is in anything else, I think that is where I have seen most of the, people, again, going back, what is technology first or whether problem first. In my view, you always, keep, let's suppose for me, my patient is in center. I need to solve the problem of my patient, what he or she wants from this company. And then, I see these investments, and for that, many times it fails because you don't have use cases. You just jump on the technology, but you don't know what is, real use cases of that. Then you don't have, let's suppose, capability in the organization who can drive. Sometimes one person as a CTO, CIO is the, center point and he or she drives. But, other people in the organization, whether they also understand this. Then what is the data credibility? Unless until you have credible data source, investing in technology will not help. And same time, it is, where, if organization as a whole is not aligned, I don't think it is going to work. So in my view, most of the cases, if technology is, somebody is regretting or failing because not that technology is not doing something which we expected, but it is our own, maybe lack of alignment or understanding, or maybe, right strategy to, invest in that technology. So this is what I feel, and I have experience, by the way, failure and good success also. That's why I'm saying, what are the learnings somebody can have from those, failures or success. So those are some of these, experience I have seen in my organization.
No, so thanks, Ved. You covered 3 questions of mine. Now I'm wondering that what should I ask? That I had an earlier question that, whether AI in your mind is a technology-driven narrative or it's a CEO vision and CEO roadmap. So you're rightly saying that if you push it to a CIO or a CTO, then definitely, and we, as a CIO, and on the behalf of CDO and CTOs, we definitely look for value chain, but whatever we know to create a value, until unless business is not buying to it, it's not going to create a value for anyone. So it's very important that CEO run the vision. The second point you mentioned, which is again very important, is around let's move from hype, let's move from exploratory, let's move from basic use cases to problems which you can solve for your customer, which you can solve for your organization. And that's where, if you look at, if you solve it for customers, you definitely have a higher top line and assurance from the customer, so your repeat increases. If you solve for your organization, then you can definitely have a margin value coming out of it.
Yeah, and so I just give an example. We have home collection service. You might be all, that we are providing home collection. Now creating a home collection which used to be a central team, and everybody calling, there was a central number on which query is landing, and then somebody is assigned to get this collection. Now it is not possible to build thousands of people, while you have, let's suppose, 7,000 or more than that touch points, which is your collection center. You are not able to use. It's like, you are not using because you don't know how to use this. Now deploying technology, I'm telling you how it works. Now centrally, if there is a call coming, we can assign to the nearest collection center. And there I don't need to hire another phlebo or phlebotomist who takes blood or go home to take the blood. It's like Uberization kind of thing. So this is what, it's not only again, investment, but what is, you are solving? Because patient wants or customer wants quick service. As you deliver, let's suppose pizza in 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Here also somebody is expecting, यार मैंने अभी टेस्ट बुक कराया, मेरे यहाँ पे डोर पे खड़ा होना चाहिए बंदा, right? So that is not possible unless until you have some data which you can mine, and accordingly you can, plan. It's not possible you, hire 10,000 people and then you just, you don't know from where the call is coming. Now AI can predict, and more importantly, we are, seasonal kind of thing, like in infectious kind of period where people have fever or dengue, you can't predict, right? But AI can predict. Now, I can tell you in our system, somebody can predict a weather, and accordingly you can plan, this is the reason, this is the population, this is, male, female, age group, where you can plan accordingly. So I think those are things, unless until you keep customer in focus and what is you are going to solve, I think your success or chances of success is very high.
No, fair point. So again, everything is centered around customer, everything is centered around operational excellence, everything is centered around creating value for employee as well as for the customer, and how do you grow your top line, and at the same time, how you bring faster time to market. Now the next question comes around that, and for you it is very sensitive from that point of view, that you are in an industry where one report goes wrong can create your entire business as a trust issue. And when you bring AI and other thing into play, and being a CEO, what's your take on keeping the customer trust on and ensuring that every time you are right? And what kind of a strategy and thinking as a group of organization of Dr. Pathlab you are putting across? Because today social media is too strong. One wrong report and a customer gone through a pain of like, I have this disease, and later on came out that no, that was not the case. So understand the pain, and then kind of a social media campaign it creates. It's a business risk, not less than that. So in that context, as a CEO and CFO, how you people are managing that particular piece at your organization as you move forward for a more AI adoption across?
No, again, very important question. I mean, we as a company always known for our quality, and as we are in this space, we can't compromise, or we can't have a situation where we can give a report which is not correct. So in that, in most of the things, it's not only again adapting or deploying technology, but your training and skill in the organization is very, very important. How to use that technology or tools is very important. I always give an example like, in our industry, there are, more than 3 lakhs labs in India. But we are being largest, we are being known for our quality. Why? Not because we have something very different in terms of machines, something in terms of, manpower, which is different. But how you use that is very important. It's like airlines, like you fly, I don't want to demean any airline, but let's suppose you have any preferred airline. It is not because they have something which is very different planes or different pilots. They similar Boeings or Airbus, same pilot from the same schools. But the perception you have, because there is a process, how you run your operations, how you use your systems and processes, is that matters. And that is where in my company particularly, we have so much emphasis on this, where people should know how to use the technology. How to use the best case before deploying. You have plenty of, let's suppose, use cases, or you have, thorough, systems on that you train your people. So those are very, very important in my view, and this is, it's one if you ask me, one thing which scared me is this, because if you employ technology and tomorrow it do something which is not right, then you are gone. Like I'm saying, where if you do your biopsy and you are relying on technology that it will tell you something and you miss something, then it is very, very risky. So it is very important that technology, and that's why in my initial remarks I said it is not replacement of anything. It is a complement or collaborator of people or systems, which helps you to create maybe better quality or better efficiency. So those are things I would say it is providing. It is not like just having a technology and just you are done with it.
So if I articulate it differently, that keeping customer in center is the core value of Dr. Path Lab, and how do you accurate and have an accuracy every time, despite of AI or non-AI. But the question is largely that from a human-led, the world is moving towards an agent-led or an AI-led environment where agents are equally working along with the... so it's very important at that time that we set right guardrails, we have a transparency around the system, our data sets are correct, or any kind of hallucination in the report or any biases of any kind versus a man or woman all need to be taken care. And I'm sure you must have your ethical AI committee which might be looking after all these particular pieces, and that probably will set this to be from a long-term perspective. So thank you so much on that one. Now the last one, which is around the question which I said in the beginning around psychological safety. See, if I look at AI and agent can take many work, but the creativity and imagination is still continues to be a human-led thing. So as you rightly said, it's not replacing, it is maybe realignment. So when it comes to AI, maybe at the leadership level, people are, thinking that how it's create value. But if you come 2 levels down, people have a very different perspective. Let's say if you go to finance, your account reconciliation today, because you have so many customers, your payment gateways are multiple, you have to do revenue reconciliation, you might have an Excel-based reconciliation sometime back. Imagine 32 payment gateway connecting for payments, then bank reconciliation. This entire used to be manual, now it is largely digital, and now it will move towards AI. But you have people who are doing this job. For them, it's a mundane job. And if you go and tell them that we are going to implement this platform, the first reaction will be, what will happen to me? So how you are ensuring, or this is not a right way to put it, that how you are ensuring. What's your take on the psychological safety of people when we are moving towards the era of AI and agentic AI per se?
I think again very, very important, and we are people-driven organization, and this question always comes to us, right? And being finance, I can tell you, the question earlier, repetitive transaction-based activities, whether it is reconciliation, whether it is voucher posting, whether it is something else, now it is done by, through technology. And there, obviously, people have always fear, ye technology aa jayegi to mera kya hoga, right? Similarly, like let's suppose we have call centers, people have now fear कि यार ये agent आ गया, वो मेरी जगह काम कर लेगा. Now, what I will do, right? So I think this is genuine concern, but what we have seen in our organization with proper skill, proper training, and aligning people, where you again demonstrate that it is not a replacement, it is a complement. Somebody, let's suppose, has to answer, let's suppose, for example, we were getting 4,000, 5,000 complaints in my customer care center. Now it is, let's suppose, maybe half, which comes to the agent, a real agent, but others are handled by AI, agentic AI or so. Because those are not really where, let's suppose somebody is asking here, मुझे ये टेस्ट कहाँ मिलेगा या मेरा टेस्ट कौन सी लैब में होगा. So those are not real value added. Now this agent will feel that, yeah, this is not I have. Now I can, use that manpower to generate more leads, more business. And that is where they will also feel. So you skill, you train, and then you show that this will complement to your overall work which you are doing today. I think that is where I have seen in our organization where people have aligned, and we are the company where we have never fired anybody in spite of so much technology adoption in our company. And we are adding people rather than, firing people. So I don't think it is to be seen as a threat or real, people should worry, but they should be very, very clear and aligned so that they are having confidence that it is helpful for them.
So if I take it this way, that definitely there are more roles for people to come in the company, but at the same time, just to add on this, it's an ownership to the individual as well, that if you don't reskill, whether it is AI or whether it is anything, you are definitely replaceable if you are not upgrading yourself and rescaling in the changing world. So I think the training for people is very important, identifying the right talent which will continue and the people who can, you have a different perspective to them. My question more was, and I think that's where you touched it, this become a bigger hindrance when you go for adoption of any tech or any AI solutions, because people don't want to do it, they will not do UAT, they will throw the wrong number to you, and then you will go to their department heads. So more is that, what is my future? At the same time, how do I drive it faster? In both the cases, these people, this particular aspect put a very clear importance from that point of view. So
just to add, I mean, we know many companies, I don't want to name, who has vanished out of market, right? Just you are a market leader, today I am a market leader and I see I don't need anything, right? I don't bother about what is changing in the world or a new technology or new things happening. So you will go out of market. And that is also where people, it starts from the top, where CEO percolate this message and, align people down the line. Then only it can become success. Otherwise, just CEO or CIO, taking one technology or software or any, new things and believe me that people will adapt or, align. It is not easy.
Yeah. So our times is up, and I think we are done with our session. So just to summarize on this piece, that AI is no more a tech-driven initiative. It is a tech-aligned, CEO-driven agenda across the company where it needs to shine. Second is, it is largely use case basis, problem-solving approach to get the right value out of investment. Third is, don't afraid to invest in tech of AI, because in long term, definitely it's going to give a competitive edge, otherwise it's become a business risk. Fourth, we discuss around that we need to have ethical aspect of it so that we ensure that we are playing under the guardrails of proper AI aspect. And fifth is around people, where we talk about that how do we give psychological safety to people while we are moving on our agenda of digital transformation and take the company ahead. And the last one is around ensuring that your vision as an organization is very categorically and clearly communicated to the people, and your 4 key areas of customer, operational excellence, employee, and the governance should always be kept in the loop.
This is a very important point you are mentioning. Continuous and transparent communication is very, very important. I think missed that point.
So with that note, I'm happy to take any question if any one of you have. Our time is up. So
there is one question. Mike is there behind you.
Hi, I'm Raja from Publicis Sapient, and this question is for Mr. Ved. I've been a customer for Lal Path Labs for many, many decades now. I had a question is, you mentioned about malignancy and about the biopsies and about the application of AI there. So in the next few years, I've heard a lot of research about AI being a lot better at detection and prediction, and you have years and years of our data, people like me, about somebody who had a certain profile in blood report, and it led to this person having diabetes, let's say 10 years from now. So you have a lot of data to compile and use. So question for you was, as a consumer, what can I expect, let's say 5 years from now, from Lal Path Labs in terms of improving our lives through your application of AI?
Well, thanks, first of all, as a happy customer of ours. I can tell you, I mean, what we are doing, especially with the data, and data which is very, very huge data, millions of millions. We do 35 million patients every year. And, you know, it is now predictive and personalized things. It is not like, you know, take medicine. I'm just giving, we all know, यार बुखार हुआ है तो डोलो ले लो सबको. But डोलो किसी को काम करती है, किसी को नहीं करती है. So that is where in our industry also I can, you know, tell you maybe next 4 or 5 years what is best suited for you. What is, you know, your, let's suppose, you know, body is going where, let's suppose you can have, there are 3, you know, diabetic, hypertension, or let's suppose cancer, we know. All these 3 are, I think more than 50 crore people in India is suffering from these. So I think you will see from us that not only, you know, your disease, but we are preventive. And for your knowledge, we just opened a preventive, very high and very well wellness center, preventive wellness center, where we will predict and give that these are the probability for someone based on their history, based on their data, if they are patient with us, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Hi. Thank you for sharing your insights with us on that. So I just want to, touch the aspect of predictive in terms of medical. See, when we talk about health perspective from a customer point of view, there are 2 aspects. One, we want to be healthy, and second, we care about the money we spend in the hospitals. So let's say if every, provider who is basically testing us, right? These days we get the insurance based on how our health is today. Let's say everybody starts adding prediction based on what AI is telling, what issues you can get to in 10 years. And tomorrow, insurance company starts deciding their top-ups based on what prediction AI has made. So how do you maintain a balance that if that prediction is wrong, or people does not get that financial support or something like that? So
again, very important. I would say right now there is no exact science where somebody can predict, not in the world. But there are, use cases where we are adapting some technology, and we are pioneer in this, where we have a lot of data, where based on your genes or let's suppose DNA, we can predict that this kind of people might have this probability. To your question, what insurance will do, I can't comment on that, but I am saying this will help for people who are worried about their health. Let's suppose if I know today that there is a probability of having, let's suppose, diabetic to me, I will start working on this today, rather than, having diabetic and then, start working on that. So I think it will definitely help people to improve in advance and do something in advance, rather than, after reaching a stage and then, act upon it. So this is what I'm saying we are able to do, but exact science, sorry, I don't think is there right now.
So your question was how, if I
One
may
question there
understood it
also.
from differently, that being they are predicting the health, and there's another side is an insurance company, are these data getting exchanged, and that's how you get, was that your question, or?
Not just data exchange as in terms of that if your predictions are, see, Lal Path Lab is a big name. If you're predicting something, people maintaining their history, that it can impact me in those aspects as well. Preventive is good, but other aspect is also there.
I just want to respond because this is not a data just because you have some AI model and you run. In our company, as you said, and thanks for that comment, we are known for our quality. We have data scientists, and it is not only data, medically, medtech, how these medical and tech both together can do. I know this is not exact science, but at least you can predict. It's a probability, let's suppose 60% probability you might have something going to your body, right? And I'm sure this is not insurance company wants. They also looking where they should know that this is the probability, and that's where they encourage that you work on their wellness or some scientific backup, not just only a data-driven thing. Thanks.
My question
We can
is.
take last question. I think she's waiting.
Sorry.
Yeah.
My question is what you have commented. Like, I am from an engineering manufacturing company, and all our data are basically engineering data, CAD data, and they are proprietary to us. So, for all the people who are using AI tools, what kind of LLM models you are using in the background? Is it what is the open source or what is available on the market? Because they will take that data and further train their model. And we as a company don't want to do that because CAD data is my intellectual property. That's what my bread and butter. Any thought on that?
Want to comment?
You want to answer? I'm okay. See, this is exactly the point that as an organization, as a business, you know that what is your critical data, what you want to expose to the common models and which you don't want to expose, right? And that's where your team need to come. Let's say, at many places we find that the people are creating their own model while they are leveraging the language, but that is very specific to them. So small language models which are coming in, which are helping you, ultimately you have to see that which data you can expose, which data you can't expose, and basis that you have to identify that what suits the right strategy. And I think that's where I just end, may not be maybe much more than that on this.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are done.
Thank
you
you so
very
much.
much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Goel and Mr. Sharma, for your valuable insight and such a great conversation. Now, once again, I would like to invite Ms. Anushruti to please come on stage and felicitate our special guest. Thank you, and everybody, please put your hands together once again for Mr. Goel and Mr. Sharma. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before you start moving outside, I'm going to announce the results for the Buzz Creator of the Day. And I'm sure you guys are super excited. This particular award is on the basis of post and visibility. And the winner for the Buzz Creator of the Day is Nikhil Arora. If you're here, please raise your hands. Mr. Nikhil Arora, are you here? Okay, so one simple rule applies. If you're not here, we give it to the next potential winner. And the next one is Devesh Kaushik. Devesh, are you here by any chance? Please raise your hands. Okay, so unfortunately, when Devesh is not here, I'm going to quickly move on to the next potential winner, and that's Swaraj Mitra. Swaraj Mitra. None of them is available right now. So, do we have more names? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's wait for 3 of them to come. Whoever comes early to claim their award, I think that will become the Buzz Creator of the Day. And for as of now, before you leave the room, I just want to tell you 2-3 important information as the part of the agenda. The most valuable sector focused parallel tracks after the lunch. Please have a look at your badges where your sector focused track name has been mentioned. If you haven't registered for one of the 3 tracks, request you to please visit the registration booth. And now, ladies and gentlemen, also want to tell you there are a lot of surprise gifts and there's lucky draw by the end of the day. So be here with us and please do participate to win exciting prizes. Till then, thank you so much, everyone, and please enjoy a sumptuous lunch. Till then, take care, thank you, and enjoy the break and networking. Thank you, everyone. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin shortly. I'll like to request everybody who's outside the hall to quickly come back and take their seats. We'll start in next 5 minutes. Thank you.
check.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just about to begin the next session. Just for quick information, I'd like to tell you that track A, if you're attending the track A, you're on the right hall. It's Vatika Ballroom. If you're from the track B, I request all of you to please move to the hall adjacent to this hall. So that's called as the Nourish Room, and just next to the Vatika Ballroom. And if you're from the track C, I request you to please move upstairs for your session. And we're starting in next 2 to 3 minutes. Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back after the lunch break. I'm sure the energies are up high and you're feeling amazing after this short, energizing break. Yes? I can see people smiling. So just want to quickly check in. It is a smile where you are not feeling that energized, or all of you are feeling extremely excited about the next session? Tell me. Excited? So let me quickly check your tempometer with a big cheer and a round applause. I think since we all know that we have gotten together for this summit, which brings thought leaders in front of us and a lot of knowledge and impactful ways wherein AI can grow and we all can evolve together. So I think a big, big round of applause. Come on, let's start with a big energy. Wow. I'm really happy to see such excited people. So let's quickly dive into our next agenda. And now we're going to put a spotlight, and the track A is all about AI in BFSI. That means we're going to talk about trust, risk, and digital transformation. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on to the spotlight parcel tracks, and right now we're in the main hall, and we begin the session which is all about enterprise decision making today. So, just a quick show of hands, and I'm going to ask you questions. How many of you are here working or partner with or build solution for BFSI organizations? Please raise your hands if you do. Okay, so around 10 to 12 people? Yes? Okay. And tell me, do you think this is a room where you can risk, trust, and scale and take responsibilities? If you can, raise your hands. Just one or two. Okay. Also, since we are going to explore how financial services are moving AI from experimentation to execution across fraud detection, risk modeling, credit decisioning, and customer engagement without compromising the trust and compliance. Moderating this conversation is Mr. Ankit Garg, who is the partner risk consulting at PwC, who brings deep expertise in enterprise analyst, data strategy, and AI-led transformation across BFSI. So, with a big, big round of applause, let's welcome Mr. Ankit Garg on stage. Thank you so much, sir. Joining him are three wonderful leaders who are shaping the AI adoption from the company. Mr. Mukesh Sharma, CTO at... And now, I would like to invite Mr. Rajat Wadhwa, Head Customer Applications at Hero FinCorp, building intelligent, scalable, customer-centric platforms powered by AI. Please put your hands together for Mr. Rajat Wadhwa. Well, this is going to be a great conversation for all of us. But before that, I think we're going to have a quick poll. And for that, you get to take out your phone, scan the QR code on the screen, and the question will be right there on the phones. There'll be 4 options. Choose one of them and tell me, what do you agree with? So the question here is, what is the biggest barrier to scaling AI responsibly in BFSI today? Is it data quality, lineage and integration challenges, or is it regulatory compliance and model, or is it, say, cybersecurity, fraud risk, and AI misuse? And the last option is talent readiness and change management. Okay, so people have quickly started to share their feedback. The polling is right there on the screen. I would also love to request the moderator and the panelists to please look around and have a look at the answer. So maximum people are voting for cybersecurity, fraud risk, and AI misuse. Now I leave it on to the moderator and panelists to take this ahead. Over to you, sir.
Are we done with the poll? Yes? Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much. I mean, just a quick takeaway from the poll. I was just looking at, the numbers there. And on a lighter note, I feel that, I think consultants still have a role to play because, a lot of you agree that, cybersecurity and, digital trust is essentially one of the big challenge areas. So I'm feeling happy about that on a lighter note. But just to kickstart the conversation, right? This morning I was traveling from Mumbai to Delhi. And on the flight, I was just watching some key takeaways from the World Economic Forum in Davos. And the entire conversation obviously is centered around AI. Everyone is talking about it. That's the only topic of discussion apart from, Trump, but we'll not go there. But, what was interesting was that, there was a very, very, very nice discussion happening between the IT minister, Ashnavi Vaishnav, and Mr. Krishna, who's the CEO of IBM. And there was a lot of talk about what India is doing in this space, right? While we know that US and China are kind of taking the lead in terms of development of the LLMs, but I think what was interesting for me as a key takeaway, and that's a key segue in terms of the discussion we are having, was that what is India doing in this space, right? And obviously, I don't think we are at the space where we are kind of looking at building our own LLMs, but what are the use cases practically which will help India kind of, rise up in terms of using this technology fundamentally to change the business models, right? And as that happens, there is going to be a lot of risk which comes along using this fundamental technology, right? One of the key things that was discussed, during that, brief video which I saw, and I think that is very relevant to the topic at hand, was, the applications, and what are the applications that are going to be built, which are not only going to transition the business models of the key businesses, but also, the risk element in terms of how do we actually fundamentally use this technology, and, is it more detrimental than useful? So, do we have the necessary checks and guardrails in place? So I think I'm going to use that as a segue to kickstart this discussion, right? And what we have, I think we have a wonderful panel which is representing three, core tenets of the BFSI industry, right? We have a fintech, we have a life insurance, right? And then we also have an NBFC. So I think it's important that, we kind of get to hear different divergent viewpoints. I'm sure in some cases the views will converge. But, if I can start off with talking about, the fintech space first, right? And, if I look at Paisabazaar, right? I mean, long before AI, the core business model has been built around digital strategy, right? I mean, obviously your user journeys, everything is centered around digital. Now with AI coming in, how are you using AI fundamentally to transition the business model? It would be good to hear a couple of use cases probably in terms of how Paisabazaar is kind of looking at using this, to fundamentally either transition the business model or kind of, get new use cases which can help in the entire, journey of a customer, right, when he goes to Paisabazaar, right? It would be good to get some insights from you on that.
Sure. Thank you very much, Ankit, for having me here. So, as you rightly pointed out, in Paisabazaar, being India's largest digital marketplace for consumer credit, and we run India's largest credit awareness program where more than 55 million people have availed free credit score from us. So how we choose AI to deploy is basically either it should bring in efficiency, or it should bring in experience, like it should give a better consumer experience, or third, it should bring in a lot of intelligence. These three aspects we typically, these rules which we try to fit in wherever there is a AI use case. Now, at a consumer application side, if you see our credit bureau program, what we have realized over 50, 60 million consumers who got the credit report, a lot of people, I would say 30, 40% of people having credit score less than 700. And because of that, they don't understand why it is low first. Because of that, they're not getting loans, they're not getting credit cards. And so we have a service called Credit Advisory, where we advise customers how you can build up your credit score, what actually means, what are the factors which really contribute to your credit score. Now, practically for such a large customer pool, you cannot have the customer success agents who can teach you about credit score. So one of the use case was to have an AI, again Gen AI, so that we can teach customer, we can explain it to consumer, like what this credit report is about, what are the factors you should really look into it, and what are the ways you can improve your credit score. That's one of the AI implementation we have done, which is working beautifully. It like creating a chat on top of it, creating a video on top of it, but the core engine is where it understands your data, and it's all in-house built. It understands your data and it guides you. So that's one use case. Now, the second biggest use case for us is like, you see, being a consumer marketplace, one of the core proposition is to give the best loan or a best credit card to the consumer. Now, being a marketplace, we have a lot of partners, plethora of partners and credit cards options with us. So whenever you visit Paisabazaar and you want to avail for a loan, I can show you a bank number 1 or a 2 or a 3 or a 4, or I can simply sort it on a chronological order, or say the revenue order, like whosoever I get most revenue. But how we do is, we have a proprietary models which works on multiple attributes and try to give you the best offer. And it tells you why it is the best offer for you, right? Maybe because you are in urgency of a fund. So the E2E, which is like 5-minute disbursal loan, should be the best offer for you. Maybe you have a lot of credit inquiries in your credit report, and hence these lenders will not lend you. And given we have that access to data, we are able to deploy those models, have tested it at scale, and it's working beautifully, right? Both for credit cards and loans. Third use case, again, we have a large setup of customer success agents, which is typically our call center, where we call consumer and we guide and tell them what is the right thing for them. Now, this is all a voice data. Now, we need to make sense of this voice data, right? We used to have this call quality audit teams, which works on sampling basis. But the coverage is, again, it's sampling basis. You cannot cover 100%. Now, what we have done is, we audit almost 100% of our calls. We have 18 risk flags, which we evaluate, like the call was good, no mis-selling, no abuse, no personal PII data asking, right? The pitch is correct, like if a credit card or if a loan APR or interest rate is 14%, if agent is saying like 12% or promising any unnecessary bonus like this card is free for life, we check against those attributes and we flag it. And this is all working at scale for Paisabazaar.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. And I think, for the audience here, I think these are, some key takeaways in terms of, reimagining some of the customer journeys and use cases, right? I mean, as you look towards your own businesses, I think some of the stuff that you described is literally game changing, right? And the way customer journeys can be reimagined. So, Amit, if I can come to you, right? In terms of the life insurance business, right? One of the biggest challenges you would have seen is the entire customer journey in terms of your claims processing side, right? And how you engage with the customer and the retention of the customer. So how are you using, AI or Gen AI in this case in terms of kind of, looking at some of these core challenging areas of the business, which are fundamentally impacting your P&L on a day-to-day basis? If you could throw some light there.
So good afternoon, panel members, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for being here. So as a life insurance company, we talk about stuff which we usually don't talk about in our day-to-day life, right? Which is 3 Ds, which is death, disease, and disability. You ask a very important question because the time when it comes for us to fulfill our promise, the person who has taken the product from us might not be there. And that makes it a very emotional, at the same time, very significant decision from an insurance standpoint of view, that how do I, as an insurance company, and from the customer journey point of view, the interaction, the underwriting, the issuance of policy, how do we assess a life and everything, we don't commit a mistake. Because our mistake might be impacting somebody's financial aspirations. Obviously, we can't replace a human being, but definitely we are that backbone of a financial aspiration, which my customer might have taken me being as their preferred financial protection partner, right? So with respect to journey and all, I think the first thing is that we play with a lot of data, being a life insurance company. We just don't have a financial information of our customer, but we do have life stage information. We also have customers' medical records and all other sorts of information. Claim is something which we are here to pay for. Our ultimate objective is the evident of this whole industry lies in that when we pay claim. So rather than putting it at the claim stages and making a process maybe more efficient and all, the real use case lies that what you do at a pre-claim stage. Are we able to assess the right life? Are we able to assess the right human life value? How effectively we have been able to do it, right? Insurance being a low engagement product, most of the customers even don't know that for some of the questions, if they're writing yes or no, what are the repercussions, right? And that is where this whole data accumulation piece comes in, where we apply our logics in a way which are as per the customer's ecosystem in which they are able to understand. Let me give you an example. If I may ask you how many surgeries of X, Y, Z kind of a thing you have done, rather than if I ask you that if you take a BP medicine, give me the name of the medicine, and rest I'll manage, right? In the conventional world, it was not that easy. But in today's world, by just the name of the medicine, and there are hundreds of it, I can actually align an attribute. So not only I'm able to make a faster decision, but now I'm able to play more attributable data, which earlier was not possible, right? The other part is when it comes to financial things, right? India is there, but there is also Bharat, right? And we do financial underwriting with a perspective that what is the ability of a customer to pay an insurance, and if the family is rightly protected or not with respect to the financial piece. If I have to give you an insurance, and obviously within 5 minutes or 10 minutes, so that the customer says, okay, it's a pretty fast product, I'm getting it what I want. With a lot of other data which is available in the market, for example, I can get a financial eligibility right from your Vahan. I can do a reverse engineering, and you might not be paying a well of ITR, which is okay, but with the kind of car you are driving, I can very much assess who you are, what you do, right? With the other aspects of data, we call it artificial versions of truth, which are more sustainable, which are more significant and trustworthy, rather than somebody collating it manually, right? Now, all these pieces, when you put together 10 years ago, might not be possible. It might have taken you 10 days, 12 days to do it. But today, with the use of data, with the use of propensity model and everything, we're able to assess it. One small factor I would like to bring in is that when we assess a life, we are not assessing a life as on today. We are assessing a life for a policy term which you might be taking over a period of next 10 to 20 years, right? And it is not about a mortality risk I'm taking. A wrong mortality risk means, and you talked about the profitability or the pricing, any wrong decision I'm taking is actually then making my pricing go expensive for the next set of products, which means I will be expensive in the market, which should not be the case. So it is actually the pre-claim stage. And this gentleman, my fellow panelist, talks about how you are assessing the call volumes with respect to, probably running an NLP program there, you are assessing that every call quality is good and all. I think with AI, we are also been able to move out, rather than doing a sampling of checks and everything, you can do it at 100% with one standard code, right? Imagine you have 1,000 people and all are at the same level, at the same AQ1, you get the same product, which earlier was not the case. So from journey point of view, from processes point of view, from interaction point of view, and the last element is that are you actually speaking to the customer in the language they would like to understand the concept of life insurance or not? You all will have your mobile bank applications and your social media applications on your phone because that is where you do a very high engagement on a day-to-day basis. But I'll not be surprised that if you're not carrying your life insurance application or your mobile phone, right? So how do I engage with at a persona level? People like all of us, we call ourselves USPs, called Urban Salaried Professionals. The way I would like to communicate with you would be largely different the way I'm communicating probably to my father, versus to a housewife, versus to a rich rural individual, versus to an NRI. Today, because of this, the AI piece which we have imbibed, I'm able to create those persona and run it on the fly. Versus, 5 years down the line, it would have been a long drawn exercise. And by the time it goes to the drawing board, the changes have been done. So that was just a gist that AI is being there in every bits and pieces, but equally critical because it's not a small decision we are making for the customer or the families. Because at the end of the day, we are the protector of their dreams and aspirations, even though if they are not there. Thank you.
So essentially, hyper-personalization in terms of personas, being a key theme which is coming out, and also you spoke about that. I want to switch tracks to talk about lending, right, fundamentally. When we talk about lending, there was an interesting video I was watching some years ago. It was a TED Talk where one of the speakers was talking about how they are giving lending in Africa using mobile data in terms of, who that person was calling and, how trustworthy or credit. Some of you might have seen that video. But to me, that concept was very interesting. My key takeaway, and this was about some years ago, right, to coming full circle now, is that, let's say, as a lender, right, Rajat, and I'm coming to you with this, right, how you curate those personal journeys, right, your applications, and we were talking about applications, right, and you are in charge of looking at these applications and building them out at Hero. How are you looking at fundamentally reimagining these applications? Because applications have been around for a while now, right? I mean, it's not something which is absolutely new, and it was long before the AI boom. So how are you imbibing this technology to fundamentally, because that's your first point of connect with the customer, right? In a way that how you're going to either, acquire a customer or, be part of their journey. How are you building out these apps fundamentally? Is it complete overall of the apps, or are you, looking at specific elements within the apps that you want to use AI for? It would be fascinating to hear from you in terms of how you are basically curating this experience.
Yeah, thank you everyone. Hi everyone, good afternoon, and thank you Ankit for the question. From lending perspective, if I talk about, there are two perspectives. One is that customer-facing applications, and second is what is kind of assisted journeys, which are being utilized by my sales team, etc. So at both levels, basically, we need to fast track from the perspective of customer engagement, which we need to fast track, which we need to increase. And with AI coming into picture, that is quite easier. And that's where what we are doing, that wherever pain areas we are having as of now, there we are embedding the GenAI features, capabilities, etc. to fast track the customer engagement and customer service, basically. So that is the area which we are in right now. The future is definitely we are looking for the complete end-to-end journeys, which can be GenAI based, kind of GenAI wizards and all, which can be utilized. It is not a static kind of flow. This can be a dynamic flow based upon the customer, what kind of customer is there. So that is the future which we are already looking at. But right now, if I talk about, we are already using quite a good use cases in lending space. So first of all, the biggest problem was before AI that how to communicate with the customer every time 24/7 and make the communication like human-related kind of communication. So the GenAI solved that particular problem. So if you go to our website as well, we have already embedded a bot called H.AI. So that bot is the first a point of contact for any customer to Hero. So if they are having any kind of questions that what kind of loans, etc., or services are being provided by the Hero, or if it is already an existing customer, he wants to understand that what is my EMI, I want a foreclosure letter, I want some details about my loan, or I am having some queries, etc. Everything he can just talk to that particular bot 24/7, and it gives the answers like a human is sitting at other place, basically. So that kind of comfort it gives to the customers. That is the first leg where we have reduced the time from the perspective of earlier when he was raising a concern or raising a request that was going to human agent, then he was doing that activity, then it was revert. It was taking 2 to 3 days of time, which is reduced to 2 to 3 minutes, I would say now, when he is writing on that particular bot. So that is quite interesting use case which we have already implemented, and it is already working. Apart from that, in the background, like the other use case which I spoke about, the assisted journeys. So for assisted journeys, majorly we are using Salesforce, which my sales team, credit teams, or ops teams, etc. are using. The complete flow is basically built on Salesforce. So there what we have embedded, some of the use cases, a GenAI layer of Salesforce is called Agentforce, which we are using. So one of the interesting use case there, what we have done, that the document verification, which is done by operations team, that is quite heavy from the perspective of that they need to check each and every parameter from source and compare it. If any of the parameters is missing or not correct, they need to then send it back to the salespeople, then they will work on that. So ultimately, it is kind of a 3 to 4 days of work for application, and more than 100% nego rates we were having. More than 100% means one application goes back to sales sometimes more than once as well. So we were having more than 100% nego rate over there. So what we have done with Agentforce, with GenAI, that we have automated this particular area, and the documents are automatically read from the system via AI models, and it compares with the source data, and ultimately gives the real-time suggestions to the salesperson itself that this is the thing which needs to be corrected, and they correct it ultimately. And ops layer, as of now, we have not removed it. As of now, it is kind of, we give the inputs to ops that yes, everything is being done, and what all comparisons are done, they need to check it. But this ops layer can be completely removed and completely we will make the system as STP process over here. So that 3 to 4 days per application what we are spending, that is logically it is going to zero basically, 0 minutes. So that kind of efficiency we are getting using AI. So there are multiple other use cases as well which we have implemented. So I think those we can talk for an hour over there.
Yeah.
But I would not take that much time.
Yeah, I don't think we have 1
Thank
hour.
you.
But no, I think, real life use cases which have actually been implemented across is what I'm hearing. And I think one of the things that people are still hesitant about is the whole concept around trust in AI, right? I mean, while, we are seeing the advantages of AI, there is definitely a voice in every room which talks about the trust in AI, right? Mukesh, I want to double click on the point that you mentioned about using AI to give advice to customers, right? And, one of the things that struck out to me was how trustworthy is it for a customer to basically say that, okay, I know this advice is coming from a AI, it's not a human, right? How are you ensuring that the models that you have, which are giving this advice in terms of, let's say, credit scoring, the example that you gave, right? How the customers can improve the credit score that is being generated out of a model which is giving them that advice. Humans have that innate thing in their head that, I can only trust another human or the financial advisor who's giving them that advice. Traditionally, that has been the model, right? So how do you cater for that in terms of, a bias in a model or kind of, saying that, okay, the model is trustworthy enough for it to give personalized advice on a credit score, which could affect his or her ability to get credit, right? So how do you cater for that?
Very important question. In order to, and I personally believe in if AI to succeed, then the trust is the first factor it needs to establish. All the models, as I said, we use is our own proprietary models. So there is no general models we use, so no chance of hallucination or any random information it is trying to give. Typically, when we talk about LLMs or any Gen AI models, ChatGPT, or any other model for that matter, they are being trained on very large data set, like the data set which is available on internet, which is publicly available, and hence they can answer, give you answer, they can go to any path, right? If you see the tree or graph, they can go into any different edge, and hence at times they hallucinate, or you try to create a prompt which typically guardrail it. For us, when we have to, and we call it, say, remote models, right? If I have to use that remote model, I might use that remote model only for the interpretation of what questions customer is asking. So even on a chat or any interface, in India, customers speak multiple languages. They write multiple languages. We typically write English, try to write Hindi using English. So in that case, the generic models helps to give me the intent. Once I get the intent, then intent translation to the data or facts is my own model, which solely rely on the data which I have. And that data pertains to the customer. So earlier we used to have a rule-based system. You have rules, right? Like if you have these many inquiries, then it means you are credit hungry. If your credit utilization of credit card is super high, then again you have a lack of credit, and hence you're overutilizing your credit availability. If you have too many lending lines, loan lines, and we can see your income, and we can see the disparity or disproportionate behavior, then again it's a signal.
It's a red flag, yeah.
It's a red flag. So these are different rules and analysis, and once you give it to the model and you train the model, like if this is how, these are the factors, and this is how it typically yields to your credit score or your loan application, then your model is built. And once you explain it to consumer, then along with the summary or narration you are giving to consumer, we also try to give the rationale, the fact, why it is. Like for example, if I say, like you look like a credit hungry and there are a lot many inquiries, and when I say like you are a credit hungry customer, it is important for you not to look around for loans every other place or every other shop. So there is a fact behind it. Like you can see, like in last 7 days you have 12 inquiries of loan. and these are hard pulls. Basically, it is reducing your loan credit worthiness. So when you share the interpretation backed by fact with simplistic data, I think trust you can establish.
Got it. Just to follow up on that, right, and I'll come to the fellow panelists as well. At the board level, right, like, are you seeing, obviously, everyone is jumping into the AI race, and there is an actual, we were talking about this fear of missing out if you're not doing anything, right? Is there a case where, you are having those discussions in the boardrooms in terms of, how much and what use case to use? How are you qualifying and quantifying that use case? Probably a quick one for each of you, and then I'll get to this next series of questions.
So we have these conversations, many conversations where people from board or people from a different departments, they're very curious about what we're doing in AI, because again, at times they don't understand the implications, and there is a lot of buzz around social media about AI. A lot of different technology, ROI. For example, one of the case where we discuss and which I got from, say, my skip level or my CEOs is directly like, how much of code are we automating using AI? Now, does that matter? Yes, it matters, and hence there are frameworks available, IDEs available, which help, or co-pilots which assist our developers in terms of writing code. But the next best question is, how much of that code which is being generated by AI is really deployed on production? And if you see the error rate, the bug rates in that, is it really adding value to the developers? So I think in all such discussions, what eventually comes out very important is again those three factors. Like, what problem are we trying to solve? Is it like we want to bring in efficiency because our developers are not efficient? Or is it like because we are in a mentality where we think like, oh, the rest of world is writing code using AI, vibe coding. Why are we not doing vibe coding?
Yeah.
Or so, and that's why it is important to establish that framework, the framework of risk, the framework of ease, the framework of building trust and efficiency. If these three helps, for example, why we opted for the vibe coding is, or a IDE which helps us write code is, because you can automate a lot of unit tests. We don't write the primary code out of it, but we write a lot of unit tests, because a developer, actually you need a similar amount of automation engineer if you really have to cover a 90% or 100% code coverage. So typically nobody has that kind of flexibility or budgets where you have equal number of QA or developers. So in that case, AI helps, right?
Sure.
Documentation, AI helps, right? So again, efficiency it is bringing, it is creating a lot of ease for us. Hence we decide on that.
Got it. Amit, Rajat, same question to you in terms of the boardroom agenda.
Yeah,
And,
just
how do you
would like
qualify?
to add on the very interesting discussion, very interesting point which Mukesh has brought about. This is the very common question in the board discussions with CEOs and all, that ultimately how much percentage of the coding, total coding, etc., we are able to do via AI.
Right? Everyone wants efficiency.
Yeah,
everyone
we are
wants
able to
look
do
at
via
return.
AI ultimately. And ultimately, I would say on ground, means nothing negative, but on ground, the point is that whenever you are able to generate any code, so at certain level, at small code level, small fresh code level, which you are writing from scratch, etc., AI is effective, definitely. But our systems are way old.
Yeah.
Like the system is some 8 years, 10 years old, which has been built over there, over and over and over in 10 years. The data, etc., everything is lying in the old manner. It is not, I would say, fully aligned with the technology from the GenAI perspective, that everything would be automatically handled with the system. So when you are upgrading your system, for example, you are already having a system and you are upgrading some particular feature on that particular system, AI, as of now, is not able to identify every loophole in the system, because they are not able to understand the older system that what has been written earlier. So I would say efficiency-wise, as of now, it takes more time because when you are generating, it is generating some buggy kind of code, and the code kind of which is not actually embedding into your particular application, old application. If you are creating new from scratch, then it is okay. Then it is perfectly fine.
So there's still integration and legacy challenges that we are kind of having.
That's what I am saying. So that's where I think still we are working on. I think we will be there soon.
Yeah.
But as of now, we are not at that particular place. But still, market comparison and challenges are there, because in market, I will not blame partners like yours, but partners are saying to every CEO that in market 50% code is being written via this particular AI and all. And definitely the board people, CEO, they are looking around that. If they are able to do that, why not us?
Yeah.
So ultimately that is kind of comparison is happening right now in the market, but yes, and I think in future this will be a reality.
I think it's the classic tussle between the technology teams and the CEO, right? Because they will always want to kind of look at what's happening in the market, whereas the reality on the ground is going to be different. Coming to you, Amit, in terms of the, the actual models per se, right? There is obviously an element of, and you said that, obviously from a life insurance perspective, you're dealing with one of the most critical aspects of it, right? How are you looking at, the models, the underlying fundamental models from a risk scoring methodology perspective, right? How are you looking at factoring that in, and how those models, can they be audited? Because there's a big part of it that, if the decision making from the models, is being used as a primary decision maker, how do you explain, for the bias if there is in the models? How is it that the models actually can be audited? And do we even have the talent to audit those models? I mean, that's a conversation I've kind of come across multiple clients that we talk to, is that, how do you audit a model? Right now, do we even have the skill set in the audit environment to kind of even say that, we are okay with someone making a decision and, the audit is comfortable with that, right? Because of all the regulatory scrutiny. So how are you looking at that?
So with respect to any model being efficient is one part, model throwing the right result is obviously another part. And how do you actually ensure that the decisions or the activities you are actually doing basis any kind of a model is right or wrong? Right or wrong also have two perspectives. One is from the ethical standpoint. I might do a right thing, but the process might not be right. My result orientation is right. I'm actually getting the right result, but the way I've chosen is not right. And the other part is that technically it is the right thing, but it is not yielding me the right result, right? So the first thing that is the rule of explainability. I will not go into very technical terms and everything, but for anybody to trust someone is to know that person first, right? I think with AI, especially with AI, there is always a conventional gap between a user and a modeler, right? The modeler will say, I have given you the best model, and the user will say, but it doesn't work, buddy. All other models which I have seen everywhere else works. And this guy will also say that I have also made all other models everywhere, they work everywhere, but for some reason you don't know what you need. Whether it is a boardroom, whether it is a panel discussion, whether it is anywhere, these two buddies are never happy. I think the thing is that how will I integrate and learn about this side of the story, and how will that person learn this side of the story? The first step is to understand the business as a whole. The second step is, and we talk about a lot of mis-selling, but I would stop and I will use the word called let's stop mis-buying also. Right? Just because I have a ChatGPT in my phone doesn't mean I can solve all my life problems, right? So how can it solve all the problems which I have in my organization? So let's solve mis-buying also. And the third aspect is, what is the real use case I'm trying to solve? And trust me, a user would know that to what extent. Now let me give you an example. We all at some point in time must have experienced IVR, right? Now let's become a customer for that matter and say, okay, you press 1, then press 9, then press 8, then press 0, then you get tired and you drop. And then these both parties decide that, okay, let's put an AI voice bot there. Straight away call, somebody picks it up. Whatever the basic queries are, customer get addressed, immediate ratification, 10, 15 seconds, customer is also happy, I'm also happy. But if then somebody, a very, I would say, enthusiast person would say, no, it can handle complex queries also. And they will say, no. Complex query I will manage. So it is also very important that the use case you are trying to solve and to what extent.
Yeah.
And that will go over a period of time. An AI can read my ECG, but can it do the interpretation? Because I'm not a doctor, I'm evaluating life for the next 10, 12 years. So it might look correct today, but the indicators might not be in the position there where I might say I'm okay to give you a policy, or I might do a rated up, right? The other factor which you said, that how do we ensure whether it is being audited and all of that. So typically audit practices what you have written and whether you are following it or not, right? But the problem with AI is that where it is written, right? Everybody will send you some jargon that my model is Gemini based. Somebody will say I've taken it from this and that. I think the right practices, which we also follow in our organization, is we basically build it on 3 parameters. One is how ethical it is. And when we say ethical, it means it should not give me any output based on a cohort of our data, which might not be equal. The other part is how well I'm actually protecting my data also. In the Mentimeter also, all of you guys have mentioned that cybersecurity is a risk, and that is why no organization is putting ChatGPT in their company, right? That upload your annual report, give your balance sheet, and let's make a report and solve it. That's the reason for that. So that aspect is there. And third is the human intervention or the human looping. For example, in my organization, every 50th transaction is done by a human. First 49 are done by the AI. And the reason for that is that are you actually adequately checking? The last part is that gone are the days when you make a model and train it every 30 days. Sir, I have enough data, I will train it in 30 days. Now it gets trained every time. Every new episode, because now you are able to process more information, right? Earlier we used to have promoter score basis 50 customers calls or 5,000 customer calls. Now we have technology in place which can tell you about each and every call right away without even talking to the customer, right? So how do you process that information also? And last but not the least, for us at least, that's the way we see in our organization, that AI, first ROI of AI which we see is in institutionalization. That let's make the process democratized. The auditor also need to understand that how it works. But I also need to understand how it needs to work in the right way. I think then you will have the right use case delivered and in the concise manner in which you want to set the boundaries right. Having said it, it is still a bigger challenge, trust me. ChatGPT and Google's will address their bigger challenges much faster than a BRD writer versus a developer versus a function. I think if anybody can pick that as a use case and work on it, it will be very helpful. But that also becomes a very, very important, significant factor, which led to non-governance, non-applicability, and of course, like I said earlier also, not mis-selling but mis-buying. We also want to be in that race. This FOMO of us that how can I not know AI? Boss, you will not know any AI. It has just happened. Go learn something, do a course, spend some time. But this whole habit of, with all due respect, that if it is being there, I should say that I know it. Unless until, how do I actually then become what I want to become? Whether intellectually or maybe in the hierarchy grade of the organization, that actually takes you. And with all due respect, then there are certain, people and consultants, they say, no, you are right. Though you don't know it, but you are right. So, thank you.
Very interesting perspectives coming out there. But I want to switch tracks to, data privacy. That is one of the, and your business model obviously is built around how you're processing sensitive customer data, right? With new data privacy rules now getting launched, right? Obviously, there's an increased focus in terms of how we are processing data, and obviously you handle a lot of personal data as well. Are you using, how are you seeing that space evolve now that there's going to be heightened scrutiny with the DPDP Act now coming in, right? How are you seeing that evolve for you, right? Because now you're not only custodians of data, but you're also processing that data, relying on that data and giving information back on which decisions are being made, right? So the entire, and we all know how customer data is handled or has been handled in India till these rules have now officially kicked in. Doesn't that put an extra onus on all of the organizations? And I'll ask these questions to all of you in terms of how you are actually managing and maintaining the customer data. Right?
Well, data access, data comes with its own challenges, right? So first of all, storing the data is, collecting the data is tough, then storing the data, then maintaining the data, maintaining the lineage of a data, because data is evolving, and then on top of it, maintaining the privacy of customer. Well, fortunately, because it's been 10 years, we doing credit awareness program, and long before that, the DPDPA Act, when it came into existence, we were doing this consent-based system. We had placed consent-based system already into Paisabazaar, because given the CIC laws, right, which is Credit Information Act, so which helped us a lot. So every customer record has customer consent attached to it with an expiry. Now, I don't know whether the audience here knows, the CIC law says, like, I can only retain customer data for 6 months after customer consent. After 6 months, the data has to be purged from system, and we've been doing that. There is another DPDPA rule, which, again, we implemented that rule before DPDPA because of, again, the RBI norm of DLG guidelines, where if customer requests to delete the data, then you have to delete, no question asked, across from the system. So in terms of data privacy and security, it has been handled pretty well with us. But the most important thing, if you relate it with AI, what practice we follow is we do not share the actual data. The number one practice we share is no data goes out from system to the internet. Yeah. We don't use any model, public model, as I said, for the user data. It's only for the, even if I need to use, to understand the context or the interpretation of it. Given people, again, I said, given people speak multiple languages and different, so we use that context. And that too, whenever, for example, we already have our own ASR models, which understand Hindi, English, Tamil, Telugu, we've been implementing. But anything which comes beyond these, then we need to go to some other model which is well versed in understanding those context. In our definition, AI equal to data multiply context multiply governance. That's what internally we classify as a AI. Without data, there is no AI. You have a lot of data, but you do not have a context, you do not put a context to it, then there is no, then there is hallucination and no individual or hyper-personalization happens. And with these two comes a lot of onus on the governance part. Yep. So the practice is like you do not share data, do not share PI. In fact, PI is already encrypted at a source, so you cannot even share. Point number two is the data you share is typically an aggregated data, because your model, it needs aggregated data. The model has to be directionally correct. LLM models, if you are requesting a fact from an LLM model, it's a very counterproductive system. For LLM, you can have AI models which can be factually correct, but from a Gen AI models, requesting a fact is counterproductive for the Gen AI model. Yep. That's not how it works. So hence, we try to optimize on that, and the PII or a customer privacy has been taken care by the frameworks which I have mentioned.
Sure. Same question, Rajat, and then probably Amit to you, if you want to go first.
So, data protection, the new DPDP Act and everything is more or like a design principle for us. We have customers' medical record, financial records. So data custodianship is something which is very much imbibed with us. And I'm quite sure in every other organization also, companies do typically a very well job in terms of protecting the data and all other aspects. I think what this act does is putting it into a structure and make it an enormous framework around it, so that if there are any loopholes and around it, that also being looked upon. With respect to AI models and everything, and yes, you train AI models either on a unitary data or on aggregate data, that is also fine.
If I may interject, but there is still a risk, right? We saw the poll from the audience as well, because there people are worried about cybersecurity and people are worried about data privacy.
But I think if people are worried about cybersecurity, one should know that why you are also giving data unnecessarily, right? So so many people, and with all due respect, I've given them phone numbers here, right? And now this phone number will go as a lead in some company. Then you'll start getting messages. then one day all those phone numbers will get collated, becoming a cold database, and you will start getting WhatsApp messages, and you'll say, "Mera data chala gaya." You know, this whole courier company, when they paste all your phone number, address, PIN code, and sometimes we do mention landmark, right? Just to ensure that packet reaches us. So it is also an equal responsibility for all of us, and data is an unorganized sector. I think solving it through companies will make sense, obviously, but we also need to understand a large part of data is not within the corporate. It is there in the unorganized sector. And unless until that is not being there, the risk will very much will be there. We can always say call from 160 and organizations will abide. But how many of you actually receive 160 call for all propositions, right? You do receive from all other mobile numbers also. So I think organizations do adhere to it, and across that I can say for my limited experience in BFSI, and I think my panel members will agree on to that. But as long as it is unorganized somewhere else, that is the real thing that we need to do. I think government has recently taken a step where now you see the Aadhaar name of the person.
Yep.
To some context,
Flashing on the phone,
flashing on the phone and everything, but long way to go. So just a tip, next time you do a photocopy, just check whether he has a pen drive or not. You might be giving him 1 rupee and he might be selling your Aadhaar copy for 10 rupees. So,
I would just say from the perspective, the data is a very interesting topic, I would say. And we all as an organization need to use it very responsibly basically. So whatever data is there, and in BFSI sector, we are already using, doing the data privacy and working on the lines that PII should not be shared, etc., consent management part, etc. Everything is being already utilized because of the RBI guidelines and other audits and all. In other industries, maybe it is a huge requirement to work on those particular areas, because challenge with coming AI is that data is now spread across. Data is not only in my database. Data is in my database, then it is going into some particular model as well. The model in model also, the data is being stored, some of the data. Now, which Mukesh was talking about, the DPDP Act, where the data, customer can ask for removal of the data basically. So again, in BFSI, I would say we are still at a better level.
BFSI tends to lead the industry
yeah,
in any
I
case
would
in
say
terms of all regulations.
we are leading the industry from the perspective, because already on a lighter note, already RBI is behind us.
Yep.
So that's where we are already working on those lines, and we are at much better space from data perspective. But from other industries perspective, it would be a problem. And now with AI basically, it would be a bigger problem. Because right now, data removal, when a request is coming from the customer, data removal, I am able to remove the data from some of the databases and all. But data is residing in some logs tables, some S3 AWS I have stored over there as some log. Also, it is staying in my models basically. So how I will ensure that from everywhere, my data needs to be removed. So for that, first I need to change complete design as well.
Yeah.
My data design I need to change. So that is, I would say, a challenge for all the industries, along with AI, which is coming basically.
Sure. I think we're just going to take a final round of questions. I think it's been very insightful, but probably we're going to end with the people aspect, right? I mean, there has been so much talk. We read papers every day in terms of, that if you're not either upskilling on AI, then you're not going to be relevant. And B, how organizations are looking to kind of, look at finding efficiencies in work in terms of using AI to kind of see how they can obviously use this as a cost lever as well, right? How are you seeing that play out? And I mean, you can talk about personal experiences as well, but, we've always seen fundamental technological shifts bring disruption. This happened, during the internet age as well. So this is not something which is new, right? But, for the room as well, for the benefit of the room, and there is so much talk about, jobs in particular. How do you see it from your vantage point? And, we can probably take, a couple of minutes and, be quick about this, but like, couple of thoughts and then probably to the fellow panelists as well.
Yeah, so look, in general, and I'll be a little philosophical here. In general, in life, we need to keep learning. Otherwise, we'll become obsolete. If you are, I categorize the engineer and non-engineers, typically we are a technology people, right? So I called myself as a skilled guy, right? So technology is a skill, right? Hard skill. For hard skill, it is the fundamental principle that you need to keep learning the new technology, right? Any skill. Even if you are a plumber, you need to keep learning about new faucets and the different kind of design. You're electrician, new equipments are there. Same applies to us. As a technology, as an engineer, you have to keep learning the hard skill. For a quasi skill, like someone maybe in consultancy, again, the quasi skill, you need to keep track of the high level directionals, right? Not at the low level implementation of it. Any which ways, like when the computer era happened, right? The internet Y2K happened. People realized that it happened for a good, right? Today we use internet, today we are using our devices, we're using the technology and the platform. It is easing our life. Similarly, AI is also there to ease our life, to make it better for us. The only caveat is you need to learn it. You don't need to become obsolete on this. So I think it's a path which you need to continue learning on top of it.
Rajat, you first and then Amit, probably to round off.
I think, agree with what Mukesh has said. So basically, whenever any kind of upgradation is coming in the market, so technology upgradation is real basically. Earlier, the scenario was that it was coming in many years, then it reduced to few years. Now it is kind of every day new things are coming. So I think the speed has changed, but otherwise these upgradations are coming from always. And the challenge which I think people are having right now, that speed is so fast that people is not able to think that what will they do basically. So that's where the fear is coming, that if AI is coming, that people will lose their jobs and all, because upgradation time is quite less.
Yep.
Earlier it was like in years you need to understand. When internet came, you were having many years to understand that how internet is working, and slowly it upgraded. Now people need to very fastly upgrade yourself, and otherwise definitely you are obsolete.
The pace of learning has to
The
accelerate.
pace of
along with the
learning needs to be
technology,
quite high. That's what I think. But otherwise, I don't think, definitely in the market, people are definitely thinking, and they are into the fear that they will lose their jobs and all. But ultimately, if you are unlearning the old things and learning new things, I think you are the right fit for the future.
Amit, quick word from you, and then probably we'll round it up.
So I'll not take more than 30 seconds, but I think in our days, if you become a postgraduate, you do an MBA and that's the end of it, right? Ho gaya. I think now stage has come that you need to continue learning it. So one thing is that either I can decide to be described by my function, or I should be the one describing the function as I move along alongside my career or in life, right? So take it as manual versus automatic car, learn it, enjoy it. It's a very bumpy ride, but at the same time very exciting.
Yeah. In fact, I'm going to end on an anecdote. In fact, I was talking to a friend of mine, and he was talking about how his 70-year-old father, who's now retired, he's built an app just to track the stock portfolio that he has and where he should invest, and he did that all by vibe coding and then creating an app on himself in a matter of a week. So I think it's just food for thought for everyone in terms of how fast the industry is changing, and particularly the BFSI industry. I mean, we've heard from three stalwarts in terms of, what they are doing in their organizations, how they are implementing use cases, how they are looking at data privacy, how they're looking at fraud, how they're looking at modeling and auditing of these, these game-changing models. So I just want to kind of, say thanks to everyone for taking part in this. It was very insightful, and, thank you so much for the audience. If there's any questions, if we have time for questions. We don't have time, sorry. So thank you so much for everyone, and thank you so much for being here today. Thank you.
Well, firstly, I'd like to thank Mr. Garg for moderating this session, and to all our incredible, please stay back on stage. I would like to request Mr. Garg to please present a token of appreciation to all our other panelists. Thank you so much for a lovely and a great discussion. Thanks to Mr. Mukesh Sharma, Mr. Amit Sharma, and Mr. Rajat Wadhwa. Thank you for your time. Thank you for amazing discussion. And to all my amazing audience out there, please put your hands together for all our panelists. With that, we would also like to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Garg, who has moderated this session. For that, I'll come and hand over the gift to you. All right, once again, thank you so much, but please join us for a group picture. Look in the camera, smile, and one last time, can we put our hands together once again for them? Thank you. Okay, so now, ladies and gentlemen, we're back again to announce the results for the Buzz Creator of the Day. And the rules were very simple. Post as many things on social media and create the buzz. And I already have the names with me who have created the buzz on social media. Okay, so I'm going to take names. Whoever comes quickly and claims it, because before the lunch I announced 3 names and they were unfortunately not available with us. I'm going to take this time 3 more names, and I hope the winners are here with us. So, the Buzz Creator of the Good Day goes to Richa Agarwal. Richa, are you here by any chance? Bad luck. Moving on to the next name, Mr. Vineet Sachdeva. Oh, finally, we got the Buzz Creator of the Day. Thank you so much. Congratulations to you. Congratulations. You get an air tag. Thank you. Thank you. And for all those wonderful people out there who are looking for wonderful opportunity to win exciting prizes, we got lucky draw. We also have got a bumper prize. So stay here with us. Also, keep posting, join the conversation, create a buzz, Also, you can share your feedbacks along with us and wait for the 2 exciting prizes, which will be declared at the end of the event, the lucky draw and the bumper prize. We got really, really exciting. We have got mini camera, smartwatch, Amazon Echo Dot, and we also got AI Robo Cleaner as a gift. So let's see who wins by the end of the day. Till then, enjoy yourself and be a part of the great conversation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us take the wonderful afternoon ahead with the 4th session, which is a panel discussion. We are fortifying the AI enterprise, the risk and defenses in the Gen AI era. As AI becomes deeply embedded in enterprise system, the conversation is no longer just about innovation, but about trust, security, and governance. And this session is going to evolve the risk landscape of generation AI, ranging from generated code, vulnerabilities, and data exposure to model misuse and compliance challenges. So let's go ahead and talk about how we can design secure, resilient, and responsible AI ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this session, and of course, a critical discussion that we're going to take ahead, I'm going to invite Mr. Abhishek Das, Partner Consulting at EY. Let's have a big, big hand for Mr. Abhishek Das. He has an extensive experience in cybersecurity, risk advisory, and enterprise resilience across regulated industry. A very warm welcome, sir. He'll be moderating our session. And next up, I would like to invite all the panelists for this session. Mr. Jagannath Sahu, who is the Chief Information Security Officer. He's driving enterprise-wide security strategies and risk governance. A very warm welcome, sir. The next speaker for this session is Mr. Vivek Shankar, Chief Information Technology and Security Officer and Vice President, Axis Max Life Insurance. can we please have Mr. Vivek Shankar on stage? Unfortunately, Mr. Vivek is not here with us. I would love to invite Mr. Mukesh Sharma, Chief Technology Officer at Paisabazaar. He's building scalable, secure, and AI-led platforms in the financial service ecosystem. Welcome, sir. All right. As a ritual, we always take a poll before every session. So scan through your phones, and the question is going to be on screen. There are going to be 4 options. We are ready to take the poll. Let us know what you think about it. What poses the greatest risk to enterprise as Gen AI adoption scales? There are going to be 4 options after you scan. So let's see what you guys agree with. All right. So the 4 options looks like data leakage and exposure of sensitive enterprise information, insecure AI-generated code and model vulnerabilities, lack of governance, audibility and accountability, and the last is over-reliance on AI without sufficient human oversight. And I see people agreeing more with over-reliance on AI without sufficient human oversight. 52%, that means half of the audience is agreeing with this. So I would love our panelists and the moderator to take this poll ahead, and over to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon to everyone who's still present. It's nice to see some faces even after lunch, and hopefully this one keeps you awake until tea. So thanks to the panel, Dr. Sahu, Mukesh. Mukesh, you've perennially been on the stage and speaking to consultants, my colleague from the other firm before this, so I'll try not to repeat the questions, though we are notorious to be having similar slides out there. But then what I do is, while this is fortifying your your enterprise from Gen AI risks and how do you kind of keep your perimeter secure, I'm sure the entire group today has been part of sessions like these and conferences and webinars, because there's so much of a influx and almost a flurry of, Gen AI risk elements and Gen AI this and agentic AI that, so it's almost like, we've been flooded with a lot of information, but to ensure that we have the right controls in place, Gen AI as a concept is no longer a buzzword. I heard somebody over lunch saying, this is still a buzzword. I sort of disagree to that point also, because we've come in an environment where organizations have already started dabbling with Gen AI. The use cases of Gen AI have obviously expanded just beyond chat GPTs and putting up stuff around, can you tell me what the weather would be like for the next 10 days, or how long will it take me to get from here to there? That's what Google could do. But then essentially what's changing is the use cases of Gen AI into the enterprise ecosystem and the landscape. If I just speak about numbers, and again, as consultants, we love doing that, there are about 21,000 platforms, tools that are known to be Gen AI providers today, right? And if you think about it, 3 years ago, probably this time, we didn't really know about the concept of Gen AI. So that's how fast the landscape has evolved. And to give you even a broader sense of it, there are more than 215,000 AI companies, of which 80% have actually mushroomed over the last 2 years, of which 70% are startups. So this just gives you a sort of a sense in terms of how many organizations are really speaking the AI language, even the biggest ones. So for example, the Adobes of the world, who's generously sponsoring the session, the Salesforces, everyone's got a whole AI sort of innovation going on. Everyone's got a different way in terms of looking at using your problem statements and your data sets, right? Now, getting into the panel, we've got a fascinating mix. Dr. Sahu obviously comes from the chemicals and the B2B business. you as an organization, as a leader, are sort of enforcing to ensure that the misuses or the risks that actually eliminate from the use of Gen AI is mitigated or controlled?
Yeah, before answering your question, couple of statistics let us discuss. As per the analysis, 82% of senior leader using Gen AI. Out of them, 46% leaders using Gen AI on everyday basis. One statistics. As you mentioned, Gen AI it is getting used for a longer time. Slowly, we are moving agentic AI. Okay, coming to couple of questions also. Do you know agentic AI? Gen AI used in a long time. Those are 2016. One company appointed CEO as AI. Any idea who is that company or who is that? The answer is Mika. If you Google it, you will find it. MICA. Okay, Mika was appointed as CEO of one company because he is having CEO. AI is CEO. Okay, because why? They are available 24/7, and it is a liquor company. Interesting is a liquor company. उन्होंने CEO को AI को CEO as appointment किया because they will have 24/7 availability. 24. There will be no emotional things. They will have accurate number, 100% number like this. Okay. Similarly, in China also, they appointed one person as a CEO also. That name is Tang Yu. Tang Yu, one company, they appointed AI as a CEO. If everybody know about Sophia, who got a citizenship. Okay, जिसको citizenship नहीं मिलता है, तो एक robot को citizenship मिल रहा है. So there are a lot of things happening. Teeny Nonwood, he's the first AI actor in Bollywood. Similarly, you must be knowing Sana. Sana is the AI anchor. So anchor also starting AI. Slowly, our leadership, जब CEO change हो सकता है, then we can also get replaced. In future, this is possible. Your company will appoint somebody AI as a CEO or CISO also. So these are the statistics and couple of facts. Okay, but now question is, if you are deploying AI in your Gen AI in your organization, what should I do? The first question is AI for business or business is for AI? Okay, from the business, you have to take use case. What are the use cases there? What is the pain areas there? From there, you can start Gen AI things. And we should start a committee. The committee should involve CIO, CISO, some legal head, some board of directors if you are involving, that is fine because you will get a special focus. And start with a small. Okay, start with a small and make sure enterprise get application you are using O365, sorry, not Azure, AWS you are using. Keep always human in the loop. Okay, because जितना भी AI Gen AI होता है, because human intelligence will take a call finally. Okay, so continuous training, most important is continuous training. So first, to answer the questions, start with a small. Take the business use case. What are the business use cases you are getting to solve? And take a committee who will take a decision. Don't take a decision. User training is most critical. So like this, we can start in your organizations.
Thank you so much. And tell me you didn't get that data from AI. You got it from... Yeah. But just coming to you and in terms of, Mukesh, your business obviously being so centric to data and I'm sure confidence is a major aspect of it because as a consumer, if I am transacting on a platform and if it's involving my personal data, my money, how my money is managed, a platform to kind of enable that, how if you as an organization sort of ensure that Gen AI guardrails are really, really strong and the controls that you have around it have been properly secured and architected?
Sure. Thank you very much, Abhishek, for having me here. In Paisabazaar, look, as we use a lot of data, and I'll start with the context, like why people raise a trust issue with AI again, and why do, not the issue, but why do they correlate AI and trust? Because again, as I mentioned in my previous panel also, typical Gen AI models, they've been trained on data, right? It's like the basic, like Gen AI for dummies is like, you have a lot of data, you read it, that data, and you become an intelligent knowledge base now. Now people ask you a question, you try to match your knowledge base and give output. Now, that's how the Gen AI works. Now the only caveat here is, the knowledge which you learned, the knowledge base, So you can accumulate, these models have accumulated this knowledge from all over the places, like from the internet. So they have data from India, they have data from Pakistan, they have data from across the globe, right? US data, chemical, like different industries data. So when you ask certain questions, so the model has to first look into the data and come up with the highest trust or a confidence score, and that output is what you typically get from the GenAI model. Now, in Paisabazaar, what we typically do is we do not overfeed our models with that kind of data. It is not needed. What our model needs is the financial information, specifically what we have for the customer. Like if you come to Paisabazaar and you request for something which is not part of the portfolio, then it doesn't make sense to have that information as a part of model. So since we offer credit awareness, so we have the credit score related data. We have the lending related data if you have availed a loan from us or a credit score or a credit card from us. So we understand that data and we train our model on top of it. Hence, the data hallucination or the trust related issues, typically we do not have in our org. But in general, if we are using any public or any large scale AI, Gen AI model, ChatGPT if we are using, or Perplexity AI if we are using, or any other models we are using, then again, it depends again on what kind of question you are asking and what's your prompts, how you are engineered. If you go to say Claude Sonnet, which is very decent when you asking technical questions to it. If you want to do a vibe coding, then because it has been heavily trained on the coding related data, so it will be able to give you a very relative answer. Versus if you go to Perplexity, the Perplexity is built upon ChatGPT, Google, and then it is very good for search. Similarly, ChatGPT is in general a general AI. It is very good in general AI. Nano Banana if you want to generate an image. So all these models have been trained on a specific data set. The general models are trained on general data set. If you ask certain questions, it can go to all across. Similarly, Nano Banana has been trained on the images. So if you want to generate an image, now it can generate any image for you, right? Because it has been trained on that image. That image can be not relevant for you, might have something which you don't like, might have different context, and hence the security, the guardrail, the framework is very important for while you use these kind of models. So hence you need to do a prompt engineering. That's why there is a buzz. Like you need to make sure like you do a right decent prompt. For example, if you have to search something on say ChatGPT, and you need to talk about say a credit score or anything else. We don't use ChatGPT for that matter. But again, if you have to ask, then you ask as a prompt like, this is the prompt where you have to work as a financial advisor and you have to assess my credit report which I am sharing, which is not, I'm not advising to share it with ChatGPT, but any report, you read that report and ensure the output is from this report only, no other inferences. When you put this kind of prompt guardrail around it, then you can be little sure like your data is, your output of the Gen AI is safe and secure. In terms of trust, I think it's not just, the trust is not just applicable on Gen AI. Trust is applicable on every technology, everywhere. For example, I drive my car. I have a trust on brakes. When I'm in aeroplane, I trust on aeroplane, the security protocol, and the AMC people, right? So any technology which we use has to exhibit the trust as a factor, and then once it becomes trustworthy over the period of time, once people start using it and they realize, yeah, this is safe and secure, this is giving the right input, this is giving the right output to me. Hence, you establish this trust. Apart from that, if trust related to data security, which you ask, as I said, data security in BFSI is very strong given the, and that's a very fortunate for us, like in India as an ecosystem, in BFSI, the regulators are very strong, be it is RBI, be it is SEBI, be it is PFRDA, IRDAI. They're very strong in terms of their thinking, their frameworks, and understanding the future needs, and very super proactive. I can tell you from my experience, I'm with Paisabazaar from last 11 years, have been through all different audits, be it is SEBI or a PFRDA or a CIC or PCI, I can tell you these frameworks are there to protect, to safeguard customer data, privacy, to safeguard overall, to assess the overall risk. So in terms of that, I think BFSI itself is very sorted. Coming to the other industry, for example, I drive a car, which is now AI-powered car. You can talk to that car. It can decide, and again, it's again AI level 2 or AI level 3, ADAS level 2, 3. Now they are collecting data. And by the way, I'm not sure if data, how they are storing that data, where it is being attributed to. So I think in those industries, these regulations has still need to be strong, like typically it is in BFSI.
Since you talked about perplexity, see now everything's ChatGPT is free, Perplexity is free, Gemini is free. So they're not doing anything. They're collecting all our data.
Nothing comes free in life.
Nothing
right?
comes free. They are collecting all our data because that's why everything they are offering free. Okay, if you take a premium version, then they're charging. That is fine. But ultimately, they are collecting our data. To summarize, if you are starting in organization GenAI practice, then you should follow the zero trust architecture. You should have a governance mechanism. You should have all compliance certification, as I told you, RBI, SEBI, ISO 27000, all the certifications you should have. And you should have properly CI/CD type pipeline. ऐसा ना हो कि आपने कुछ suppose you have prepared some GenAI platform while asking questions, it is certain question is asking. You should not tell कि नहीं मेरे पास नहीं है लेकिन competition के पास है. So then AI will be used in a negative way, okay? Because it is not helping you. It is telling you go to competition. Competition is having the solutions. Okay, so be careful while preparing any GenAI platform.
Thanks, Dr. Sahu. And I think what you say is probably in an ideal world where everything is really great, we should have 1, 2, 3 works seamlessly. But my personal belief is AI being such a dynamic sort of a area of study still, getting a proper checklist of what is right and wrong is still probably out in the gray. And precisely why we don't have a global framework yet, which probably speaks about what the regulations or the frameworks of a unified governance body around AI should have. And probably that's where most of the practitioners would love it to kind of develop, either with the EU AI Act or the NIS2 framework, which is coming up with its own AI, or the India version of the DPDT, etc. But I think coming to another aspect is what we as EY have been seeing with our customers on this whole space is the risky bit about multimodal AI is, like you mentioned, Mukesh, is how easy it is to generate something, right, of absolute non-relevance. For that matter, someone can just be putting up a picture of myself and saying, hey, you know what, you've been assigned to be going and speaking at this event here, but you're holidaying on a beach somewhere, and there's no authenticity to actually conquer it, right? So essentially, what's really changing is for your businesses as well, and I've been a consumer to yourselves and some of the others, I think the fraud element of using multimodal Gen AI platforms, and that's what the founder of Zomato also mentioned on a podcast very recently. He said there's a lot of fraud recall because people are getting better at generating images and pictures of something that's not even relevant. And that's where I think as businesses as well, we got to be waking up and absolutely taking notice of. And that also speaks a little bit about the risky element of usage of AI. And I'll give you an example of what's happened to me earlier today. And believe you me, I can show this to you guys later. So I think over the last maybe 10 or 12 days, I would have either accessed Grok or Gemini or ChatGPT on my office laptop. And I got an email earlier today, and I don't know if some of my other colleagues also got the same, but they said, we've realized you've used a ChatGPT and a Grok, and as EY, we propagate you to be using, say, a Copilot, which is already enabled with GPT-5, which is the only authorized GPT platform that you should be using on the EY network or an EY device. And we would restrict you from using anything else. And if you really need it, you've got to be taking a whole chain of approvals, which will probably be even a harder task than finding the toughest prompt for me. So I think what we've started doing as an organization as well is, one, I think we were one of the fastest in terms of developing our own AI platform. We spent about 2.4 responsible AI framework. So you know, a lot of times we interchangeably use terms, you know, we're using AI, we're using AI risk and AI governance, but there is a fine line between trusted AI and responsible AI. Trusted AI is in terms of how do you trust and verify what you have in terms of the controls. You know, we sort of try to overcomplicate life at times. You know, instead of going back to the policies, processes, frameworks, and governance structures, we want to go and have state-of-the-art tools and then realize there's something not right or it's not intended to what we've been paying for, because we don't have the foundations rightly built. We don't have the right structures, the policies, and the processes. And that's where the trusted AI comes in. Responsible AI is the outward-looking bit of it, where you're essentially talking about how is you as an organization have to protect yourself, your third parties, your suppliers, your dealers, your distributors, in terms of how are they being using their data sets, right? So I think that's the fine line between trusted AI and responsible AI that I just wanted to also speak of what EVA has been doing. Now, since we spoke a little bit about architecture here, Mukesh, I'll come to you in terms of how have you, as someone who's been at the firm for the longest time, seen the evolution of the whole secure by design concept? Have you seen that, you know, just being a technology-led innovation which has sort of taken more shape and form, or is it a change in the mindset of actually having risk at the core of it and then developing your guardrails around?
Well, I'm a big fan of secure by design principles. My DevSecOps head is sitting here, and the fundamental thing which we believe is we are leaning now towards left, which is a shift left approach, right? It's a technical lingo again, shift left. What basically it is like going back to the basic. Shift left is that. Earlier, shift right was there where everything has to be automated and, you know, zero trust, all this zero trust security framework. What basically zero trust security frameworks talks about कि आप किसी पे trust ही मत करो. For example, if someone who is taking care of my SecOps, so I don't trust on that guy, I don't place my trust on that guy, I place trust in my systems and the processes. That's what's basically zero trust. I do not trust on any individuals, instead I trust on the processes and the guardrails. That's zero trust. Now it has come to the AI also, because AI has access to data, so of course the zero trust has to come to the AI also. Now again, we can put as many checks as we want in order to secure, and I'm fundamental again believer of that security is never enough. You'll always, one or other day, there are people out there, there are technologies out there who'll outsmart you any day. So the best bet for which I'm always go for is to shift left, which is like secure it when you design it, when you plan it, right? When a developer is writing code, he has to be responsible and he has to be cognizant of that fact that what is the impact of this particular code piece on the production. Now, if someone is building models, so what that secure by design means to them, the AI scientist or the ML engineers, the secure by design means whenever they are using any model. Now, I always have two ways. Either I restrict my entire org and say, you can only use 3-4 listed models, जो मेरी repository में, इसके अलावा आप model ही use नहीं कर सकते. This is a restrictive framework. Other framework can be, I can be very open and I can say, you can decide what model you want to use, but ensure you check these 4, 5, 6 parameters. Like it has to come from a trusted open source body. If you are using an open source model, Hugging Face पे जा रहे हो, जहाँ से भी ले रहे हो आप, just ensure like it is coming from the trusted source. The model, you audit the license of the model. So typically when you go with the models or any open source software, you need to always look for the licenses, whether it's a MIT license, Apache license, AGPL, GPL, which allows whether you can use it commercially, whether you can redistribute that, or maybe you can use it for your production use cases. So that's the second thing. The third checklist is, what is the data that model has been trained on? You need to know. Right, before you start even using that model. So you need to know the data comes from that or this particular database. Then you need to track what kind of data, you need to do the sampling of that data, like what kind of data it is, or what inferences this data typically generates. Once you have these things sorted, then you can decide on, with your own consciousness, like, yeah, I'm going to use that model. That's the other way, right? Both has its own pros and cons. When you become a large enterprise, I would go with the first approach where I have a defending firewalls which doesn't even allow. So that when you have a lot of people, then that's where the zero trust comes in. When you have a lot of people and you cannot influence those people directly, then you go with the processes. When you have a small 10 people team, you can influence them directly, everybody knows each other. Then I don't think the zero trust becomes over-engineering there, right? It's not a simplicity then. In that case, you allow them to choose whatever model they want to use. That's on the model side. Then again comes to the data side. Like whatever data you are using, are you exposing any PII? Is it the data has the right attributes, data has the right properties? Have you done the data orchestration right? So that again, the second shift left approach which you need to do. And the third one, once you do it, is again, once you deploy, you train the data, you train the model on top of that data. Then once you deployed it, you need to, for a good time, you need to manually or as a human, you need to check the output of data. You need to measure the drifts. So what we typically call observability by design. So these systems which is autonomous and take decisions which you can't actually see. Now, of course, with the AI or new LLM models, you get to see the thinking part also, right? How and why it has come to this conclusion. But you can't, every single query you cannot audit. Again, you have to audit on the sampling basis. So again, the best way again is to, one, you have a sampling basis, you have a human in loop, but you keep checking the drift of the model. Now, how do you keep checking the drift of the model? Again, you first need to establish the baseline outcome of the model you need to know. Once you know the baseline outcome model on the gold set or a data set, then you keep checking that output. Over the period of time, you have a gold fixture data, you check your output on basis of the baseline data output, and then you add a new data set and you evolve over the period of time. So, no rocket science into it. You don't need to use AI to check the AI again. There are tools out there. Simple, basic, old style tool like DLP. आप prompt engineering कर रहे हो, आपका data बाहर जा रहा है, तो उसके ऊपर आपको DLP लगाना है. So you know that no PII is getting exposed. You check कि हाँ यार जो software हम use कर रहे हैं वो trusted software है. Similarly, the model which we are using, it has to be from a trusted source. So I think we can go, as I again said, security is never enough. You can go, and again, it depends on what use case you are doing it. For us at Paisabazaar, since we have a lot of customer data and it's our responsibility to ensure like we take care of that data. We do not rely, at a first place, we do not go use as a policy, do not use the public AI. That's not allowed. So what we do is we use our own models, and in case we have to use any AI model, which is like say Whispers model or OpenAI model or any model, then we go via enterprise route where we must use that model only for the inferences part. And of course that happens, the audit happens, keeps happening. So that's how we fundamentally secure the AI by design. By the way, we have deployed our own GPUs. Right? We have our own data center where we have our own GPU, physical GPUs. And we procured those GPUs because it's a very costly affair. We invested into this CapEx because, again, to ensure that protect the trust, the data security, and we need to, and as we tune and we build our own model, we train our own model, you need to have those kind of GPUs.
Well, that's interesting also because you mentioned, not to trust easily. So what we kind of also advocate is having a TVV model, which is trust, verify, validate, and then again repeat the whole process again, which is a more periodic sort of way of authenticating it. And just by the show of hands, and also for people who are probably dozing away, how many of you all essentially are still not prompting the prompt to check whether what they've said is actually correct? So for example, if you've asked a question to ChatGPT and ChatGPT answers something, do you all go back and actually ask ChatGPT again, are you sure this is correct? Or when was this data last refreshed? Or when is the data set as of the cut taken from? Have we started going back to the prompt and actually questioning the prompt of the authenticity and the correctness of data? I do it, for example. And the easiest way of doing it is, yes, somebody were putting up your hands. It was a cameraman, I don't know. So the best way of doing it is ask AI about yourself. See whether the data that is actually coming out is accurate, relevant, whether it's picking up stuff from LinkedIn, whether this event that you've put up on maybe somewhere, with the hashtags, it picks it up, that XYG gentleman was at the Adobe AI Summit. Is it giving you the last available data? Go and question it. Train the prompt. So I do that, for example, if there's something changed, and if I'm at this session today, I would go and ask them about myself. If it's got the right data, fine. Otherwise, I would say, no, I was also here doing the session. And the next time I ask them about me, it does pick it up. Trust me, it does. So I think that's also the way we validate, verify, and also check what the models are really working on, right? Now,
I guess ChatGPT is telling exact date when it is updated, or you'll tell I don't have any updates.
Well, I think there are a lot more models which are actually slightly better in that sense, right? So I mean, if you go and test that out with Grok, for example, and like I was doing this number about the 21,000 AI numbers earlier today while I was on the way here, and just to ensure that the number is right, I asked the same question to ChatGPT, to Grok and Gemini, and then I took a sum average of it, which came to 21,000. So it's just not that I would believe or trust one source entirely, because like I said, the model is evolving, and the data sets often are not really up to date, right? So that's one. Second, I also wanted to kind of speak about the whole trust by design and how Gen AI is really becoming a major aspect of risk, and probably some of us here would have been consumers during the whole Black Friday sale, and also the Cyber Monday sale. So, for example, in the UK, where I very recently I was shopping something on an ASOS.co.uk site, and it was down on a Cyber Monday, which is supposed to be the biggest online sale there. And the newspapers, obviously the British media is known to be very, very cutthroat, but then they were very sarcastic about calling it a Black Friday, where almost numbers of upwards of 48 million pounds was stolen across just that period between a Friday until the Monday. In 3 days, you have 48 million pounds worth of either, money siphoned off, fake websites were transacting. There were agents who were calling, which sounded really, really genuine. And you were transacting on websites and emails which were so authentic that it would probably even look better than an actual Amazon or an Adidas.com, right? So that's where most of the threats happened. If you look at the M&S website, it's still not recovered from the cyber breach that was induced because of an Gen AI threat, which happened almost 8 months ago, and they're still dabbling with it, right? So I think the risk of something major really happening is still lurking around the corner, and it's not something that we really are prepared to kind of have those guardrails against. But speaking about the whole data part of it, right? And I'll probably, the question to you, Dr. Sahu, is as someone who's been a practitioner earlier with Airtel and now with the more B2B sort of business side, how are you protecting your organization and also your customers, your suppliers, your dealers from breaches, either from an intersection point of just IT or the interjection of OT coming in when it comes to Gen AI-led data theft?
See, we use Gen AI as a predictive analysis also. If data is wrong, everything will get wrong, okay? And although OpenAI, free AI was stopped in our organizations, we are only allowing to Copilot. We don't allow everything because we stopped uploading data. So we have started monitoring, but we found there is 2.5x increase in DLP incident. As you mentioned, in Black Friday, that is happening. And there are 10x increase in data upload also to Gen AI platform. So we used to follow the guardrails. So we used to ensure synthetic data leakage through prompts. Matlab somebody should not get PI data through prompts, prompts. Model modernization we used to do time to time as per the different regulatory act, everything. Data exposure training we need to do time to time, otherwise it will give wrong data. Okay, so vector database, data lake, we created a data lake, so so we'll have a single source of truth, so everything will get stored in data lake. From there, Gen AI analytics will work, so that single source of truth is there. Insecure API integration, if you are doing insecure API integration, you do an audit on API. We, as of now, there are in our organization 300 plus APIs getting used. Luckily, none of them are public APIs. So get APIs, get it audited time to time. Create a hard policy, visibility gap also used in data flows. So all things, and most critical is insider threats. Okay, whatever do, AI can be used in good way or bad way also. So insider threat is most critical there. Make sure insider threat is not happening. Keep monitoring through DLPs. because DLP incident will increase slowly. So actually there was incident a couple of days back. One of my VP, he asked me how people are writing so intelligent mail. You stop ChatGPT. I told I cannot stop ChatGPT because 70%, 80%, 90% of people are using. Gen Zs, day one they will ask you to give all these Gen AI platforms. Okay, but Gen AI will be not 100%. Still it will be 93, 94% accuracy. It will not give 100% accuracy. So we started using for predictive analysis. We are started using, because we are into renewable power, we started using there also how much power will consume. If wind is this much, how much, because wind turbines are there. There is a season, particular season, wind will be more, power will be more. So that also we are getting analyzed. Because try to understand, if you getting more power also, you are supplying more power to grid, that is a problem. If you are supplying less power to grid, that is a problem. So all things can be analyzed. But we have to be very careful, we have to create our guardrails. We have to test multiple times, we have to create awareness. So all things we need to do to make sure that there is no data leakage, proper implementation is there.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu. That's fascinating. And just on the last bit about the risks or the pillars of risk of Gen AI is also the bit about authenticity and the fine line between trusting and believing what you see and what you consume is either real, partially real, or absolutely fake, right? And when especially for my colleagues from the media industry here, or people who are from a retail or a pharmaceutical background, one of the key trends that's also happening in the industry is about how do you as a marketer or you as a brand represent yourself on either marketing channels, on social media or digital platforms, because consumers have realized that there's a lot of fake content there, or there's a lot of unauthentic data which is actually residing out there, which is actually a big reputation loss, not only in your business, but also the trust that you've probably, sort of built over the last few years is just corroded over 30 seconds of misinterpretation, right? So when I come to that bit about managing your organization's reputation or you're managing your organization's trust on just simple messaging out there, I think one of the key fundamentals that's really changed is you being very, very transparent about the use of AI, rather than shying away from it or rather than hiding it. Like you mentioned, Dr. Sahu, about the fresh interns or Gen Zs coming in and wanting to use Gen AI. A lot of time they use it discreetly because they would be concerned, what would my leadership think if I'm drafting an email using Gen AI, rather than actually thinking, oh, what, I've used Gen AI and because of which my productivity has increased threefolds. I think that's the fundamental shift in balance and mindshare that needs to be done, and that's going to be only happening through leaders like yourself from an upward down approach, right? And moving on to the last question of the day, and before we throw it open to the audience, is let's speak about a wish list, right? In terms of what do you as CISOs and CIOs and the guardian angels of the organization's data privacy want from the industry, from the regulators, from consultants, from companies who are actually building those platforms for you? If I got to be asking this question to both you gentlemen, right? If there's one sort of wish list, and how do you see that really helping you in your business? Maybe we'll start with Mukesh.
Well, look, my wish list is nothing fancy. All I want people to become sane about using AI. And we speak truth. And people need to understand, especially the Gen AI part. You talked about the data fraud and the misinformation. If you go to ChatGPT, ask कि Operation Sindoor में कितने राफेल गिरे हैं, तो वही बताएगा जो ट्रम्प ने बोला है. मतलब that's the fact, because that's the information seeded into the internet, and that information the model has been trained on. It will give you that information only. So people has to be cognizant of the fact that this is just a technology, and it will give you output basis the data it has been trained on. No emotional attachment to it. So you have to validate your data before you take any action on it. Even directionally, it can give you answers which might not align with your views. So the awareness on Gen AI has to be, I think, as an industry, I would expect the industry need to understand the working principles of Gen AI instead of making it as a FOMO or a big buzzword, and make it realistic for people to understand like what it is. Look, again, I might be little, again, philosophical, and I can say, in general in our life, like I have been taught in my upbringing, कि यार, you are average of 5 people you generally live along with. Why we say this? Because वो जो 5 लोग हैं उन्हीं से आप सुनते हो, that is the information you are capturing, and that's what your intelligence is. So we have this phrase, right? मूर्ख संग नहीं दे विधाता, ताते भलो नरक को वासा. कि मूर्ख के साथ ना दे, इससे भला नरक दे दे. तो because we say this because once you have the wrong information, you will act wrong, and you will not even realize like you are acting wrong, because that information is seeded to the core that you believe this is right. Hence, that's the same with the Gen AI. Gen AI, generative AI is again कि ये data है, इसके ऊपर train हुआ है model. अब इस data में जो था उसी के ऊपर वो answer देना है. So that fact we need to get as anyone as a consumer of the AI. That's what I expect everyone to understand.
And I think that's a classical example of garbage in and garbage out.
Yeah,
right?
that's
I
why I
mean,
was telling,
something that-
garbage in, garbage out
Yeah,
only.
because essentially what you feed in is what you get. But
Only Gen Z, what in different, while giving garbage out, you can add some emotions, okay? You ask them to write it in soft language, it will soft. I will write email to HR, it will tell, so it will write in that way. So it will give garbage out, but some emotionally you can correct.
Well, yes, I agree to that, Dr. Sahu, but you know, if I'm looking at that as a very, very simple, non-harmful use case, but imagine you use garbage out in a AI-assisted surgery that someone is going through. One garbage out can actually have the limb out for somebody else, right? So I think essentially it's also about how, you know, seriously we take the whole garbage in bit of it and ensure that, you know, the cleansing of the data, or the data that we actually are interpreting from the AI is used with the right, or I can say with a pinch of salt in that sense, because you've got to be using what you can, which is outside of the judgment or realms of your own human capability, but the rest of it still should be done by the human rather than this. So an email, like I said, is fine. I mean, you could probably have a few things, right? But imagine defense, imagine aerospace, imagine banking, financial services, pharmaceuticals, health sciences. That's where the actual crux really comes in.
So I agree. That's where like the shift left approach, where everything goes back to the say, consumer or the one who are building it. But when we see like, again, the shift right, or the organization, the enterprises who are building this, they have a lot of, and that's why there has to be a regulatory governance policies, frameworks, where we fundamentally block these things, and we validate the authenticity of the data, we validate the outputs, we create those guardrails for kids, for anyone using the AI. And that's where your first or the larger point, like we need to have a community which drives all these things. We need to talk about it. We need to create governance framework, and more honest to the hyperscalers or people who are building it. You and I, we are not building the AI, these large language models. So eventually it boils down to them, like what are their interests and how are they putting these guardrails. Of course, what we can do as individuals is to speak about it, to contribute to the society. We create those forums and encourage everyone to be little informative about it, and so that we create a larger intent inside the industry where these the enterprise or hyperscalers actually listens to it and then guardrail it.
I think, Mukesh, you know, you brought me to a point which was this funny incident over breakfast yesterday at the hotel I was in, and there was a family right next to mine, and on the table at breakfast, and there was a small little kid. I think she probably would be about 5 or 6, and you know, she was on her mother's Instagram page, and I could see they were right there. And I know Instagram, for example, has a regulation and a framework and a policy to not have minors to have pages. But it can't stop you from accessing your mother's or father's or your brother's or sister's page and accessing whatever you want to. I think that's where, you know, the catch-22 is, because you can have the best of frameworks, the right of regulations, the most strictest of norms in your organization. I remember there were times when we would not be allowed to carry camera phones into organizations, and you know, there used to be a small little sticker the security guard would put in. I really don't know how long the sticker would really stick on, right? I think it's the same thing like AI is. While we have the best frameworks coming in, hopefully my one wish list from everyone is to have the right regulations in place. It's only as much as it can do, because eventually it's about the human at the core of it, and that's where it should be. I think I've seen the timeout signal, and I think this has been fascinating. Thank you both for sharing so much of information. And I don't know if we have time for questions. Do we? Okay. So if we don't, we can always take questions outside, but thank you for being a patient audience, and I hope this was helpful. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Abhishek Das, and of course, a wonderful panelist, Mr. Jagannath Sahu and Mr. Mukesh Sharma. And before you leave the stage, I would like to invite Shweta and Ms. Anushruti to please come on stage and present a token of appreciation to... So Ms. Anushruti is right here with us, presenting a special token of appreciation to Mr. Abhishek Das, first, the moderator of the session. Thank you so very much. And everyone, can we please put our hands together? Come on. Thank you to Mr. Jagannath Sahu, who's the Chief Information Security Officer. Thank you for being a part of the wonderful discussion. And now we would like to thank Mr. Mukesh Sharma, Chief Technology Officer, Paisabazaar. Thank you, sir, for your valuable time. We now request all of you to please come for a group picture. Innovation Summit was all about creating new benchmark, learning new things, and of course, meeting the experts from the industry. And now as we move ahead, like I said, this day is also about winning exciting prizes. So we're going to give 2 more gifts to the buzz creator of the day, because they have been posting some amazing content on social media. And I would like to give the Buzz Creator of the Day award to Dhaval Seth. Mr. Dhaval Seth, if you're here, congratulations. Please join us on stage. Let's have a big hand for Dhaval. You are taking away an air tag along with you. Congratulations. Please come on stage. And I would once again request Ms. Anushruti to please present the air tag, your gift for creating the buzz on social media. Congratulations. Once again, come on everyone, put your hands together. Thank you. And you don't have to stop that, keep doing that. With that, now ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of all the discussion. There's last session left that's going to bring together lessons from across industries and stages of AI maturity. The panel discussion about lessons from industry leaders. It's the India AI Playback. AI adoption in India is no longer just experimentation. It's all about execution, scale, and sustained value creation. In this session, CXOs from services, manufacturing, BFSI, and consumer brands will share what's working and what's not, and how organizations can build practical, enterprise-ready AI roadmaps. So let's go ahead and let me first of all invite the moderator of this session, Mr. Manpreet Singh Ahuja, Partner, Chief Client and Alliance at TMT Sector Leader at PwC India. With a big round of applause, let's welcome Mr. Manpreet Singh Ahuja on stage. Also along with him, Mr. Manpreet is here with us. Okay, he's not here, unfortunately. I'll inform the team. The moderator for the session is not right now available in the hall. Could you just inform him about the next session? Meanwhile, I'd love to invite all the panelists on stage. Mr. Anurag Jain, Chief Digital and Technology Officer. Mr. Amit Sharma, Senior Vice President. And Mr. Atul Govil, Chief Transformation Officer and Head at SAP and IIT Corporate India, Glycols Limited. can we have all the panelists and the moderator of the session to please join us on stage? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we also have Mr. Varun Bansal, Vice President and Head of IT from Bata, India, joining us for this session. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, a couple of minutes more before the panelist and the moderator joins us. Meanwhile, I just want to ask each one of you, how was this session all about? How the entire day was for you? Yeah? Okay, I'll start from the left. How was the day, sir? Was it interactive, engaging? Did it problem solve all your questions? What did you learn from the whole summit? I'm going to come down to the beautiful lady. I'm going to ask. Okay, what did you learn from the whole summit?
The key takeaway for me was how the industry is moving and how we should implement things in our world.
Absolutely right. And now coming to the center. So what do you think? What's the biggest takeaway from today's summit?
You know, for me, like it was understanding from different industries. Like we have been focusing on AI. Of course, I am from the telecom, so we didn't discuss telecom, but many other industries, so it gave a good exposure, right? So how, and some other common challenges, especially the last session, right? The risk. So it's equally applicable in, so to me, that's the key takeaways.
Thank you so much, sir. And you know, a quick response from all of you. Whenever we talk about AI, what is the first word that comes to your mind? AI.
Productivity.
Productivity. Would you like to add on something? What comes to your mind when I talk about AI?
It's productivity and also about people, because it's important for people to be onboarded with technology. So AI is productivity and people for me.
Okay. Okay, you like to add something? Yes.
God Krishna. Because India have already a historical AI, best AI model, Krishna. Krishna have a AI innovation, transformation, and the innovation.
Absolutely.
You correlate with the Mahabharata, any story, with the Krishna, Krishna have a intelligence. His intelligence is the top of the world. I think so. So Krishna is already a India AI. India may be built and named as a Krishna model for AI, maybe in the future.
Sure, sir, sure. We're going to have that character too. I'm sure you guys are building AI and you can be as creative as possible. So thank you so much. And I think a big round of applause for each one of you. I think you all have been doing an incredible job since morning, sitting, handling all the discussion, taking the insights ahead. And I'm sure the whole summit was really impactful and you're taking a great, you're taking values, you're taking new lessons, and I'm sure we are creating a change through this summit. Here we go. The moderator is here, the panelists are here. I'm going to hand it over to our panelist and the moderator, Mr. Manpreet Singh Ahuja. Please take it ahead. Thank you, sir.
Am I audible? Yes, I am. So good evening, everyone. It's been a day-long conversation on AI, and it's actually been 2 years that we've been talking about AI. So I just thought we'd leave the best for the last by not talking about what AI can do, but actually sort of grounding the conversation on what the heck has AI actually delivered. And that's really what the challenge to my fellow panelists is going to be. And, no pressures. If AI has not delivered anything, let's talk about saying why has it not delivered and what can we learn out of the 2 years of experimentation. And if there's something that's been delivered, let's learn from it and hopefully imbibe that in our own organizations. That's really what we are kind of going to be spending our time on. And if time permits, hopefully a question or two in the end as well, but that's only if time permits. I also thought what we do in this entire discussion is, broadly cover 4 things. First and foremost, let's get real on where has AI delivered value. Have I created new revenue streams? Have I added new customers? Have I got more speed, agility, cost, risk management? What is the spec of business metric that I've started seeing a benefit on because of AI? Is there a real story? Let's try and talk about that. And we have people from different industries, regulated, unregulated, B2B, B2C. So we'll hopefully get a broader view of corporate India through that part of the conversation. The second thing that I thought, which I want to push the conversation towards, and I'm a big believer of, is really competitive advantage gets built when you start thinking outside in. You know, I'm sure you can automate finance and you can figure out better intelligence in supply chain, and that's very critical. But how is it that you're approaching a customer is a very important part. So the experience layer, the competitive advantage through how a customer experiences you, your brand, your company is the next piece. So personalization and the experience layer. We'll try and get a pulse here. We've got some B2C companies here on the panel. Let's get a pulse from them as well. And I'm sure as a consumer, each one of us have a pulse. Like some of the biggest and the best brands right now, how much of AI do you experience? I don't think we still experience a lot. Yes, some chatbots here and there. There is still a lot that hopefully 2026 will bring to the table. The third thing I thought we should try and cover is what's the operating rhythm? Even if we've got one thing right, two things right on AI, what is the muscle we are trying to build internally to drive adoption at scale? Because, you know, if you don't drive it, you don't get the metrics, you don't get the returns. And then the MIT reports, you know, 95% of all AI pilots fail. You know, as much as corporate India started doing things, that report came and people said, abhi to ruk jate hain, yaar, everything is going down the drain. So, you know, that's the third thing that let's learn from that experience, saying, what's the operating rhythm? What's the muscle that is allowing AI to scale, or the challenges that are holding it from scaling? And the last but not the least, and you know, that's possibly the most interesting part, is to say, what's the moat? You know, today, every company has the same, hey Atul, how are you? Very well. Lovely, cheers. So every company has access to same tech stacks, right? I mean, OpenAI is launching in India. You know, I'm sure 40% of the companies will have an OpenAI subscription. Anthropic is in India, you'll take those subscriptions. You know, there are hyperscalers that you ride on. Same tools available with everybody. So how is it that through those tools, through that tech, through that spend, a CDO, CIO, Chief Strategy Officer, Chief Data Officer is building competitive advantage that will stay with you rather than build something that's going to get replicated 3 months later, which means spend more money and be on that treadmill. So I don't know if there's an easy answer to it, but I'd love to hear the panelists' view, and hopefully we'll get into a conversation. So that's the broad 4 things. You know, like I said, if there's another direction, hopefully there's the last couple of questions for you guys to come in as well. So with that, you know, very, very warm welcome. Like I said, couldn't have had a better panel. We've got different, like B2C, B2B, we've got different industries, regulated, lesser, I mean, there's nothing unregulated these days, but, you know, somebody like an insurance here is, you know, I mean, it's as regulated as it can get versus some of the other setups. And of course, different set of roles as well. We've got transformation leaders, we've got data leaders, we've got strategy heads. So it's a different, it's a good sort of well-rounded perspective, hopefully you'll hear, in terms of how they are creating value for the board and CEOs. So with that, I'm going to move to the first one. Where has AI really moved the needle? And, you know, with that, if I were to get to you, Anurag, you know, where do you think, you know, a measurable impact is getting created? Is it in the cost side of the house? Is it in the revenue side of the house? Is it, you know, I'm sure there are a zillion matrices that your business is tracking. Are there a few matrices where you think that things have started improving? Maybe targeting is better happening, marketing dollars are getting a better ROI. I mean, just a little bit of that would be really helpful.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. Great context setting, Manpreet. I think very relevant questions. Maybe I'll just spend 10 seconds to tell you who I am, who do I represent, and then you'll get the context of what I'm saying. So I'm here on behalf of Yum Brands, and Yum Brands runs KFC, Pizza Hut, Taco Bell, and Habit Burger Grill globally. I represent KFC. You know, look, there are many ways to approach this, right? The key part that we've done and taken learnings from globally as well as in India is pretty much look at cost first, right? You know, there's all this hype and sometimes, you know, revenue drivers look sexy, but the reality of the matter is if you take learnings, it's typically been cost and productivity gains that generally start off where you have probably a more meaningful chance of success. And then revenue gains obviously kick in, but you do need to have a lot of discipline. And I'm yet to come across anyone who's kind of had a great win from day one on revenue, right? So I'll give you an example of what are some of the things that we've tried. For example, you know, running a restaurant business is is not an easy business to be with, right? And you have consumers, and as big as a brand as we are, we want to make sure that consumers come first. So what we want to serve to them is fresh food, right? And when you kind of start thinking about those matrices and the cost associated with that, right? There's this whole piece around demand forecasting and inventory optimization, right? Where you want to make sure that you're looking at data and looking at the models and your location and day parts and consumer preferences, what really should be going into an AI model so that you can get better at demand forecasting. It's the way you kind of play out how you're going to get your inventory, right? And what we've seen as a function of that is very simple, right? There are just two outcomes we look at, right? Is the food wastage, the inventory wastage, is that reducing? And we've seen with the AI models we built that's happening at a store level, at a restaurant level, in cities, at a national level. And the other piece is, are we serving fresher food to our consumers? And are they actually liking the taste? And are they coming back again and again to us? So this is something that we've been after for the last about 2 years or so. We've continuously iterated the model, but we've seen significant outcomes that kind of help us understand that we got to scale this, and we've been able to do that across our territory of 1,200 restaurants. Maybe just quickly pivoting to the revenue side of it. What we've looked at is the matrices that matter to us is the frequency of the customer, how frequently do they come back to us, and the attach rate, right? Are they buying more food products that would go with their palate and their choices and preferences? And over there also, we've kind of started off by saying that we need to build the right models, right? Where we explicitly look at these two matrices when we recommend, right? Or when we tell the customer that, hey, this is a better product for you to go and buy, given the burger you want to buy or whatever you want to buy, are they coming back to us? Are they liking it? What is the attach rate? So very simply put, both cost and revenue, but for us, cost and productivity is what's been leading the way, and now we're getting very meaningful results on the revenue side as well.
Very pertinent and very encouraging. So, I mean, cost reduction in the indirect costs of the business is much easier. But I think like the food wastage that he spoke of, that's core to their business. Like that's where comparative advantage gets built. And I'm glad you're seeing some positive traction there. And of course, I'm glad you're starting to work on the revenue side, which is obviously a lot more tougher. If I go to you, Varun, in the Bata side of the house, what's your take? Cost versus revenue? How did you start? What is a few measurable things that are beginning to happen in your world?
Yeah. So let me talk in general from a retail standpoint, right? When I look at AI, every use case, maybe in the short term, would be looked at more from a cost perspective, but in the long run, it will, of course, generate revenue. And I feel like the real value will come when the organization is able to create a differentiation and able to really impact the top line, right? That's where the board will really get interested. The management will be behind AI and will push all the CIOs, CDOs to really move the needle, right? So, from a cost perspective, of course, all of us know that AI can really fasten how we create product, how we create the marketing content. The voice bots can really reduce the manpower and so on, right? But when you look at the revenue side of the things, right, you can actually use AI to make faster decisions, right? Whether it is about how much inventory to keep, where to open the store, right? Or, which customer to target, what action to take to really improve the revenue. That's where, the revenue side of the things comes into the picture. So from my perspective, of course, both will come, but the real value will come when the organization start looking at AI from a differentiation standpoint.
I'm just waiting for a time when there is an agent who understands my body type, understands my sort of work pattern, and I can just ask a question saying, please scan the whole world across all brands and get me the most comfortable black shoe that I can stand up for 12 hours and do meetings and network in the market. And that agent knows me well enough to say, yaar, ye juta khareed lo. This is the shoe that you must buy. Great deal, great time, do it. Agentic can do it. It's a matter of time. I'm sure somebody will do it. The marketplaces will do it, hopefully, sooner than later. So if I move to Amit. Amit, you're representing a regulated industry, right? So Canada, HSBC Life. Does the regulated industry dimension make a difference to how you've prioritized AI in terms of areas to focus?
Good afternoon, everyone. So when we talk about regulation, it is a design principle for us. And yes, while regulator might have their own views in terms of how to set up governance and everything, but as far as Canada HSBC goes, we already have a very internal, more, I would say, stringent governance process. So all regulator inclination looks to be on a broader scale. We in turn do delve into more aggressive ways of governance and everything. With respect to then AI use case, whether it is towards the cost or the revenue side, I'll quickly talk about 3 use cases. The one wing is on the hiring part, and we have been doing it for the last over a year now. That for every interview, you know, it's a classic problem that you get CVs. You read those 2 lines of CVs and then you realize, no, you know, either good or bad. And then you again go back to the consultant, again CVs, and this cycle keeps on going on. In our organization, this whole thing has been done by an AI. Which it does is it's put a role into a context. You actually are interacting with an AI engine. It speaks to you, it builds your things into context of the role. Depending upon the role, ask you some technical questions also. To a developer, maybe how to build a Python code or an SQL query. Or maybe to a customer service guy, give him a situation and maybe the person can write an email and it can build into context. And what it has done is, and research have also proven, that 60% of your time which goes into hiring, screening CVs and everything, now we have a more prominent chance that when a hiring manager is actually interacting with those top 3 people, the chances of that person hiring one of those 3 is quite high. The second use case, so it is actually helping us to, indirectly giving us more productive time. Also, if I would say an indirect benefit to the carbon footprint, because now nobody has to reach our organization 4 or 5 times for multiple interviews. It's just like one interaction. The second use case is about understanding the customer. You know, in life insurance space, we don't deal with a persona with respect to their age and education. We work on something called a life stage. Somebody is 30 years of age with the children, and somebody is 40 years without any children. These 2 are 2 different identities for us because their financial needs are totally different. Your life insurance needs or your protection needs changes as you move along your life stage, not as you grow. Somebody who is not married will have a different financial liability versus somebody who is a 20-year-old guy with one small infant will have a different financial. And that is where AI has helped us in terms of customer segmentation, giving us a principle of, we call it n is equal to 1 power 5, which means any person will have 5 life stages, give or take. And in all those 5 life stages, how can I plug in an insurance proposition which works in their own financial ecosystem? For the betterment of this crowd, we will call this group as USP, which is Urban Salaried Professional. Then within those Urban Salaried Professional, we will call somebody who's an early starter in career but married, somebody who's a late entrant but not married. And how do I fix up a proposition that works in your life stage? Now, given the time space 2-3 years ago, it was a massive exercise. You need a lot of data analysts, a lot of people, a lot of data to churn about. But today, with the use of AI and complex methodologies, but as you understand your business better, it becomes simple to us. I can actually offer you very hyper-personalized products, which in turn increases the productivity of my salesperson, because now he's actually talking to you in your own language, and at the same time, is actually very governed also, because AI cannot hallucinate internally when you govern it better, with respect to what kind of a need-based selling you intend to do. So those are the 2-3 things which we are very proud of, which we are doing. And I think long way to go, as my fellow panelists said. Initially it is a costing, but over a period of time, the revenue yield will in turn come into picture as well.
It's again very nice to see an idea that's very core to the business. So again, one of the, if you look at the MIT report that says 95% of pilots fail, one of the reasons they cite is that it's chasing glamour, it's chasing the art of the possible, it's chasing use cases rather than solving for a business problem. And what we've been hearing, when you're attacking the core, they're trying to solve for a core of a business problem. And that's where the might comes in, and hopefully you begin to start getting value. But just to get the room included, you heard about the whole agentic way of hiring, getting CVs, matching them, scanning them, maybe running an interview, giving them exam, whatever questions. How many, just if you're representing a company, how many companies do you think, if you represent where this hiring is largely agentified? Just a pulse of corporate India. Raise of hands. So it's still early days. I'm sure that's a space that, we'll all eventually start moving towards. Atul, I want to bring you into the conversation. You obviously represent a very different industry. Here's a B2B context to, the same question. In your world, is it a shift in throughput, yields, quality, new customer segments? What is AI doing to your business?
Hi. So I represent India Glycol, so we are into three prime segments. One is into chemicals, specialty chemicals. We are also into liquor, and we also have a pharma unit. So dawa se leke daru tak and many things in between. That's what we do. And we are a listed company, almost 10,000 odd crores of annual revenue we have, sales revenue we have. In manufacturing, no, per se, if you were to see, it's a combination of both, and I'll tell you why. So whenever you talk about you go for any project, no, it could be a tech project. Of course, there are projects like the setting up ERP, CRMs, which are kind of hygiene today. So you would have those, the emailing systems and all that, and cybersecurity systems and all that. That's basic hygiene. But anything beyond the innovative part, no, you have to dial into one of these two aspects. And more often than not, you end up doing both. If I talk about in manufacturing, you take a case of equipment, predictive maintenance. Using sensors, the right sensors for the right equipments, especially the single line equipments which can have a bearing on the overall output or on the batch cycle time, so to say. If you were to monitor them and avoid a breakdown, what you essentially do is avoid that costly breakdown cost, but also make sure that your throughput goes up during that period wherein you have that outage. So it's dialing into both aspects. Likewise, one is, it could be around yield, that you do more with less, that with an optimal inputs, how do you get maximum output? So that's the yield part. Third is from the energy standpoint, that if you were to monitor, like what we do in our case, we monitor energy 24/7 on a 10-second interval for critical equipments, both from an energy generation and consumption standpoint. And wherever there are thresholds which get breached, we get an instant alert that no, there is an optimization opportunity out there. So that dials into, from an energy spend standpoint. So that's another aspect. And it also indirectly dials into the your green posture. So that's also important, because specific energy consumption goes down if you were to optimize on that. So that's one. Then likewise throughput. So if you were, what we do is in some of our plants which are batch in nature, the production is batch in nature. What we do is we keep a track on the batch cycle times. And if there are across batches for the same product, you see significant variances. And if you were to plug it and basically peg it against a golden batch, so to say, what you do is your throughput increases. On a 24-hour cycle, on a monthly basis, your throughput increases. You are able to churn more out of what you have. So all of these features, and of course quality. So there is a cost of quality and there is a cost of poor quality. So you have to figure out. And there is another aspect that we often talk about quality, but there is a cost of, if you give away too much good quality and you are charging for a lesser or an optimal quality product, you are actually giving it away. So you will have to hit at the optimal so that you get the best from what you produce. So that's from the quality standpoint. And finally, for plants like ours, safety, workplace safety is also important. So you also have to look at equipment that if there are leakages, fugitive emissions, if they are captured and nipped in the bud rather than creating an escalation in the plant or creating some kind of a disastrous situation, if that could be avoided, you've already paid for the entire project. So multiple aspects we are looking at. I would not say that we are doing it all in one go, but we are also prioritizing which battles to start with. But of course, the ones which are immediately hitting the cost part are the ones which we are going after. And in addition to the production cycle, we are also looking at how do we optimize our supply chain, the whole warehousing management for just in time, and also turnaround time for the trucks, both for inbound and outbound. All of that we are monitoring through systems and building AI systems to make sure that those turnaround times can further be optimized using video analytics in some cases.
So again, a very good example of getting AI into the core of business, and here in this case manufacturing. And in a world where we are competing with China for manufacturing and coming from a distance, coming from behind, AI is going to play a very, very important role. And the problem in manufacturing, like he started off with sensors, right? Unless you have underlying data to be able to monitor things on a real time, to be able to create digital twins and be able to take productive decisions, throughput, yield, quality, all of that is tough to achieve. And all this takes investment. So I'm sure it is a certain courage and a business case that allows them to start moving towards this area. Again, a massive opportunity. And then on top of this, there is, I was in China last couple of months ago. The amount of physical AI, physical AI like bots and quadrupeds that are, running dark factories is the next wave that, the space will have to get to. But again, very, very interesting example.
Just want to also add, till so far we were talking about China being one of the largest production house globally. But now if you were to see a pattern, most individuals who are owning an iPhone out here in the room, and the latest ones, you would find that the chips are fabricated in US now. So you would have, in this world of AI and in the worlds of humanoids, you would find countries which so far have outsourced production are now insourcing and doing it on their own. So we've got competition from these entities. So as in India, we need to be now doubly cautious and leverage these technologies so that we don't get outpriced soon.
Yeah. No, very, very interesting. Good first round. So, the next one, like I spoke of, is going to be I'm going to move the conversation more towards the world of customer. And this is a world where, personalization, engagement, experience, these are things that a customer experiences about a brand. And that's where trust gets built. That's where the competitive advantage gets built. And I want to pick up, especially the B2C companies here, to get their view on what is it that they're doing in this space. And Varun, if I may go first with you, where do you think in the broader industry, in the segment that you represent, AI is shifting personalization in a meaningful way that's adding to dollars, that's adding to money and top line?
Yeah. I would like to start with some disclaimer, right? When we talk about personalization, especially using AI, there's always this concern that we are infringing on privacy. So any organization has to do this in a more compliant way, looking into DPDP, GDPR, right? We all get creepy when we see, for example, YouTube videos when we are speaking on the mobile, right? So that's where we all are concerned, right? So any organization should do it in a very ethical way. But considering that, there are plenty of use cases where, personalization can be achieved leveraging AI, right? One is, of course, using AI, you can actually provide personalized marketing content, right? Looking at the customer past buying patterns, browsing, etc., as well as show products when they come to your store or to your website, as well as give real-time offers on the fly, which is again, built for that specific customer, right? So this is now very easy to achieve with AI, and this is all happening real time, right? And this is already in play across industry. Most of the brands are doing this. That is, of course, one area where I see personalization coming into the picture. Second is, again, something which is very maturing, and I'm quite, flabbergasted that it has matured so much, right? Is all about voice bots, right? Now, most of the companies are launching voice bots, human voice bots, who can basically, on a real-time basis, understand what products you have bought, provide you service, right? So when you call a call center, you would hear a human-like bot who would interact with you and able to solve things very efficiently, right? So it will not just receive a call, it will also on the real-time basis fetch the necessary details and take agentic actions, right? So for me, these are two use cases which are really exciting.
Interesting. If I move to the regulated side of the house.
Well, we are regulated, but now I'm feeling more pressure from you than the queries I get from the regulator. But with respect to the customer use case, purely from insurance standpoint, and insurance typically is a very low engagement product, right? All of us might have insurance, but I'm not quite sure that very few will have a life insurance application on their mobile phone, right? So it typically becomes a very low engagement product. Gone are the days that, when you need to service or to interact with the customer, because when we talk about experience, you cannot aggregate an experience at one bucket. For experience, you need not to treat customer equally, but you need to treat customer uniquely. And to treat every customer uniquely, till 5 years ago, it was one size fit all or probably a couple of sizes fit all for all the segments, because we used to put customers in various aggregate. We will say if somebody is well educated, working somewhere and all of that, let's give him an app. Let customer get service through an app. Somebody who's an old age person, pretty conventional like my dad and all, probably will give a branch walk-in and all of that. But now with AI and with the assembly of data, and obviously in the right manner, in the right ethical manner, we can create that hyper-personalization experience within that aggregate layer of customers. I'll give you an example. Today, when I send a renewal notice, till 5 years ago, a notice used to go to every customer, right? This is your renewal date and this is what you need to pay. Now, because I know more about those customers with their interactions, because I have an NLP program in place, I know what the kind of words they use when we interact with them and everything. Our models have gone to prescriptive stage where we tell our teams that this customer no need to call, even don't need to send a link. Just call this person at 4 to 6 p.m. during the weekend and there's a high chance that this customer will pay. The customer is also very happy. But earlier what used to happen, if we need to make plethora of calls over weekend, the sales team used to come back and say the customer experience has gone down, right? So understanding of experience means now you need to make a shift from treating customer equally to treating customer uniquely. And with AI, it has become possible because you don't need those massages of business analysts and data people and all of that. Now it can be done, and every day it is evolving and learning. The second stage is insurance being a life stage product, and what happens is as we grow old, we all know it's no-brainer, the chances of me dying becomes higher, right, naturally. But the insurance I have taken at the age of 30 might not suffice because I'm increasing my income, I'm increasing my expenses and everything. So how do I come in between to somebody who took an insurance policy from me at 30 years of age, and now I know that the average age of somebody becoming a first parent is 34 years and 5 months, that's the India stat. How do I reach out to that customer at that stage and pitching that proposition in a manner when that person is very, very highly inclined to buy an insurance, right? You know, it is like when we visit somebody in a heart patient, the first thing at least I do is I'd say, today I will not smoke. And as I move out of that picture, then again I start smoking. So it is like that. So hyper-personalization through this all also enables us to come into your ecosystem when you're thinking about me, right? So those are the two aspects which are helping us to make this country more protected. We always say we are the second best organization or an industry in the country. The first being obviously the secured forces. The second one is one because we are also protecting the dream and aspirations of our customers. Thank you.
So I think, clearly when you're looking at hyper-personalization, you're playing with data and you're playing with sort of sometimes personal data as well. And you have to establish the layer of trust. But I think I'm glad, both Bata and Canara HSBC, when they spoke of the examples, they've been able to demonstrate hyper-personalization despite, making sure that compliance is at the forefront. So if in your company there is a discussion debate that's happening and you're not personalizing, then you're missing an opportunity. Clearly, that's a message that's coming in. How can I miss Anurag? What's your take in terms of hyper-personalization or customer experience layer in the KFC space?
Yeah, again, just going back to what my fellow panelists said, the disclaimer obviously is, at the end of the day, ethical AI, right? And we want to be very responsible about that, and we've been very deliberate about it, right? The second piece is moving from generic personalization, so to speak, that used to exist to, hyper-personalization, with the goal being that, it's not about the customer should feel, oh, KFC knows me, but it's more about KFC gets me today. What is my mood in the moment I'm in, right? So to that extent, what we kind of look at is a couple of, there are obviously a bunch of data sets that we use, right? But for example, what is the location, right? What is the occasion? Is it a weekend? Is it a day where an IPL match is happening, right? We will look at the day part, morning, snack time, dinner, etc. And these are obviously the basic hygiene data sets that you look at. But beyond all of this, what you also look at are the channels. You look at what has been the history, the past orders, what goes well for this customer with a certain kind of product that they want to buy, right? So by bringing all of this together, what we are trying to do is trying to offer a very unique experience to a consumer where, whether they're on our app, whether they come to our store, we know what they would like to have. How can we make it a much more wonderful occasion for them when they're at the store, when they're ordering. And that for us is truly what we care about, making it a moment of delight for them. And that's where the whole hyper-personalization comes in. There are obviously a lot of other things that can be done, in terms of even when we want to create awareness, even when we want to go out and reach out to them, in terms of addressing, etc. But to me, those are more of the vanity personalization, so to speak. But at the end of the day, if a customer feels KFC knows me, they know what I want today, I think we've done a job well, and that's what we've been aiming towards.
Lovely. So, Atul, I'm going to move the needle to a slightly different space, given your deep manufacturing focus. I mean, you spoke of, driving throughput and productivity in the manufacturing space. How do you get scale adoption across the organization to get to that result? So, in this journey of getting digital twins and the costs associated with that, how do you drive, scale, adoption, and the end outcomes in that entire journey? And what's your experience been?
First thing first is when we talk about especially technologies like AI, there's always an inherent resistance, at least in today's date and time, from the domain, that if we were to open up everything for this AI to work, and the capabilities which these AI tools today have, they typically tend to outsmart most humans in the room. So first of all, what we do is we create showcases that, rather than talking about pilots and POCs, we internally, through our own team, we basically identify that, if we were to do AI on this application, this is how it will facilitate the overall operations. And sometimes what you do, you have to set the tone at the top first. Tell them that this is the art of the possible, this is how this can happen. And then sometimes they will then direct that, maybe the operating officer at the plant level, that, why don't you look at this? Because unless otherwise you have that input, the board buy-in, many such interventions basically just remain at the pilot scale. So that's how that's what we do. Likewise, when I talked about our energy efficiency project, we started off with some select number of equipments, and then when we started seeing benefits, then we kept adding more smart sensors, more data, so that there were optimization which were happening, and likewise you could see the cost and value benefits, tangible benefits which were coming out. So unless you are able to show those tangible benefits, it's all another shining block, that whatever is coming, whatever fashionable is there, you tend to adopt. So that doesn't fly for long. So that's from a scaling standpoint. And another thing what we have also done is, in the last 1 year itself, we have had around 20 odd workshops across domains. And when we talk about what AI can do, we just don't talk about what the ChatGPTs of the world or the Geminis of the world are doing. We tell specifically in their domains. If we are talking to sales and marketing, we talk about what AI can do in sales and marketing. When you talk about procurement, I give you a small example and many can relate. In many cases in procurement, when procurement team members, they get in a requirement that we have to buy something, they will float inquiries in the market, and then they'll get offers. And most of us would think that negotiation is the next step. Of course, after technical evaluation, you do negotiation. But there are 20 things which need to be done. You have to figure out that, if whatever offer you have got, how do you ascertain that, have you done a should cost modeling for that? Suppose if you were to buy, I'm just for the sake of simplicity, you're buying a Tetra or a PET bottle like this, small PET bottle. What's the index price of PET today? What is the offer you are getting? And how do you peg that, what was the index price when you last bought? And what would be the ultimate production cost of the each bottle, so that then you will be able to negotiate. Otherwise, if you just start negotiating that, no, you've given us 10 rupees a bottle, why don't you give me 8 rupees? You don't even know how much premium you've already paid. So all of that, enabling all of that requires a lot of intelligence, a lot of data. And when you talk in that language, then they are able to relate. If you talk about just in a tech language, that no, this is what AI can do, this model context protocol, all that, no, the English buzzwords, then they get switched off. They think that no, you have already lost the battle, nothing is moving forward.
They say it's not a tech problem, it's actually a leadership problem, and that's what you sort of brought to life. I know we're running late on time, so Anurag, I'm going to pick you on the last segue to represent the panel and say, everybody seems to have the same tools eventually, right? The tech stack is today, you can go and pick up the same tech stack all around. You know, yes, I'm an OpenAI customer. Yes, I'm a Microsoft customer. Yes, I'm an Adobe customer. How do you build a defensible moat, a competitive advantage that that will last with you, that will stay with you? What's your take on that?
I think that's such a great question because, sometimes you always feel that the tech solution, the stack that you built is often going to be the differentiator, right? And I firmly believe that's not the case, right? There are enough and more organizations out there who can just, very quickly, sooner or later, will replicate that. In my mind, I think for us personally, it's been 3 areas where we've really worked on and which I think could probably be representative of most of the industries as well. One is your data maturity, right? The kind of data that you have, which is, transactional, behavioral, consumer, all of that is your data, right? It's not about you going and buying the data, it's your data of how consumers or businesses are dealing with you. So the maturity of having that data and how clean it is and what is the scale of the data that you have is one big moat, Organizations take a lot of time and a lot of years to build the data. Whoever is today succeeding in AI is because for the last several years they've been collecting the right data and keeping it clean. The second one, according to me, is the team capability, right? Today, enough and more AI experts are out there. I think it's not about building an AI solution, it's about the team having the intelligence to know in which case is the AI model working and where is it's not working, and to quickly bring those AI experiments to an end, because there's a cost and a time association with it, right? So the capability of the team, I think, is extremely, extremely important, especially if you want to build a great moat. And if you were to ask me, I think the last thing is just pure culture. Having the discipline to be very focused on picking the right problems, having the discipline to be at it instead of looking at short-term wins, and having the discipline to be able to focus not on the pilot, but how do you scale it in a meaningful way, which leads to a business outcome. If the culture is there to kind of walk through this entire process, then more often than not, you have a strong moat for yourself.
I wish there was an easier answer, but this is the hard one. This is where the marathon has to happen. Data, team, culture, not an easy problem to solve, so you have to be on a treadmill to be able to get to that defensible moat. I know we are up on time. Just 60 seconds, less than that. 1 or 2 words that would be an AI slogan in your context for 2026. I'll go with you, Varun.
No, I think 2024-25 for most of the organization was expanding with AI, right? Some, of course, would be little ahead in
Just
the
1 or 2 words. Sorry, I'm cutting this. We're off time.
Okay.
What's the slogan?
The slogan is start really implementing AI and start delivering value towards business.
Sure. Amit?
Augmenting, not replacing.
Augmenting, not replacing. Atul?
I think avoiding the use case trap, and I'll just take 10 more seconds, because very often when you talk about AI or such technology, we talk about use cases, and that's the biggest injustice we do, because when you talk about AI, you have to forget what processes you currently have, because if you automate that, you automate mess.
It's garbage in, garbage out.
You automate mess, so you have to relook at what processes are actually relevant with that AI thing.
Anurag?
I think it's a decision first and not insights.
Decision first and not insights.
Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting. Well, thank you so much, panelists, for sort of fielding all the questions and making the whole story real. A big round of applause for the esteemed panel, please. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for such a wonderful discussion. And now, once again, I would love to invite Anushruti to please join us on stage and thank all the presenters and, of course, the moderator of this session with a token of appreciation. one of you. Thank you, sir. Thank you to Mr. Anurag Jain, who's the Chief Digital and Technology Officer. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Amit Sharma, Senior Vice President, Enterprise Information Management and Analytics at Canara HSBC Life Insurance. Thank you. Next up, we would like to thank Mr. Atul Govil, Chief Transformation Officer and Head at SAP and IT. Thank you so much. Well, last but not least, we would love to thank Mr. Varun Bansal, Vice President and Head of IT, Bata India. Thank you to all our panelists. Thank you to our moderator, Mr. Manpreet Singh Ahuja. Thank you so much, sir. All right, thank you, all you wonderful people. Thank you to my lovely audience. This was last session, but before we head towards revealing the names of the lucky winners and the bumper prizes, I think I need to invite Anushruti to please join us on stage and deliver the closing address. So with a big round of applause, let's invite her on stage and let's take it ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of the AI Innovation Summit 2026, it's worth reflecting on what today has reinforced for all of us. Throughout the day, one message came through clearly. AI is no longer a technology experiment, but it is a leadership imperative. Across sessions and panels, we heard how organizations are moving beyond pilots into execution, while navigating real constraints around data readiness, workforce capability, governance, and trust. Today's discussions highlighted a few essential truths. AI delivers value when it is embedded into core workflows, not layered on top. When it is governed thoughtfully, not controlled excessively. And when it is aligned with business outcomes, not curiosity-driven experimentation. The sessions on agentic AI showed us what's coming next, systems that don't just assist humans, but increasingly act, optimize, and decide. At the same time, conversations around risk, security, and trust reminded us that innovation without safeguards can quickly become a liability. What stood out most was the alignment across this room. Business leader, technologists, and partners all recognizing that AI maturity today is about consistency, resilience, and responsibility. The real challenge ahead is not whether to adopt AI, but how to operationalize it across the enterprise. Platforms like the AI Innovation Summit matter because they help move conversations from hype to reality. Before we conclude, I'd like to thank our speakers for their insights, our presenting partner Adobe, Agentic Enterprise partner Salesforce, and Agentic AI partner Microsoft for enabling these conversations, and all of you for your engagement throughout the day. As you leave today, I encourage you to continue these conversations that started here about measuring AI impact, preparing teams for change, and collaborating across ecosystems to accelerate progress. At the Guild, we remain committed to track these stories and amplifying that reflect real enterprise impact. The AI story in India is still being written. And based on today's discussion, the next chapter will be defined not by hype, but by execution, trust, and leadership. Thank you once again for being part of AI Innovation Summit 2026. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anushruti. And now I request you to please once again join us on stage as we move on to the most exciting session. And it's time to actually pull out your scratch cards because, oh my God, I can already see the excitement. Show me your scratch cards. Come on. Do you have it? Yes? Okay, so we're going to pull the scratch cards. I'm going to invite Aditi and Anushruti to please join me on stage. Okay, one simple rule applies. If you are available in the room, that's how you get lucky. If the person is not available, we'll move on to the next code. Okay, let's do this. If you guys are excited, please bring some energy to the room. Come on, make some noise as we begin the lucky draw. Yay. All right. Yes, yes, some music in the background. Okay. And the code. One, 365. 1365. All right. Amazing. So you mark the third prize, and on the third position we have the lucky prize as a smart watch. Congratulations, you get a smart watch. A big round of applause for the gentleman. Congratulations once again. Now, let's pull up another scratch card and see who's the lucky winner. The second prize is Amazon Echo Dot. Let's see who gets lucky. It's 1, 2, 3, 6. 1, 2, 3, 6. Anyone? Okay, if there's no 1, 2, 3, 6 in the room, we're gonna pull out the next scratch card. Okay. 1021. 1021. Okay, let's move on. You guys are truly happy because the competition has reduced to almost half, and every one of you has got an equal opportunity to win this time. So let's see. It is number 1315. 1315. Let's scratch one more. 1278. 1278. Not here. I wish this maths could apply to this one. And the next number is 1125. 1125. Anyone? 1125. No. 1370. 1370. 1370. All right. Let's have a big hand for the lovely lady. Hey. You win an Amazon Echo Dot. Congratulations. Let's have a big hand for the lady. You got lucky and you have won an Amazon Echo Dot. Okay, now I'm so excited for the first prize, and that's an Instax mini camera. 1250. Anyone? Okay, this time we got a clear winner. 1250. Congratulations. What's your name? Deepak. Congratulations, Deepak. There you go. Instax mini Congratulations, Deepak, once again. And now, the bumper prize of the evening. Let's see who gets lucky this time. Are you guys excited? This is the bumper prize of the evening. 1033. 1033. It goes to him. Clap for him. A thunderous round of applause. Congratulations. Finally, AI Robo Cleaner. It belongs to you. Congratulations. Smile for the picture. And once again, everybody, a huge round of applause. Well, that's all for today. Thank you so much, everyone. Do not forget to post more stories on social media. Use hashtag YesAICan and hashtag AIIS. Please fill your feedback forms, and thank you so very much, everyone, for joining us this wonderful morning for an amazing AI Innovation Summit. Please stay curious, stay bold, and keep innovating. Thank you so much again, and I'll see you again in the next summit. Thank you.